Interstellar Roadtripper production. Death Zones. Chapter 1. The Ledger. Anchor 9 failed at 0344 hours before the squall was due to crest, and Cass Vaughn heard it happen from her bunk 200 meters below, not the anchor itself. Nobody heard an anchor. What she heard was the city. The pitch of lantern under wind changed when a storm anchor let go, a half-tone drop in the long groan of the galleries, the sound of 11,000 tons of glass and rock deciding whether to keep holding hands. She was into her suit before the alarm reached her block. The alarm was for people who hadn't grown up inside that sound. Seal check. Tap, tap, collar seal, tap, tap, gloves, boots. The regulators hissed steady in her ears like a second pulse. 41% in the bottle. Enough for 3 hours of easy breathing, or 90 minutes of the kind of breathing this was going to be. Deacon was already in the airlock frame when she got there, big and shapeless in his rig, running his own seals with the fussy little pats he pretended nobody noticed. "Sergeant," he said, "lovely morning. The wind is at 340 and climbing. Visibility is the inside of a boot, and Anchor 9 has gone to be with its ancestors. Blessed are the well-sealed, for they shall keep their O2. She pulled her tether off the rack and counted the line through her hands. 60 meters, no phrase. Where's Pin? Above us. He said it the way you'd report an incoming round. She went out already? She was on watch when it let go. Sergeant, she's 19, she climbs like gravity is a rumor, and her garden is on Gallery 9. Deacon locked his helmet. Where did we think she was going to be? Gallery 9 sat directly under the dead anchor's load path. 1,200 people slept behind that glazing. So did 400 panes of storm glass and one stupid, beautiful glass garden that existed for no reason a planet like Morrow had ever approved of. Cass sealed her helmet, and the world shrank to breath and static. Lantern control, Pioneer 212 souls at Lock 12 going topside for Anchor 9, over. The reply came back chewed by Stormhash. 2-1 control, wind 342 in building, crest in under 4 hours. Top says you have 90 minutes. Then he hauls you in by the collar himself, over, copy 90. Tell him to whittle something. 2-1 out. The lock cycled. The outer door opened on the windward face of the Verse Plateau, and Morrow came in to meet her the way it always did. First as pressure, a flat hand shoving her against her tether, then as sound the enormous granular roar of a continent's worth of charged dust going by sideways, and then as light, because the scour at night was never dark. Static bloomed and crawled across the cliff in veins of blue-white, snapping between pylon heads, and the whole sky to the west strobed with buried lightning like something huge turning over in its sleep. Her helmet lamp made a cone of racing grit 2 meters long. Beyond that, the universe ended. She clipped to the rail line and started up the face, boots finding the cut holds by memory. The wind worked on her the whole way, patient, impersonal, a pressure that never blinked. People off-world talked about storms as if they were angry. Morrow had taught her better. Anger got tired. Weather didn't. 30 meters up, her lamp found Pin. The kid was spread across the anchor housing like a starfish, one gloved fist buried to the wrist in the guts of the tensioner, tether humming taut behind her at an angle Cass did not love. Over the squad channel, her voice came through bright and breathless. "Sergeant, good, you're here. Hold the compensator arm. It's the Paul again. It's always the Paul. I have it. I just need a third hand, and Deacon's hands are the size of shovels." "My hands are instruments of grace," Deacon said, arriving on the second rail. "Your hands got stuck in a ration tin, Sergeant. Arm, please." Cass planted her boots, got both hands on the compensator arm, and put her back into it. Through the housing, she could feel the cable. The actual cable, the meter-thick braid that tied Gallery 9's roof plate to 200 meters of bedrock, trembling in a rhythm she didn't like at all. Not the wind's rhythm, its own. A cable that sang its own song was a cable thinking about leaving. Pin. Time, 90 seconds, 60 if you hold that still. She held it still. The wind crested a gust and the plateau flexed. Call it imagination. Anyone off-world would. But her boots knew the difference, and the arm tried to tear itself out of her hands, and she held it still. Teeth locked, breath rationed, the regulator's hiss climbing to a whine as she pulled air faster than the bottle wanted to give it. Numbers. Then, because numbers were what she had instead of prayer. 1,200 sleepers on Gallery 9, 400 panes. 1 Paul, 11 grams of machined alloy, and if it did not seat, the tensioner would freewheel at the next crest, and the cable would shed its load onto anchors 8 and 10, which were rated for it, in the same way that people were rated for grief. They'd hold. Probably. Rated 4 was a word engineers used to mean we'll find out. "Got it," Pin said. and something inside the housing went clack with the sweetest sound in the world, the sound of a machine agreeing to keep pretending, and the cable's song dropped back down into the storm's key. The three of them hung there a moment, lamps down, breathing. Retention in the morning shift, Cass said. Full crew, daylight when the crest is passed. That was the temporary fix. That was the third temporary fix, Pin said. Nine's tensioner is older than Top. It's older than Top's jokes. When are we getting the rebuild kit? When the Accord ship brings one. The Accord ship never brings one. Then you already know when. Cass checked her gauge. 22%, and her chest had that hot, gravelly ache low in the left side. The one doc cell made her breathe into a tube about twice a year and then lied about, kindly. The rasp, everyone called it, as if giving it a small name kept it small. Down, both of you. We're 11 minutes past the 90. He's going to say something about collars, Deacon said. He's going to say it to you first. They went down the face in the strobing dark, 3 lamps on a cliff the size of a sky, and below them lantern glowed through the storm. The whole windward wall of the plateau lit from inside, gallery upon gallery of amber glass, shining out into the murk like a shelf of lanterns in a flooded cellar. Somebody had named the city in year 2, when there was nothing there but a cave, a generator, and 1,100 people learning what the word uninhabitable was going to cost them. First didn't waste syllables. The name was a description. It was also, Cass thought, clipping down the last rail with her lungs burning and the wind trying one final time to have her, a kind of spite. The compact had marked this world a death zone in every catalog in the galaxy, so the humans had lit it. By the time the squall crested and blew itself out into the long brown afternoon, the city was doing what the city always did after weather. Cass stood in the queue at the gallery. 4 ledger post with her helmet under her arm and her air bottle in the rack watching the clerk's stylus move. Every bottle and lantern came home to a ledger post. Every liter breathed got written down, mined, cracked, compressed, and paid for out of the plant on Gallery 1, which meant paid for by everybody, which meant the ledger wasn't accounting. It was the closest thing Morrow had to scripture. You could tell a Morrower anywhere in the galaxy, people said, because they read the air gauge before the price tag and said debit that when they meant damn. Anchor call out, 9, the clerk said, reading her bottle's tag. That's emergency draw, written off to the city. He looked up. He was maybe 17, and he had the beginnings of the rasp already, a faint gravel under the vowels. That was you up there, during the build? 3 of us. They're saying on 9 the Pains never even sang. They sang a little. Cass took her recharge bottle. Anyone tells you, the Pains never sang, they weren't listening. The clerk grinned like she'd handed him something. She hadn't meant to. That was the trouble with this city. You couldn't set a fact down anywhere without somebody picking it up and polishing it into a story. She found the rest of the squad in the mess alcove on 5, in the state of splendid ruin appropriate to a call-out crew at end of shift. Deacon holding court over a tin of protein hash, Pin with her boots off and her feet up on a crate. Drawing on the tabletop with one finger, Doc Sell parked at the end with her charts, running her stethoscope wand over anyone who drifted into range, like a toll gate. All I am saying, Deacon was saying, is that the Paul has now failed 3 times, and in the Great Book of Morrow, everything gets 3 warnings. The seal gets 3 taps. The airlock gets 3 lights. Verse 1, chapter 1. The planet tells you 3 times. The planet doesn't tell you anything, Pin said. It's a planet. It is a planet with opinions. Sergeant, Cell's wand was already out. Sit. Breathe and I'm mid-shift. Your post-shift. Your shift report says emergency draw at altitude. And your last chart looked like a coal seam. Sit. Cass sat. Breathed. The wand hummed its little disapproving hum against her ribs, and Cell watched the readout with the professionally boring face she used for everything from splinters to last rites, and wrote a number down and did not say the number out loud, which was how you knew. Well, Cass said. You'll dance at Pin's wedding, Cell said. Sitting down. There's dancing now. Deacon leaned in. Toma agreed to dancing? Pin went red to her hairline and became very interested in her own finger drawing. Nobody agreed to anything. The date isn't even set. It depends on the garden. The wedding depends on the garden. The garden is the venue. She said it with the ferocious dignity of 19. First thing on this rock that exists just to be pretty, and Toma says if we can get married standing in it, then everyone at the landing didn't come here just to breathe. They came so somebody could stand in a garden. Someday. That's the whole point of the ledger, Toma says. You pay so somebody after you gets the flowers. The alcove went quiet for a second, the particular lantern quiet where everyone recalibrates around something true said out loud. Deep at that, Deacon said softly, which in Morrow's language was amen. Your seedling survived the squall? Cass asked. Lost 2 panes on the west frame. The vines came through. Sergeant. Pin swung her boots down, lit up, the whole storm forgotten, because at 19 a storm was a thing that ended. The blue ones opened. During the squall, if you can believe it. 340 on the wall gauge outside, and the vines just decided. Cell says I have to name them something botanical, but I'm calling them stubborns. You should come up and see before end of season. You never come up. I fix the roof over your garden 4 times a year. That's the roof. That's not the same as seeing it. Across the alcove, boots. First Sergeant Otto Brahm came through the hatch the way he came through every hatch, slow, gray, and inevitable, like a change in the weather with rank tabs. He had a fresh curl of pylon wood in one fist and his knife in the other, and he was already talking before he was through the frame. 90 minutes, he said. Child, what do the words 90 minutes mean in your professional understanding? It means the collar's fine, Top. Thanks for asking. 11 minutes passed. He lowered himself onto the bench opposite her with the sound of 61 years and half a lung negotiating terms and set the knife to the wood, and the shavings started coming off in thin brown ribbons the way they had at every table she'd ever sat at with him. You know what your mother told me once? Before you were born? This is, back when the 9-tensioner was young and so was I. She said the plateau will still be here in the morning, Odo. The trick is arranging for you to be. And then she went out in weather anyway, Cass said. Every time it counted. Yes, Brahm said. That's the other half of the lesson. He didn't look up from the whittling when he said it, which was a mercy, and she rolled her mother's brass air key once between 2 fingers in her pocket, smooth as a river stone with 13 years of this exact gesture, and let the subject go back under the ice where it lived. Brahm was the only living soul who knew what had happened in 41 down at shelter level, knew all of it, knew the part with the nursery ring and the manifold, and the 11 minutes that were not like today's 11 minutes at all. And in 13 years, he had never once made her look at it. He just stood near it sometimes, like a man keeping a fire company. What are you carving, Top? Pin asked. Token. The ribbons curled and dropped. For Ollery, from the quarry crew. The rockfall last month. You make one for everybody you bury, Pin said. Toma told me. Can I see the pouch? No, said Brahm, mild as milk, and went on carving. The watch office on Gallery 1 kept the city's only true window. Not storm glass, but a slab of optical quartz a meter thick sighted west over the pylon field. A first is extravagance from back when people still believed watching the weather would help. Cass had the evening watch. She liked it when the rotation gave it to her. The hum of the arrays, the tea that tasted of filters, the pylon lines on the terrain board pulsing their steady green, the scour's afterglow crawling and flickering out over the flats like something breathing under a blanket. The anomaly light came on at 21:09. Not an alarm, just a light. The Skywatch array flagging a return where no return belonged, high and west. In the churned column of charged dust, the squall had left standing over the flats like silt in water. Nothing flew in that. Flyers on Morrow were a coffin subscription in clean air. In post-squall, Merc, not even the mad, tried it. She keyed the array to track, expecting the flag to dissolve into static ghost, the way it did 20 times a season. The flag held. It came down through the dust column in a long, unhurried line, riding the shear layers that stacked and snapped over the flats like badly shuffled cards, riding them through turbulence that should have been tearing a wing off every 4 seconds, and the line of its descent never wavered. It did not fight the storm's leavings the way anything built by people fought them, correcting, flinching, buying each meter. It came down like the weather was a solved equation. Like the Merc was an inconvenience someone else had already been billed for. The array washed the return through its filters and printed the transponder header on her screen. And Cass sat very still and read it 3 times. Compact Joint Survey Authority, Vessel 7 Adjudicate. PERTCO. Assessment 63 years, and the compact had never once sent a ship to Morrow. Not for the landing, not for the 41 collapse. When the settlement had transmitted casualty lists into the dark for a month and gotten a receipt of message stamped back. Humanity's 6 worlds were a closed file in a records annex somewhere, a liability successfully discharged. You did not survey a discharged liability. You surveyed an asset. The ship settled onto the flats 15 kilometers out, in the dead heart of the pylon field, precise as a stamp coming down on a form, and its running lights came up through the murk, hard, white, steady, wrong. Lantern's light was amber, alive. A fire passed hand to hand for 63 years. This was the other kind. This was light that had never had to be paid for. Cass picked up the handset for the command line, and her thumb stopped over the key, and for one held breath she was 16 again at a manifold junction with two valves and not enough air behind either of them, because she couldn't have said why. But she knew with her whole scarred chest that the city she called was going to be a different city than the one that answered. Nothing built by people who meant well flew like that. She pressed the key. "Command, watch office," she said. "Wake the major." Chapter 2, Disposition. The crawler took 4 hours to cover 15 kilometers, which on Morrow was making good time. Cass drove. Deacon rode the winch seat with a thumper across his knees and a look on his face like a man attending a funeral out of spite. And in the back, braced between two spare bottles and a crate of signal flares, Lieutenant Dorian Pell reread the compact protocol annex on his slate for the 5th time and breathed his clean, imported, bottled air. "Say again the part about gifts," Deacon said. "There are no gifts." Pell didn't look up. "Gift exchange implies parity of standing. We don't have standing. We're not a signatory species. We're a—" He stopped on the word. Cass watched him decide to say it anyway, which she had to admit was more than most Accord men would have done. "Legally, we're a managed population. The correct term of address is a petition for audience. We live here," Deacon said. "I know. They're parked in our pylon field, Lieutenant. It's like a man walking into your kitchen and you having to petition him for the audience." "I know," Pell said. "I didn't write the law. I just read it before it hits us, which currently makes me the most useful coward on this planet." He said it flat, no bid for a laugh in it, and Deacon let it lie, and Cass revised the man upward half a point, provisionally. The ship resolved out of the brown haze at 9 kilometers, like a bad idea getting bigger. Vessel 7 Adjudicate stood on the flats on 4 splayed legs, 100 meters of pale hull with not one seam Cass could find in the dust. This was the thing. This was the thing her eyes kept refusing. The dust did not land on it. The endless brown grit of the flats that got into bearings and lungs and marriage beds slid off that hull like water off wax, and the ship stood there clean, in the middle of Morrow, clean, and something old and cold turned over in Cass's stomach at the sight of it. Around the ship's feet, machines were working. Squat, patient, 8-legged things, drilling. She counted 11 boreholes in a fan pattern spreading toward the plateau, each one capped with an instrument spike, each spike shivering faintly in a rhythm that had nothing to do with the wind. "They're sounding," she said. "Echo mapping. That pattern's aimed at the verse." "At the city?" Deacon said. "Under it." They halted the crawler at 200 meters, per the protocol annex, and dismounted, and walked in under the gaze of the clean ship, with their hands away from their weapons. 3 humans in patched storm gear, crossing their own ground like trespassers. A Kell came down to meet them. Cass had seen pictures, everyone had seen pictures, but pictures had not conveyed the walking. The Kell rode inside a palanquin, a slender articulated frame that carried its body like a reliquary carries a saint. A tall, folded gray-silver form, limbs too long and too many joints in them, moving with a smoothness that made her teeth ache because nothing on Morrow moved smoothly. Everything here ground and caught and fought. Behind its head crest rose a thin mast, and the mast pulsed with a soft blue shimmer, and the same shimmer answered from relay spires around the ship, and from the drilling machines, and from the boreholes, all of it flickering in time. One rhythm across the whole camp, like watching a single thought wearing 40 bodies. The palanquin stopped 3 meters away. A voice came out of it, translated, level and pleasant the way recorded warnings are pleasant. "You are the local maintenance population," it said. "Thank you for coming. We had questions." Beside her, Pell's breath hitched once in his mask, the sound of a man swallowing a correction that carried the death penalty. "This delegation represents the human settlement of Lantern," he said, "under the Terran Accord, petitioning for audience regarding the purpose of—" "Recorded," the Kell said, without discourtesy and without weight, the word a stamp coming down. "Our purpose is assessment. There is an error in the catalog. Object KX441 was surveyed at the time of the grant and registered as a mass of no consequence. The survey was a pause, the first pause it had made, and Cass would think about that pause for years, abbreviated. Conditions here discourage thoroughness. The error is being corrected." "What error?" Cass said. The crest turned to her. Up close its eyes were 4 vertical slits of wet amber, and they did not move the way eyes moved. They adjusted like instruments. "You are the anchor keeper," it said. "The one from the cliff, 2 nights past. We observed your repair. That is one of our questions." It flowed a half step closer, and Deacon's thumper came up 2 degrees, and 11 drilling machines paused for exactly 1 heartbeat and then resumed, and Cass filed that away in the cold place. It saw that. Everything here sees everything. Your equipment on the windward face, the Kell said, is 70 years obsolete, failing, and irreplaceable. Our models gave the structure called Gallery 9 a 4% seasonal probability of catastrophic glazing loss. You have held it at 0 for 63 years. The question is not how. We have reviewed your methods. They are, again the pause, shorter, arithmetically unsound. The question is why. Why do you remain? You die young here. Your records say so. Your bodies say so. My suit reads 11 distinct pathologies of particulate exposure standing in front of me. The grant made departure legally available. Any compact port would process you as displaced persons. And yet, cities, gardens under glass, our survey notes, explain the garden. Of everything Cass had braced for on the drive out, she had not braced for explain the garden. It's ours, she said. The amber slits adjusted. Behind the crest, the blue shimmer ran fast for a moment, spilling away across the relays and the spires and the ship, her words going somewhere, being weighed by something bigger than the thing in front of her. That is not an explanation, the Kell said. That is a claim of possession. Claims of possession by managed populations are recorded and hold no force, but I will enter it in the assessment. It straightened, and the audience was over. She could feel it end like a door. You will want to know what happens now, and it is permitted to tell you. Our sounding confirms the catalog error. What lies beneath your plateau will be reported. A disposition will follow. The population will be addressed in the disposition. Addressed, Pell said. Addressed how? Correctly, the Kell said, as if that settled everything. And to it, Cass understood with the cold going all the way down now, it did. You will be treated in full accordance with your standing. It flowed backward, turned without turning the way its whole body seemed able to do, and rode its frame up the ramp into the clean ship. The drilling machines never stopped. Nobody said anything for most of the first hour back. The wind leaned on the crawler. The pylon markers came out of the haze one by one and went behind them. Sergeant, Deacon said finally, over the private channel. What's under the plateau? I don't know. You want to know what scares me? That thing knew our maintenance records, our medical, our probability of glazing loss. We've been transmitting into the dark for 60 years, Cass said. Casualty lists and all, getting receipt stamps back. The pylon markers went by. Somebody was reading it, Deke. Somebody filed it. They just never had a reason to open the file till now. Major Etta Sorrell had the kind of office a mining colony gave its garrison commander. A rock cell on Gallery 1 with a desk made of crate lids and, on the wall, the framed page of the grant charter that some first with a sense of humor had hung there a lifetime ago. She listened to the whole report without moving. Then she said one word, Pell Major. The lieutenant had his slate out, already keyed. There's only one thing under a Class 12 crust worth a joint survey vessel, an assessment code, and a disposition. They think Morrow has an anchor. He said it, and the words sat in the middle of the room, and Brom, in the corner with his knife and a token he wasn't making progress on, went entirely still for the first time in Cass's memory. A lane anchor, Sorrell said. The fold infrastructure. Those are, what's the word everyone uses? Precursor. Nobody can build them. Nobody can build them, and there are 106 known active ones, and every fold lane in the compact runs anchor to anchor like beads on strings, and the last time anyone confirmed a new dormant one was 200 years ago, and it triggered a war between 3 signatory powers before a single lane was ever opened from it. Pell set the slate down. A dormant anchor isn't territory, Major. It's a future map of the galaxy. Whoever wakes it decides where the new roads go. And there is a live great power war on. The Kell Ascendancy and the Vashkari Combine have been grinding at each other along the coreward lanes for 9 years, entirely about lane access. And if the Ascendancy confirms a virgin anchor out here, he stopped the way he stopped before saying managed population. This time he said it quietly. Then the only thing on this planet that has no standing in what happens next is us, the deep hum, Brom said. Everyone looked at him. First his story. He turned the token over in his fingers, not carving. Year 1, they sank the shelter bores under the verse, deepest cuts anyone's made here before or since, and the drill crews came up saying the rock had a sound in it, way down. A hum slow like a bell you're too small to hear properly. Scared them green. Geologists said resonance, said the scour charges the strata, said forget it. And the crews mostly did because year 1 there were bigger monsters. The token stopped moving. My father was on that crew. He didn't say resonance. He said it felt like sleeping against the wall of a room where a big animal is breathing on the other side, and he was glad, his word, that whatever it was asleep. The wind filled the office the way it filled every silence on Morrow. Instructions for the garrison, Sorrel said at last, and her voice had the letter-writing flatness already in it, the sound of a woman spending things. Nothing provokes, nothing. We defend the settlements, we double the watch, and no weapon of ours points at anything Kell, unless it points at us first. Whatever's coming, it arrives wearing law before it arrives wearing armor, and I will not hand them a page for the file. Her eyes went to Cass last and stayed. Sergeant, your squad found the words the survey wanted. When the next thing lands, I expect it'll want words too, and it will not talk to me before it talks to whoever's standing on the dirt. Keep your people ready to be talked at. Understood, Major? No, it isn't, Sorrel said, not unkindly, and looked back at the survey plots. But it will be. Cass went up to see the garden. She told herself it was structural. Post-squall, West framed down 2 panes. An inspection was due anyway. She carried the checklist on her slate and everything. But Gallery 9 at dusk was doing the thing it did in clear weather after storms, the amber city light and the last brown daylight lying together on the storm glass, and she came up the spiral stair into the garden and stopped, and the checklist never came out of her pocket. Pin had built it in a service alcove nobody had wanted. 8 meters of salvaged frame and reclaimed glazing sloped against the cliff, and inside it the air was thick and green-smelling, damp in a way that Cass's ruined chest registered as luxury beyond price. Vines went up wire trellises made of stripped cable, the same cable braid as the anchors she noticed. The kid had scavenged the city's tendons to grow beans on. There were tomato plants and dwarf greens in ration crates. That part was practical. That part the ledger would forgive. And along the west frame, where the 2 cracked panes had been patched with tape and stubbornness, the blue flowers stood open. They were small, and there were maybe 20 of them, and they were the bluest things on the planet by default. Because Morrow's whole palette was brown and amber and the gray of stormlight, and nobody on this world had spent 1 liter of communal air on a blue thing in 63 years. They swayed a little in the circulator's breath. Cass stood in front of them a long time. You came up. Pin materialized from behind the tomato crates, dirt to her elbows, delighted, trying not to show it, showing it. Toma was there too, a quiet, moon-faced ledger clerk with careful hands, who nodded to Cass and went on repotting like a man in church who knows the service isn't for him. Pains, Cass said. West frame. I'm inspecting. You're visiting. I'm inspecting, and it's a disgrace. Tape on structural glazing. Cable-grade braid on a bean trellis. If Top saw this, Top donated the braid, Pin said serenely, and Cass ran out of inspection. She sat on a ration crate. Pin pressed a cup of something into her hand, warm water with actual leaves in it, an extravagance Cass decided not to ask the ledger status of, and for half an hour the war that hadn't started yet went away. Pin talked, the wedding, the date they still hadn't set, the argument about whether Deacon would be allowed to give a reading. He'll make it a whole sermon. He'll do the well-sealed thing. Toma's mother will die. The stubborns, and how she'd crossed them out of a seed bank failure and 2 dead-end strains, and how the botanical name was going to be for her own mother, who'd carried the seed bank case out of the 41 collapse, with 9 fingers, but the everyday name was staying Stubborns. Because it's a description, Cass said. Because it's a description. Pin grinned, and looked at her flowers the way people on other worlds looked at their children, at their money, at their gods. The survey thing, on the flats. Deacon says it asked about the garden. What did it ask? It asked why. Pin thought about that. Dirt Street, 19, sitting in the only garden on a death world, and then shrugged the shrug of someone for whom the answer was too load-bearing to need saying. Everything on this planet has to be for something, she said. Air's for breathing, pains are for holding, the ledger's for keeping it all square. This is the one thing that's for nothing. That's the point of it. That's what paid for looks like. She said it without weight, and went back to the beans, and did not see her sergeant's face. Toma walked Cass to the stair when she left. He didn't say much, which she was learning was his way, but at the rail he stopped. Sergeant. On the ledger feed tonight there was traffic. Encrypted, off-world format, a lot of it relayed through the survey ship. He hesitated. I file traffic, I don't read it. But volume tells you things. That volume was a report going somewhere, and then an answer coming back. The answer was longer. Above them, through the storm glass, full dark had come on, and Morrow's sky was doing its one nightly mercy. Between squall seasons, in the high cold, you could sometimes see stars from Gallery 9, faint and few through the permanent haze, and Pin's whole wedding plan turned on catching such a night. Cass looked up at the handful of visible stars, and while she watched, one of them moved. Then another. Then four more. Then a neat sparse lattice of them, sliding out of the fixed sky in formation, growing very slowly brighter, not falling, arriving, with the unhurried certainty of things that had already been paid for by someone else. She counted without deciding to count. 8, 10, 11. Behind her, Toma's voice, careful and small. Are those ships? 11 new stars over the only garden on Morrow. Get Pin inside, Cass said, and went down the stairs 3 at a time toward the watch office, toward the handset, toward the different city this one was about to become. Chapter 3, 40 Days. The fleet came down in the night, and by morning there was a city on the flats that had not existed at dusk. Cass stood at the quartz window of the watch office with the long glasses and did the only thing she knew how to do with a thing that size. She counted it. 11 hulls, the smallest of them 3 times the survey vessel's length, arranged across 4 kilometers of pylon field in a geometry that her engineer's eye kept trying to read as careless and kept failing. Every spacing irregular, every angle odd, until you saw the whole of it at once and understood that it was one shape, a single deliberate form laid out in pieces, the way the galleries of Lantern were one city laid out in shelves. Relay spires stood between the ships in a forest of soft blue pulsing. Machines moved along paths that had not been roads 8 hours ago and were roads now, hard-surfaced, clean, and the dust did not touch any of it. 63 years of Morrower labor had put 40,000 people and one garden inside a cliff. The Kell had built something bigger in a night, and Cass understood, with the long glasses steady in her hands because she did not permit them to be otherwise, that the building of it was the message. The summons arrived at 0800 in flawless Accord Standard text, through the ledger feed itself, which was its own quiet demonstration, because the ledger feed was not a channel you could transmit into, until someone did. The delegation was to consist of the settlement's civil authority, its military authority, and, the text said this in a document otherwise made of legal stone, the anchor keeper Vaughn. Why me, she said in Sorrel's office. Because they read files. Sorrel was in her dress grays, which on Morrow meant the coat without patches. And in their file someone flagged you. I'd tell you it's an honor, Sergeant, but we're past the part where anyone in this room lies to each other. It's exposure. You'll stand it. The Parley Pavilion stood at the midpoint between the fleet and the plateau, a shell of pale material grown up out of the flats overnight like a blister. Inside, the wind stopped absolutely. No seal cast could find, no lock. The storm just declined to come in, and the air was standard mix, thick with oxygen, gentle world air, and she watched Sorrel and Pell breathe it in careful sips, and felt her own scarred lungs pull at it with a hunger that shamed her. 12 Kell stood in the pavilion in a loose arc, 11 of them in palanquins of that seamless pearl gray, immaculate. The 12th palanquin was scratched. It was old. She saw that first, a frame of the same design language but a generation heavier, and its forward struts carried a lattice of fine, deliberate scoring, hundreds of thin lines cut and healed and cut again. And some part of Cass that had grown up reading tools knew instantly and with complete certainty that she was looking at ware that had been earned and kept. Everything else the Kell owned shed its history. This one recorded it. The being inside was gray gone to silver, its crest carrying a mast taller than the others, and when it spoke, the translation came in a voice pitched lower than the surveyor's, unhurried, almost kind. I am Velcorin, called Ashen of Tide, strategos of the third reach of the Kell ascendancy, it said. I have commanded in the Lane War for 9 of your years. In 312 years I have not spent a soldier I did not account for first. I tell you this not as boast, but as calibration, so that you will believe me when I say that everything that follows has already been counted. The amber eyes found each of them in turn and settled last and longest on Cass. You are the ones who live in the storm. I have read everything your species has ever transmitted from this world. I ask to command here. Sit if your bodies prefer it. This will be brief, and I regret it. Regret, Sorrel said, is a strange way to open an assessment. It is the correct way to open this one. A limb moved, and in the air between them a document assembled itself, page upon page of dense glyphs and their Accord Standard mirror. By finding of the Joint Survey Authority, Object KX441 contains a dormant lane anchor, first confirmed of its class in 191 years. By the Concord of Lanes, a dormant anchor is a strategic resource of the First Order, and standing claim falls to the confirming power. The Ascendancy has claimed. The claim is registered. This is the writ of requisition. The pages turn themselves, patient as snow. The requisition requires intact acquisition. Intact acquisition requires possession of the surface above the anchor lattice. The surface above the anchor lattice is currently occupied by your settlement. Currently, Pell said. Currently, Velcorin agreed. The writ provides for the occupying population. Hear the provision entire before you answer. I ask this seriously. The voice did not change and somehow gathered weight anyway. 40 local days from writ service, all human persons will have departed this world. Transport is provided at ascendancy cost. Vessels rated for your biology, medical births, mass allowance for cultural property. Compensation is provided. Resettlement credit on any open compact world, calculated at 3 times assessed value of improvements. Your improvements assessed remarkably high if it interests you. My auditors did not believe the labor figures and ran them 4 times, and treatment is provided. Your particulate fibrosis. On a standard world with ascendancy medicine, the progression arrests. Your people stop dying at 60. The eyes settled on Cass again. The ones young enough stopped dying of it at all. The pavilion's dead air sat on them. There it is, Cass thought, from a long way off. The trap with the soft floor. They had all braced for the boot, and the Kell had arrived holding a door open instead, and through the door was more air, more years, more medicine than Morrow could have bought itself in 3 centuries, and every step of it away from the only ground her mother had ever stood on. This is what they do instead of shooting. They make leaving reasonable. They make staying a diagnosis. And on day 41, Sorrel said, the writ executes. Meaning what? Strategos? Say it in small words. For the file. The old Kell was silent a moment, and when it answered, the answer had the sound of a thing being placed carefully on a table between them. Meaning that on day 41, possession passes to the ascendancy, and the ascendancy will take up its property with all lawful means. And the law major, at that point, is on the side of the means. You have soldier's eyes. You have seen a requisition executed somewhere on something. Do not make me show your children one. Our children, Sorrel said, were born inside the thing you're requisitioning. Yes, Velcorin said. That is the tragedy. It is not the obstacle. I have moved populations before 11 times, 4 species, and I will answer for each of them to anyone who asks, and every single one of them is alive. The crest tilted, and for the first time something moved in the voice that the translator did not know what to do with, an inflection it rendered as flatness because it had no better idea. I have also held ground on a deadline against a Vishkari counterclaim twice. I know to the decimal what that costs. I am offering you the version of this where no one learns any decimals. Take the provision, please. The please landed in the pavilion like a dropped tool. Cass watched Pell's jaw actually loosen. Whatever the annex had taught him to expect, it was not an empire saying please, and she understood, cold and clear, that it was not courtesy, it was arithmetic. Even asking was cheaper than fighting. Everything with these people ran downhill to the same ledger. Then the amber eyes came back to her, and stayed, and Velcorin said, Anchor keeper. My surveyor asked your settlement a question and recorded the answer as insufficient. I have read the exchange 40 times. I ask it again differently, because in 3 centuries the answers I could not model are the only ones that have ever cost me. Your world is killing you. We offer you worlds that will not. What do you know that I do not? The pavilion waited. Sorrel did not look at her, which was Sorrel giving permission the only way rank allowed. And Cass, who counted everything, who had counted her whole life, because counting was what stood between a manifold junction and a scream, stood in the enemy's dead air with her mother's air key against her knuckles inside her glove, and found there was only one true thing in her whole inventory, and it was not a number. You account for everything you spend, she said. So do we. That's the whole answer, Strategos. You've read our ledger. You know what a liter of air costs us, what a pain costs, what a child costs. We know exactly what this place takes. Better than your auditors, better than anyone alive. We have been paying it for 63 years on purpose, with the door open the entire time. You're not offering us more than we have. You're offering us a refund. Her voice stayed level. The engineering held. We're not owed a refund. We're owed the thing we paid for. Silence. The blue shimmer along the pavilion's relay thread ran fast, then faster, her words going out across the whole camp, across the fleet, being weighed by the single vast attention of 11 ships, and Velcorin's crest came around slowly, and low, almost gently, the old Kell said something the translator rendered in 6 flat words that Cass would carry the rest of her life. That is what I was afraid of. The writ was read to the city that night. There was no law on Morrow that required it, but there was custom, and custom on Morrow outranked law. Anything that touched the ledger was read aloud, in full, at the ledger posts, because the firsts had decided in year one that no one on this world would ever again be governed by a document they hadn't heard. So at 2000, the feed carried Sorrel's voice into every gallery, reading the writ of requisition front to back. The claim, the clock, the transports, the credit, the medicine, all of it, hiding nothing. In the flat voice of a woman who wrote casualty letters longhand, and Cass stood in the Gallery 5 mess with her squad around her and watched her city listen. She watched Cell hear the part about the fibrosis arresting, watched the boring professional face hold, and then not entirely. Just a wet shine over the eyes at the thought of her charts, all her gentle lies. Every coal seam lung in her care handed a different future on the enemy's letterhead. Nobody in the room begrudged her that shine. Half of them wore it. It's real then, Deacon said quietly. The cure part. It's not bait. It's real and it's bait, Cell said. Both. That's what makes it obscene. Toma stood against the far wall with Pin's hand locked in his, doing traffic clerk arithmetic behind still eyes. And Brahm sat where Brahm always sat, whittling where Brahm always whittled, and the token taking shape under his knife was, Cass noticed with a small distant chill, not for anyone dead. When the reading ended, the feed clicked twice, Sorrel again. You've heard it entire, the major said, 40,000 people listening. The answer belongs to the city, not the garrison, and the city will give it the way the first gave every answer that mattered. Assembly convenes at 0600. The Kell fleet has optics on this cliff that can read the wear on our gaskets, so I'm told. Between now and 0600, Lantern will speak for itself, however Lantern pleases. The feed went dead. The mess sat in the hum of the circulators. However Lantern pleases, Deacon repeated. What does that The lights came up on Gallery 11, not the standard mix. Everything. Work lamps, gallery strips, seal beacons, the big sodium floods they only ran for search and rescue. Every filament and diode on the shelf at once. The glazing lit end to end like a strip of burning amber laid into the cliff. A murmur ran through the mess. And under it, through the rock, Cass felt the plant on Gallery 1 change pitch as the load came on. Then 10, lit, then 8 and 12 together. Then the galleries below, one after another spreading up and down the cliff face. No order given, no vote taken. Just families and shift crews and ledger clerks, reaching for switches, spending power and air and margin that the ledger would have to account for in the morning, hurling light they could not afford out into the murk at 11 ships that had never once had to pay for their own brightness. Someone up on 9 had rigged the rescue floods to shine straight out through the storm glass of Pin's garden, and the whole alcove blazed like a struck match, tomatoes and bean vines, and 20 stubborn blue flowers, projected at an empire. The mess emptied around her. Everyone was going for switches. Pin stopped in the hatchway, lit amber down one side of her face, Toma's hand still in hers. Sergeant. Day 39, she said, and her chin was set in the way the whole galaxy had just been warned about. The wedding. We're setting the date. If they want the garden on day 40, they can attend. Then she was gone down the corridor, shouting for Deacon and the flood relays, and Cass stood alone in the empty mess with her mother's key in her fist, in a city burning every leader it had on being visible, and did the thing she could not help doing even now, even here. She counted. 40 days, 39-1, dibit that. Chapter 4. The List. Morrow voted the way Morrow did everything. With keys, every citizen had one brass cut in the Gallery 1 shop, worn on a cord or a wrist or smooth in a pocket for 13 years, and a key put to a ledger post said, "This is me. I was here. Write it down." At 0600, the assembly question went up on every post on the cliff, worded by Sorrel and the Civil Council, and argued over half the night, and in the end it was 2 lines long. Because firsts hadn't wasted syllables, and their grandchildren tried to live up to it. The writ offers payment for Morrow. Is Morrow for sale? Cass put her mother's key to the Gallery 5 post at 0603 in a line of shift workers that stretched back past the mess and around the water point. Nobody talking much. Everybody watching the 2 counters climb on the board overhead. She keyed no and heard the little mechanical clack the post made. The same clack it made for an air debit or a birth registration or a death, the sound of the city writing something down, and stood there a second longer than she meant to. By 1100, the count stood at 31,000 and change against, out of 40,000 souls with keys, and the feed carried Sorrel's voice, very brief. The city has answered. The answer is filed with the compact, the accord, and the ascendancy. Thank you. Go back to work. And that should have been the day's whole story, and for about 6 hours everyone got to pretend it was. The other counter was the problem. The writ's provision didn't need the city's answer. It ran on individual registration, person by person, and the Kell had transmitted the registration protocol into the ledger feed with the same insolent ease as the summons, and so at the bottom of every post screen, under the city's thundering no, sat a second smaller line, provision registry, 0. At 17:30, when Cass came off the retention crew, Anchor 9 rebuilt at last with parts robbed out of Anchor 14, a decision that would look either prudent or insane in a month, depending on the wind. The line read Provision Registry, 214. By full dark, it read 861. She found cell in the Gallery 6 clinic, which was 2 rock rooms and a curtain, filing charts at the end of the shift with the particular violence of a person who needed something in her hands. Cade, Cass said. Ilsa Cade, from my retention crew. She stood there today holding the torque bar and crying, wouldn't say a word. Her name's on the list, isn't it? You know I can't. Her daughter's 6 cell. Cell set the charts down. Behind the boring professional face, something had been going on all day, and Cass watched her decide to let it show, which from Cell was an act of intimacy roughly equal to weeping on the floor. Mio Cade presented at 4, Cell said. Earliest onset I've charted in 11 years. You want the projection I gave Ilsa last winter in this room, with the door shut? 26. That's with ration exertion, priority mix, and me lying to everyone the whole way, which I am extremely good at. She picked up a chart, put it down again. Yesterday, an empire landed and posted on every ledger screen in this city that on a standard world, that child arrests. Doesn't decline slower, Cass. Stops. Grows up, grows old. Her voice stayed clinical to the end and then didn't. So Ilsa Cade put her key to the post tonight and registered her family, and then came here and sat where you're standing and asked me if she was a traitor. 63 years of paying for this rock, and the first thing their medicine buys is a mother asking me that. The circulators hummed. Somewhere down the gallery, a seal beacon ticked over, green, green, green. What did you tell her? I told her the truth. Cell's jaw set, that if she stays, I will watch that little girl breathe herself down to nothing by 30 and chart it, and there is not one thing on this planet I can do about it. And that if anyone in this city calls her a traitor, they can come explain to me which pane of storm glass is worth Mayo's lungs. She shoved the chart drawer shut. Then I went to the post and keyed no for myself because I'm staying, because these are my patients, and I have been standing here all evening trying to make those two things sit in the same body. They sit, Cass said. That's the trick of it, Cell. That's what he built. Who? The old one. Ashen Tide. She could still hear the unhurried translated voice, the pleas dropping like a tool on the pavilion floor. Everybody keeps waiting for the enemy to come take something from us. He's not built that way. He sets the price where taking isn't required, and then he waits for us to hand it over one key at a time. The counter in her head, the one that never stopped, 861 at dark, 900 by now, more by morning. The writ was never the weapon. The list is, Ilsa Cade left the Pioneers on a gray, roaring morning, 10 days into the 40, on the first shuttle the Ascendancy sent to Lantern's cargo shelf. There was a protocol argument about that shuttle. Pell fought to have it ground at Halloway with all the rest and lost because the provision entitled registrants to embarkation at nearest safe pad, and the writ's lawyers had measured the wind shear at Halloway that week, and the law, as always, had already been walked over the ground before anyone human read it. So the shuttle came to them. Clean, pale, seamless. It settled onto the shelf where the Accord ship came twice a year, and it made the shelf look like what it was, patched rock and old paint. And Cass hated it for that with a pettiness that steadied her. 31 families went out on it. The city came to see them off. That was the part nobody off-world would ever chart right, she thought. No jeers, no stones, none of the ugliness the Kell liability models had presumably braced for. Morrow turned out on the cargo shelf in storm gear and watched its own walkout. And the walking out was done in Morrower fashion, too. Every leaving family stopped at the temporary ledger post the council had dragged onto the shelf and put their keys to it one last time, and formally zeroed their accounts. Every liter squared, every debit paid, nothing owed, nothing carried, and then they surrendered the keys. That was the custom the council had settled on. After a night of argument, Cass was glad she hadn't heard. You could go, and go square and go blessed, but the keys stayed on Morrow. Toma ran the post. Of course he did. It was his trade, and he did it like a sacrament, reading each account aloud, quietly, just to the family, closing each one with the same words. Paid in full. Pin stood behind him the whole shift with her jaw tight and her eyes bright. And when the Cadies came to the head of the line, she broke ranks and hugged Ilsa hard enough to stagger her, and pressed something into Mio's small gloved hands. Cass was close enough to see it. A jar sealed with dirt in it and one blue flower. It's a stubborn, and said. They grow anywhere. That's the whole point of them. Mio Cade carried the jar up the ramp like it was a bird's egg, and the shuttle swallowed them and rose and was gone into the murk without ever once seeming to fight it. And the crowd stood a while in the wind and then went back inside, 'cause the shift bells don't stop for grief, and Mara wouldn't have wanted them to. Ilza's key hung on the board by the post with 30 families others, brass on brass. First Sergeant. Deacon's voice, low beside Brom at the shelf rail. He'd been quiet all morning, which in Deacon was a kind of alarm going off. You've buried 100 people on this rock. You going to tell me that wasn't a funeral? No, child. Brom watched the murk where the shuttle had gone, and his thumb moved on the fresh token in his fist, the one that wasn't for anyone dead, worrying it like a tooth. The funerals here bury the body and keep the name. That thing buries the name and keeps the body. He turned from the rail. New counts on the post this morning, 2,100. Cell says it'll crest 4 by Rit's End, and I judge she's low. Whatever we're going to be when the clock runs out, we're going to be it with fewer hands than we've got today. Sergeant Von Top, walk with me. The Major wants pioneers on something, and she wants it quiet. Quiet, it turned out, meant the throat. They walked it that afternoon with survey gear and a cover story about SEAL inspections. Cass, Brom, Pell, and a half squad carrying more instruments than a SEAL inspection had ever needed in the history of SEALs. The throat was the plateau's back door, and it's only one. A slot canyon 4 kilometers long and never wider than 60 meters, running from the Verse's leeward shelf down to the deep shelter fields in the Badland Mesas, where the first had cut the storm refuges in year 1, before there was a lantern to be safe in. 2 generations of kids had been marched down it on shelter drills, grumbling. Cass could have walked it blindfolded. She'd never once walked it thinking what she was thinking now, which was fields of fire. Say it plain, she said, on the private channel, while the crew shot angles behind them. The Major thinks it comes to shooting. The Major thinks in floors, Pell said. Floor 1, the registry guts us and there's no one left to argue with. The Kell would prefer that, and they're getting it at a rate of 200 keys a day. Floor 2, Writ expires, we're still here, and they execute with what they brought. And what they brought, Sergeant, I've been counting for 10 days from the watch office. 11 hulls is a requisition enforcement package, sized for a managed population that files complaints. Escort strength. It is not sized for this. He gestured one small tired flick of the glove at the canyon, the plateau, the whole roaring brown world. Which sounds like good news and isn't, because floor 3 is. They learn that and they resize. And Sorrel wants to know how long 40,000 people can live in the deep shelters, Brom said. The true number. Not the drill number. That's a pioneer question, Cass said. It's the pioneer question now. Air plant capacity, water, the old bore fields, every anchor and every pane between here and the messes. The Major wants the whole ledger of last resorts, and she wants it before day 20. Brom stopped and looked up at the canyon walls rising to their strip of racing brown sky. And for a moment he wasn't checking angles. He was just an old man in the place where he'd drilled as a boy. My father helped cut these shelters. Told me once. The deep hum's louder down there. You put your hand flat on the floor of Refuge 2 and you can feel it, he said. The sleeping thing. All these years I took it for a story to scare a boy quiet. He started walking again, slow, inevitable. Now there's 11 ships on the flats that crossed half the galaxy because the story was true. Everything they want is a floor under everything we'd retreat to. Chew that, Sergeant, when you draw up your ledger of last resorts. There is no version of this where we go somewhere it isn't. They came out of the throat's lower mouth an hour before dark, onto the shelf above the mesa fields, and Cass got one long look at the Badlands going blue-brown in the failing light. The refuge doors in their ancient rock faces, the borefield markers, the whole hidden second country her people kept against the sky falling, and then her earpiece clicked 3 times. Priority. 2-1. Watch office. The duty tech's voice was wrong. Careful. 19 years old and trying to sound like procedure. Stand by for command relay. We've lost scheduled contact with Port Halloway. Missed 2 check-ins. That's 40 minutes. And the last traffic log before the miss was Commandant Ruiz's office acknowledging a Kell request to survey embarkation facilities. A breath. Sergeant, the request was logged as approved. They opened the gate themselves, then nothing. Beside her, Brom had gone still, and below them the first lamps were coming on across the mesa refuges, small and amber and terribly few, and 4 kilometers of canyon at her back suddenly felt less like a survey site and less like a back door, and entirely, precisely like what it had been all along, the last way out. 2-1 copies, Cass said. Get the major. Chapter 5, 6 hours. Holloway came back up on the net at 22:14, and the whole watch office leaned toward the speaker like plants toward light and then wished it hadn't. Lantern, lantern, this is Holloway actual. Negative, belay that. A breath, ragged, carried on 40 kilometers of storm hash. This is Lieutenant Mara Okonjo, garrison second. The commandant is dead. I have command of what's left of the garrison, which is me and 11, and I am instructed to tell you, the voice stopped and restarted at a different pitch, the pitch of someone reading, that the incident is concluded, that the port is secured under writ authority, and that this channel is provided as a courtesy for the coordination of civilian welfare. That's their words, Lantern. They wrote it down for me, and they're standing right here, and they gave me the handset. That's Lantern. That's what this is now. Sorrel took the microphone herself. Cass stood at the map table with Brahm and Pell in the night watch, and nobody sat the whole time. It came out in pieces, between jamming that wasn't jamming. The channel stayed clean the entire night, which was somehow worse. An enemy so certain that it let you hear everything. And it assembled into a shape that Cass's mind kept walking around and around, looking for the version where it made different sense. 6 hours. That was the whole of it. At 1600, a Kell delegation had presented itself at Port Holloway's vehicle gate with a writ annex authorizing survey of embarkation facilities, and Commandant Ruiz, 68 years old, a first's son, a man Cass had met twice and remembered for his enormous laugh, had done the thing the law required and the major had ordered and every soul on Morrow would have done, and opened the gate to lawyers. 40 palanquins had come through it, unarmed by every definition the protocol annex recognized. By 1730, they were at the port's traffic control, the power plant, the waterworks, the ledger post, not seizing them, standing near them, surveying, while behind the delegation, down the road their machines had laid from the fleet camp, came the second column. By 1900, there were 400 Kell inside Port Holloway and relay spires going up at the intersections, blue shimmer knitting across the town like frost coming in through a bad seal, and Ruiz had understood, all at once and far too late, that occupied is a thing that can be done to you politely, one legal step at a time, without a single line being crossed in a way you could name. So at 2040, he'd crossed one. He took the garrison, 40 rifles, the whole strength of a port town whose worst enemy had always been weather, and he marched to his own vehicle gate to shut it against the third column, and he ordered the Kell surveyors away from his ledger post, and when they recorded his order and declined it, Commandant Ruiz had put his men between the machines and the post and racked around into a thumper built for cracking rockfall. They didn't even stop walking, Okonjo said. Flat now, the flatness after. You have to understand, Major, there was no fight. A fight has two sides in it. The lances came off the palanquin so fast nobody even called contact, and it was over while the sound was still going. 9 down, the Commandant, Sergeant IU. Both the Vela brothers, they were on the gate crew. She read the names, all 9, slowly, and in the watch office, the duty tech wrote them on the board in grease pencil, in the space where weather advisories usually went, because there was nowhere else, and that was the first casualty list of the war. 9 names under a smudged barometric curve. Then they rendered aid, Okonjo said. That's the part, Major. Their medics reached our wounded before ours did. They worked on IU for 40 minutes. They worked on men who'd been shooting at them 90 seconds before, like the men were their own. 11 wounded are stable, in our infirmary, under their care, and it's better care than we could give, and I have to stand here and watch it and say thank you, because it's true. A silence with the storm in it. And an hour ago their commander came to the infirmary in person, the old one, scratched frame. He stood over the commandant's body and he said, I wrote it down, he said, this cost was avoidable and is now unrecoverable. Note that both parties will claim it proves what they already believed. Both parties will be correct. That is the mechanism. And then he left and his adjutant handed me an incident report. And Major, the report has a compensation schedule in it, line items, per casualty. The voice finally cracked, one clean line down the middle. They priced Ruiz at 4 times a laborer's rate, because of rank. It's very generous, it says so. Cass stood at the map table and looked at the 9 names on the weatherboard, and the counter in her, the one that never stopped, laid it out in its cold little hand. 11 days down, 29 to run. 9 dead, and the enemy's whole doctrine in one evening's transcript. They will kill us only when we make dying lawful, and they will grieve us while they do it, and their grief changes nothing at all. That's what fighting a ledger meant. Her hand hurt. She'd been holding her mother's key through the glove for an hour.
Instructions, Lantern?
Okonjo said. 26 years old, 11 rifles, a town full of civilians, and 400 occupiers who said, please. Sorrel keyed the microphone, and Cass watched the major spend a night's worth of rage on keeping her voice level for a lieutenant 40 dark kilometers away and win. You've done it already, Lieutenant, Sorrel said. You kept 11 alive and you wrote everything down. Here are your orders. No further resistance at Holloway. Not one round. You are witnesses now, and witnesses are worth more tomorrow than martyrs. Anyone they permit to leave, you organize and send up the pylon line to us. Our people will meet them. A pause. And Lieutenant, when they release the dead, you tell me. All 9 come home to the cliff, whatever it takes to arrange. Static and Storm, then Okonjo, steadier. Ma'am, on that. The garrison, we already asked. They said the remains transfer at the pylon line. No vehicles pass their perimeter. Another pause, and something came into the voice that was going to be in Cass's chest for the rest of her life. So we'll carry them. It's 40 kilometers, Major. We took a vote while their medics worked. We're going to walk them home. The column came up the pylon line on the 13th day, and Cass took 2nd Squad down to meet it at marker 22. They came out of the brown like the planet itself was releasing them. 300 civilians first, the ones Holloway couldn't feed or shelter under occupation rules, walking in storm gear in a wind that had, for once, gentled to something merely brutal, port families, dock crew, the harbor master carrying the town's key box against her chest with both arms, like an infant. Behind the civilians came a gap, deliberate 20 meters of empty road, and then the garrison of Port Holloway, 11 soldiers and their lieutenant, in step, carrying 9 long bundles lashed to pipe and cable litters, 40 kilometers of storm behind them, and every bearer walking like the weight was the only thing holding them to the ground. And beside the column, at a distance that could only have been calculated, the escort. 6 palanquins, pale and clean and untouched by the dust, pacing the humans the whole way with their lances stowed and their blue shimmer dimmed to almost nothing, whether out of respect or surveillance or some Kell category that meant both at once. Cass couldn't tell and hated not being able to tell. At marker 22, the palanquins halted, all 6 as one, and stood while the humans passed out of their perimeter and into Lantern's reach. Cass stood at the marker as the litters went by, her squad in a line, no order given, every one of them with a fist to their chest seal. The Morrow salute, older than the flag anyone's grandparents had left behind. I seal my air for you. Deacon's lips were moving. For once, no jokes in it. Actual scripture, or close enough. The last palanquin lingered. It was scratched. She knew before she looked. The old frame stood at the marker with the wind ripping between them, amber eyes adjusting on her, on the litters, on the line of humans with their fists to their seals, and the translated voice came across the private band, quiet, uninvited. Anchor keeper, 9 of yours are dead of a misunderstanding of standing. I have amended every model I hold responsible. The eyes tracked the litters up the road toward the cliff. That glowing amber shelf of a city, all its filaments lit again tonight, burning margin it didn't have for the 2nd time in a week. For the dead, this time. In 300 years, I have moved 11 populations, and none of them carried their fallen 40 kilometers on foot to avoid my trucks. Explain the walking, if you can. Cass watched the litters go, and the answer was already there, the way the true ones always were, sitting next to her mother's key. You priced Ruiz at 4 times labor, she said. The walking is what he actually cost. The wind ran between them. On the private band, nothing, but the shimmer along the old Kell's mast ran fast and did not settle, all the time she watched. Also entered in the assessment, Velcorin said at last, and the palanquin turned and went back down its perfect road into the dark it had paid nothing for. They buried the 9 on the 18th day, in the cliff-face crypt galleries where every morrow ended, storm permitting, with the whole city standing in the sound of the wind. There was a way this was done, and the way held, even now, even at scale. Each name read once at the ledger post and the account closed aloud, paid in full 9 times, Toma's steady voice not entirely steady by the 9th, and each body carried out through the lock by their own people, and the funerals bury the body and keep the name. Brom had said, so the names went up on the crypt wall in letters cut by the same shop that cut the keys. Afterward, in the Gallery 5 mess, in the loud quiet of a wake, Cass found Brom in his corner, with the knife in the pouch and 9 fresh blanks of pylon wood lined up on the table like ammunition. He was on the first of them, and his hands, she saw, were absolutely steady, and somehow that was the thing that finally reached through all 13 days and closed on her throat.
Top surgeon.
She sat. Down the table, Pin was teaching 2 Holloway kids some game with washers and a ration tin. Deacon had the harbor master laughing wetly at something. Sel moved through the room with her wand, taxing everyone's grief a little just by checking their seals, keeping her hands busy, keeping her count, the city digesting its dead, 63 years of practice. 9 tonight, Brahm said, not looking up from the knife, and the pouch was near full before the war ever started. I did the arithmetic at the graves, child, the way you do yours. If this goes the way it smells like going, the first shaving came off, thin and clean, I'm going to need a bigger pouch or a shorter war, and I don't believe in shorter wars. Then we'll cut more wood, Cass said. The old man's knife paused, and he looked at her then, a long look, first sergeant to sergeant, one keeper of ledgers to another, and whatever he was checking for in her face, he found it, because he nodded once, slow, and went back to the token. Aye, he said. That's the trade we're in now. Out past the storm glass, far below on the flats, the lights of the Kell Road crawled toward the Verse Plateau, survey machines, moving at their patient, lawful pace, closing the distance 1 paid for meter at a time. 22 days remained on the writ. Nobody in the mess doubted anymore what happened on day 41. Chapter 6, Margins. For 9 days after they buried the 9, Morrow did the thing the galaxy had never once modeled it doing. Because the galaxy had never stayed long enough to watch. It worked, not the desperate, scattering work of a place expecting to die. The other kind, the kind Cass had been raised inside of, the kind with lists. Sorrel's ledger of last resorts had come back from the pioneers at day 20 as 40 pages of cold arithmetic, and the major had read all of it in one sitting and issued one order, and the order was, double every margin. So the city moved. Air bottles went down the throat by crawler convoy at night in squall cover when the fleet's optics were down to nothing. 400 bottles a trip, racked into the old bore galleries under Refuge 2 where the rock stayed cold enough for storage. Water, filter membranes, anchor cable off the salvage spools, sectioned and coiled. The machine shop cut spare pawls for every tensioner on the cliff and then crated its own lathes because Brahm had stood in the shop door and said, if we ever need the spares, we'll need the thing that makes spares more. And nobody argued with First Sergeant Arithmetic. Sel packed her clinic twice, the first time as a clinic, the second time, after 2 days of watching her stare at the crates, as a field hospital, which was a different thing with a different list, and she'd requisitioned the difference through Toma's post without one wasted word, and Toma had zeroed half the charges to accounts belonging to the 9 dead of Holloway, because the custom said the dead's balances went to the city, and the clerk in him had decided the city currently kept its heart in a medical crate. Nobody argued with that either, and the militia trained. That was Cass's piece. 400 volunteers, dock crews and quarry hands and ledger clerks, taught to move in weather. Real weather, the kind their storm cards said to shelter from, because Pell's 10th day observation had hardened into doctrine at the map table. Everything the Kell owned looked through the storm with instruments. Humans looked through it with 63 years. The wind was the only country on Morrow where the enemy's eyes were worse than theirs, and if it came to fighting, Morrow would fight in the wind or die in the clear. Again, Cass said, into the teeth of a 40-minute squall on the leeward training shelf, and 8 ledger clerks in patched gear got up off the deck, clipped their tethers, and ran the pylon transit again, blind by count and cord and the feel of the line, and their times were terrible, and their times were 9 seconds better than yesterday's terrible. Pin ran the rigging line, teaching clerks to trust a cable they couldn't see. Deacon ran the buddy drills, seal checks in zero visibility, find your partner, carry your partner, bellowing his awful liturgy over the wind. Blessed are the well-sealed, blessed are the tethered, blessed is the idiot who checks his gauge, until the clerks were laughing while they learned the things that would keep them alive, which was, Cass understood, watching him work, exactly and deliberately the point. On the 9th day of this, the day the count stood at 27 with 13 to run, Lieutenant Dorian Pell came out to the training shelf in the worst blow of the week, stood in it like a man paying a debt, and asked her, over the private channel, in accord formal syntax with all the starch gone out of it, Sergeant Vaughn, teach me the wind. She looked at him a long second, This bottled air off-worlder with his book tactics and his 10 days of counting hulls from the watch office, and heard what it had cost him to say it, ranked downward, out loud. "First lesson's free, Lieutenant," she said, and unclipped his tether from the rail, and clipped it to her own harness. "The wind doesn't care what you know. It cares what you check. Count with me." The machines taught them the second lesson themselves. It happened on the observation shift that same day 27. Cass and Pell prone in the rocks above the flats with the long glasses, watching the survey road do its patient, lawful crawl. 3 kilometers a day, arrow straight for the river crossing at Redline, the last hard ground before the verse foot. The Kell built as they came. Road, relay spires, the blue shimmer stitching every machine to every other machine, one thought wearing 100 bodies. And it was beautiful and it was wrong, and Cass had watched it for so many shifts now that she'd stopped seeing it. Then the squall line came through, a real one, charged dust off the western flats in a wall 400 meters high, and Cass saw it. The machines stopped, not sheltered, not slowed, stopped all of them. The moment the dust wall's leading edge crossed the outermost relay spire and the blue shimmer stuttered, every machine on the road freezing mid-gesture like a mess hall when the lights go out, and for 6 full minutes, while the squall scoured the flats and the shimmer flickered and clawed to reknit itself spire to spire, nothing in the Ascendancy's whole magnificent column moved at all. Not a limb, not a wheel. 100 bodies waiting for the thought to come back. Beside her, she heard Pell's breath change. "They can't be alone," he said slowly, the way a man says a thing he is checking against everything he has ever read. "It's not just coordination, it's permission. The doctrine runs on the chorus. Cut the link and they don't degrade. Sergeant, they halt. They wait for the network the way we'd wait for air." The glasses came down. Behind the visor, his face had the look of a man watching a locked door discover it was hinged. Every after-action from the lane war says Vashkari jamming never touches them. Vashkari jamming is signals, it's math against math, and the Kell win the math. But this, a glove out at the wall of racing dust, the whole roaring, uncomputable country of it, this isn't math. Nobody jams a planet. They put their spires closer together near the river, Cass said. "I logged it Tuesday, 200 meters instead of 5. They know it's their tether." She watched the shimmer finally reknit, the column shudder back into motion, 6 lost minutes going into somebody's model on the flats, a new line in the actuarial ledger of an empire, and into hers. So do we, now. They lay in the rocks and log spire spacings until end of shift, 2 keepers of different ledgers, writing the same number down. That night, the squad had the mess alcove to themselves, end of shift, the city humming its double-margin hum around them, and it turned into one of the nights nobody planned. Sell off duty for once, Deacon in form, Pin and Toma arguing wedding logistics across the table with the gravity of a staff briefing, and even Pell there, at the end of the bench, invited by Deacon in a way that had left the lieutenant no exit and had visibly not been trying to give him one. "The problem," Pin said, "is chairs. The garden fits 11 standing or 6 seated, and the list is 40. The list is 40 because you invited the entire retention crew. The retention crew fixed the roof over the venue, Toma. 4 times. I'm not saying uninvite the roof. I'm saying rotations, shifts. We seat the elders and the rest stand in the gallery, and we pass the cups out the—" "Why are you laughing?" "Because you're doing shift rotations for a wedding," Deacon said, wiping his eyes. "You beautiful ledger animals. This is the only place in the galaxy where the vows come with a duty roster. And you're on it," Pin said. "Reading. Short reading. Toma's mother timed your funeral 19 minutes, Deacon. That was a eulogy with extensions. 4 minutes. It's in writing." She slid a chit across the table, an actual written order, and Deacon took it and held it to his chest with both hands like a citation for valor. And under the laughing something in Cass's chest did the thing it kept doing lately when she looked at Pin. Counted. 12 days. The wedding sat on day 39 like a lamp on a windowsill in weather. You couldn't look at it without seeing the storm around it. And the kid knew that better than anyone, knew what she was doing, had known since the night of the lights, and had gone on planning chairs anyway, and the planning wasn't denial. It was doctrine. It was the garden, said in different words. This is the one thing that's for nothing, and you will not have it. Then Brahms stood, and the alcove went quiet on its own, the way rooms did for him. Since the whole roster's assembled, he said, gruff, and set his knife and the pouch on the table, and dug beneath the tokens, and brought out the piece he'd been carving since the night of the writ. The one Cass had clocked at the wake with a cold eye and filed under costs coming. He turned it in the light. It was no grave token. It was a key fob, pylon wood, carved as two interlocked rings grown out of one grain, and through it ran a leather cord with room on it for two keys to hang together. Old shop custom before any of you, Brahms said, to Pin, to Toma, not looking at either of them, turning the fob like it needed inspecting. When a household forms, the shop cuts the new key, but the fob's not issue. Somebody has to make it who's glad the household exists. My father made mine. I made two others in my life, and both those households are on the crypt wall now, and I'd decided I was done making them. The old hand stopped turning it. Then Akel asked one of ours to explain the garden so. Day 39. If the galaxy wants to attend, it can stand in the gallery with the retention crew. Silence, the good kind, the lantern kind, the kind that recalibrates. Pin took the fob in both hands, and for once in her 19 loud years said nothing at all. It was Toma who got words out, and only two of them. Paid in, and then had to stop because his voice went, and Deacon said full, softly, finishing the receipt for him, and the alcove broke into the laughing that's half crying, the wake noise. The sounds 63 years of this rock had trained into all of them, joy with its boots still on. Cass sat in the middle of it with her tea going cold and let herself, for exactly the length of that noise, stop counting. The summons light over the hatch went amber at 2140. She was moving before it steadied. Squad leaders to operations, the three-pulse pattern, and behind her the alcove was already folding the evening away. Cell reaching for her kit out of pure reflex, Deacon's grin gone like a light switched off, Pin's hand closing around the fob. The corridor to Gallery 1 was quiet and cold, and Cass ran the numbers as she walked, because the numbers were the only prayer she had. Day 27, rode at 3 kilometers a day, the river at the river. She stopped counting because she was done. The road reached the red line crossing in 5 days, on day 32. 9 days before the writ expired, the clock had never been the clock. Operations was the old survey chamber behind the watch office, and it was full, Sorrel, Halus, Pell already there with the spire logs under his arm, the militia captain's Brahm arriving behind her, still in his mess kit with wood shavings on his sleeve. The map table showed the flats, the road, the river, the bridge, their bridge, the one the firsts had thrown across the Red Line Gorge in year 9, the only crossing that took loads, the last thing between the ascendancy and the foot of the verse. Sorrel didn't wait for the room to settle. At current rate of advance, Kell construction reaches Red Line in 5 days and crosses in 6, she said. The lawyers can argue about day 40. The machines are arriving on day 32, so we're going to test how much of our property we're still allowed to use. She looked up, and her eyes found Cass, and there was an apology in them exactly 1 second before there was an order. It's our bridge. We built it, we own it until the writ says otherwise, and a landlord may demolish her own structures. Pioneer Company, you're going to drop the red line crossing into the gorge, legally, publicly, with our flag on the charges, and you're going to do it before their column is in lance range, because I am not burying anyone else this month. She straightened, and the map light threw the bridge's shadow long across the table, between the amber cluster that was lantern and the crawling blue dots of the enemy's patient, lawful arriving road. Sergeant Vaughn, your squad sets the charges. Go count what it costs. Chapter 7, Red Line. The bridge was older than everyone on it. They came onto the deck at 01:30 on the 30th night, in a wind that was almost weather and not quite cover. Second squad in the demolition load, with Captain Hallis's covering force spread along the gorge rim, and 20 of the storm-trained militia holding the far approaches. Below them, the red line ran its black thread of meltwater 200 meters down the gorge, and above them the girders went up into the dark, first as steel, overbuilt the way the firsts overbuilt everything, sized for loads no one had ever owned and storms no one could refuse. Cass had crossed this bridge 100 times. She had never once stood under its deck with her lamp hooded, reading its bones for the places where it would want to die. That was the obscenity nobody at the map table had said out loud. The op was sound, the law was theirs. The charges were placed by the only people alive who loved the thing, and it was still a demolition of their own inheritance. And every pioneer under the deck worked with the particular silence of people breaking something their grandparents' hands had made so that an empire couldn't walk across it. String 4 set. Pin's voice, small on the squad band, from the far truss where she hung in a rigger's cradle over 200 meters of nothing, tamped and double-sealed. Tell Deacon his knots are a war crime. My knots are doctrine. Your knots are why I'm re-rigging string 4. Keep the chatter down, Cass said. Without heat, because the chatter was how the kids kept their hands steady, and every sergeant since gunpowder had known when to be deaf. She moved along the catwalk with the command wire paying out behind her, through the smell of cold steel and dust and detonite, checking each string against the plan Brahm and she had drawn, cut the suspension at the towers, dropped the center span hole into the gorge, clean, total, legal. The flag was already rigged at midspan. Sorrel had meant it literally. Morrow's storm gray square with the amber lamp at its center, lit, so that no assessor in the galaxy could later claim the demolition was anonymous vandalism rather than a citizen's lawful act. 40 minutes. The counter in her head ran it alongside the other number, the one from the long glasses at dusk. The Kell column, 11 kilometers out, halted for the night in its perfect lawful lager. Spires up, shimmer knitted, exactly where their rate of advance said they would be. Everything was exactly where it should be. Afterward, that was the sentence she kept returning to, turning it over, hating it. Everything was exactly where their models wanted it. The regolith at the western approach stood up, not exploded, stood, the crusted dust shedding off risen frames and sheets, and her hooded lamp caught it, and her mind refused it for one full second, because she was looking at palanquins, 12 of them, rising out of the ground where her militia had walked their perimeter twice, and then the eastern approach answered, and the slope below the rim and the gravel bars of the river itself, frames rising out of the planet like the dead at the last trump. 40 at least, lances already deployed, and not one of them showing a single thread of chorus light. Contact, from the rim. Hollis's net, 3 voices at once, and then the whole night went to voices. They'd been buried. The thought came to her whole and cold, even as she was moving, shouting pin off the truss, dumping the command wires slack behind cover. Buried for days. Chorus dark, powered down, breathing whatever Kell breathed through filters under a meter of regolith. Beneath the approaches her recon had walked, still as geology, while the column on the flats crawled its decoy kilometers a day, and every human eye on Morrow watched the road. The storm sense that could find a pylon line blind in a whiteout had swept across them and felt nothing. Because the one thing Morrow's 63 years could not teach anyone to see was deliberate stillness. They wait for the network the way we'd wait for air, Pell had said, and they had all written it down like a weakness. Nobody had written down the corollary. Waiting was the thing a 4th-century species did best in the universe. The blue shimmer came up all at once, 40 frames igniting into one lattice, and with it, on the human band, uninvited, unhurried, came the voice. Pioneer element, this is Velcorin, strategos of the third reach. And there it was, mid-river on the gravel bar where the decisive ground was, the 40th frame, scratched. You are surrounded at ranges your weapons do not answer at. No one has been harmed. I am required to inform you that as of 2 days ago, this structure is not yours to demolish. Annex 11. Severable acquisition of critical infrastructure. The Ascendancy purchased this bridge on day 28. Compensation at treble assessment was deposited into your city's ledger the same hour. Your own post accepted the funds. A pause, and the translator carried something into it that Cass would have sworn was weariness. Verify with your command. I will wait. Wars have started over less than a bad ledger entry, and I do not intend this one too. Cass crouched behind a girder with the command wire in her fist and her squad frozen along the catwalk, and listened to Sorrel's voice come back over the long-haul band 2 minutes later, stripped flat. Lantern confirms. Deposit log day 28, 1140, flagged unidentified and quarantined by the ledger clerk pending source verification. A breath. They used the registry protocol channel. We never took the money. It's sitting in quarantine. The law does not require you to spend it, Velcorin said gently, to everyone on both bands at once, only to have received it. And that was the trap entire, sprung in a sentence. Not the buried frames, those were just the teeth. The trap was that it had been purchased, that the transfer had ridden in on the same insolent channel as everything else, that somewhere on day 28, while Cass was teaching clerks to run a pylon line blind, the enemy had walked through the city's one sacred thing and left money in it like a man leaving coins on a corpse's eyes, and had thereby, by the letter of a law written 40 light years away, turned Morrow's bridge into Ascendancy property and Morrow's demolition team into, she finished the clause herself, cold to the marrow, vandals caught in the act, at night, under arms. Captain Halas, Velcorin said, you command the covering force. Withdraw your people, all of them armed, unsearched. I have no use for prisoners or theater. The bridge stays. The charges will be removed by my engineers with more care than you'd believe. No one dies at this river tonight. That outcome is available, Captain, and I have already paid for it. On the command net Halus 50, Quarryborn, a careful man who had spent 30 years keeping pioneers alive around explosives, took 4 seconds that lasted a geological age and made the only call there was. All elements, Halus, stand down, safe your weapons. Pioneers, backhaul the wire, we are leaving by the numbers. It should have held. Afterward, the Board of Inquiry, such as it was, 3 exhausted officers and a grief-sick city, would spend more care on the next 90 seconds than on anything else in the war so far. And the truth Cass gave them was the truth. It should have held, and it almost did. But there was a militia private at the eastern approach named Dane Cato, 22 years old, a ledger clerk with 9 seconds off his transit time, and a brother, this came out after a brother on the gate crew at Holloway, one of the Vela boys by his mother's first marriage, 3 weeks in the crypt wall. And when a Kell engineering frame rose beside Cato's position and extended its limbs toward the nearest charge string, toward Pin's string, the one she'd re-rigged, tamped, and double-sealed with her own hands, Dane Cato, who had done everything right for 30 days, watched the thing that had killed his brother reach out to disarm the only blow Morrow had ever managed to aim, and his rifle came up off safe. Cass heard the shot. 1 round, flat and small against the gorge. It did not hit anything. That was in the inquiry record, too, measured and mapped. The round went 4 meters wide of the engineering frame and spent itself on the girder, and no Kell fired back at Cato. None. The lattice just flickered once, assessing, and 80 meters away on the rim, where the covering force crouched with their blood up and their dead commandant 3 weeks buried, and a voice in the dark that owned everything, somebody's nerve broke at the sound, and the rim opened up. 6 rifles, then 20, fire discipline, 30 days old, against grief 3 weeks deep, and the grief won, and the night tore open. The answer came in under 2 seconds. She'd known the numbers. Everyone had heard the Holloway transcript, but numbers were not this. Lances swiveling in the lattice's single thought. No muzzle flash, just lines of air cooked instantly white, geometry drawn in incandescence between the rising dust, each line beginning at a frame and ending at exactly 1 rifle position, no spread, no suppression, no anger. An audit. Fire from the rim stopped as if a hand had closed over it. Cease fire, cease fire. Halas roaring on his feet at the rim's edge in full view of both sides with his arms spread, one silhouette against the dusk glow putting his body where his voice was. And it was working. It was working. 1 lance on the far gravel bar, tracking the last active rifle, fired through the space between 1 heartbeat and the next, and the last active rifle was 6 meters below Halas and downslope, and the line of white air clipped the rim, and the rim's edge, versus rock, old and frost-split, and never once asked to bear this. Let go. Cass saw him fall. 200 meters into the dark below the bridge his grandparents built, and the red line took him, and the gorge was suddenly, entirely, obscenely quiet. 11 seconds. The inquiry mapped that too. From Cato's rifle coming off safe to the last lance going cold. 11 seconds, 6 dead, 4 militia on the rim. 1 pioneer on the catwalk she would not let herself name until she had them all off the bridge, and Captain Imra Halas, commanding, whom the river gave back 4 kilometers downstream 2 days later, and whose token Brahm, carved from wood he'd been saving, he said, for a man who'd earned straight grain on the human band, into the ringing silence, the old voice came one last time, and for the first and only time that night it sounded its age. Ceasefire is logged. Medical is dispatched to your rim. They will not approach past your line unless called. Recover your people, Sergeant. I know you hold the deck. A pause longer than any model needed. I bought a bridge to prevent this. Enter that in whatever you keep instead of models. It will matter to someone, someday, that I tried. You tried, Cass said. Her voice came out of her level and unfamiliar, some sergeant she hadn't met yet using her mouth, while her hands moved on their own, checking Pin's tether, counting helmets on the catwalk, 1 short, 1 short, 1 short. Enter this, Strade goes. Your ledger and ours don't balance. They never will. You buy things so you won't have to bleed for them. We bleed for things so they can't be bought. The wire was still in her other fist, dead now, disconnected somewhere up the line, a nerve cut in a body that hadn't stopped feeling it. You want the anomaly for your file? There it is. Now get your medics up that rim. They can work on our people while your engineers steal our bomb. The column crossed the red line at dawn on day 31, on the Human Zone bridge under the Human Zone flag. Some Kell officer, in a gesture nobody on either side ever explained, had left the storm gray square flying at midspan with its amber lamp still lit. And Cass stood on the high ground 2 kilometers back with the survivors of the covering force and watched every axle of it roll. Deacon stood beside her, his left arm slung and packed with Kell trauma gel that was, Cell had confirmed through her teeth, better than anything in her crates. He'd taken a small fragment off the girder covering Dane Cato with his own body during the 11 seconds, and would carry a scar off Morrow's first battle for the rest of his life, and had not made one joke about it yet, which frightened Cass more than the arm did. Say something stupid, she told him, watching the column roll. Working on it, Deacon said. Give me a day. Behind them, Lantern's cliff caught the first light, amber on gray, and on its galleries 40,000 people were waking to the news. 6 more names for the crypt wall, the bridge lost intact. The war begun 11 seconds early and lost in its first exchange, without the enemy taking a single casualty, and the money still sitting in ledger quarantine. Treble assessment. Enough to reglaze half of Gallery 9, patient as everything else the Ascendancy owned. By noon, Thomas Post had processed the morning's registry traffic and put the number on the board, because the custom said the city saw its own books, even now. Especially now, Provision Registry, 4,116. 900 keys in one night. Losing, it turned out, was the best recruiter the Provision ever had, and the Kell had not needed to fire a shot at the city to win the night's real battle. They just needed the city to do arithmetic. Cass read the board from the mess hatchway and turned and went to find Brahm, because there were 6 tokens to cut and one of them needed straight grain, and because in 9 days it would be day 39, and somewhere under the ruin of everything the plan had been, one appointment still stood, and she intended, with a ferocity that had nowhere else left to live, to keep it. There was going to be a wedding. Chapter 8, One Clear Hour. The week after Redline, the enemy did the worst thing an enemy could do to a city waiting for a blow. Nothing. The column crossed the bridge and made camp at the foot of the verse, 8 kilometers below Lantern's lowest gallery, and built. Roads, spires, revetments, the pale blisters of grown structures, with the unhurried thoroughness of an organism that had never once in its history needed to rush. No demands came up the cliff. No shuttles landed uninvited. The registry channel stayed open, patient as a wound. Day 32, 34, 36, and Lantern buried its 6, and finished its caching runs, and moved its youngest and oldest down the throat to the refuges in unmarked night convoys, and the 2 armies sat in plain sight of each other across 8 kilometers of climbing rock, and the only thing that moved between them was the wind. It's the writ, Pell said at the map table, to no one who didn't already know it. They will not touch the cliff before day 41, not because of us, because of the Vashkari and the Compact, and every court and chancellery that will read this campaign's file for the next 2 centuries. This whole war is being fought for an audience that isn't here. He rubbed his eyes. He had not slept properly since the gorge. None of the officers had. And there were fewer officers. 9 days of grace, Sergeant, purchased by the enemy's paperwork. The question is what a city does with them. Sorrel answered that at the evening briefing, in the flat voice that had buried a commandant, a captain, and 15 of her people in 30 days. We use their law while it's still running, she said. Everything non-essential goes down the throat by day 38. The garrison stays, the anchor crews stay, essential plant stays, and anyone else stays by choice and signs for it. Morrow doesn't conscript witnesses. Her stylus stopped. Something that was not quite a smile crossed the letter-writing face and changed it, briefly, into the face of a woman who had been young here once, who'd stood in shelter drills in this same rock. And on day 39, this garrison has a wedding to defend. I've read the operations plan. Chairs remain a problem. The laugh that went around the table was small and cracked and real, the first since the gorge, and Cass caught herself hoarding it, the way you'd palm a good bolt found on a walkway. Day 39 had become a thing the whole cliff carried together. Nobody said it in operational language, but the plan was known down to the water point. The enemy had taken the port, the bridge, the flats, the future, and in the last clear hour of the old world, in a glass box on Gallery 9, Morrow was going to do the one thing no writ had a clause for. The planet, which owed nobody anything, gave them the sky. It was Toma's mother who called it first. She'd kept weather for the Ledger 40 years, and at noon on day 39 she posted the evening's front like a band's announcement. Pressure ridge inbound, squall line passing by 1900, and behind it for 1 hour, maybe 2. The high cold clarity that came a few nights a season, when the haze thinned and the stars came down to the glass. The city read the post and understood. By dusk, the whole cliff was running 1 hour ahead of schedule. Shifts swapped and traded and gifted, so that at 2100, when the wind dropped, Lantern could do the thing it had decided, without any vote at all to do. It went dark, not the dark of failure, not the dark the galaxy's catalogs had always predicted for this rock. A made dark, chosen, gallery by gallery, the amber strips dimming, the work lamps banked, the great sodium floods cold, until the only light on the windward face of the verse plateau was one small warm square 2/3 of the way up the cliff. A glass garden, with its circulator running and 40 people packed inside it and around it, and above the glass, for the first time in Pin Eason's whole life on her own world, on her wedding night, by the grace of a pressure ridge and 11,000 dimmed filament stars. Not the handful, thousands. Cass stood where the bride had posted her, at the garden's inner frame, holding the rigger's line. That was the office Pin had asked of her, 10 days ago, in the doorway of the armory with her chin set. Not a speech, not a seat of honor, linekeeper, the rigger's witness, the one who holds the safety tether during a ceremony conducted, by the custom of people who work over drops, clipped in. Because you held the arm on Anchor 9, Pin had said, matter of fact, and because if the world ends in the middle of my vows, Sergeant, there is no one on this planet I'd rather be clipped to. So Cass stood with the line in both fists, the line that ran from her own harness to the bride's, 60 meters of it coiled between them like everything unsaid, and watched the ceremony fill the little glass room to its panes. They were all there, fitted together like cargo. Toma in his clerk's best, so nervous his hands had gone past, shaking into a fixed ceremonial stillness. His mother with her weather logs under one arm, even now. Cell-seated dancing would come later, and she would sitting down, exactly as promised, arms and shoulders and a grin like a jailbreak. Sorrel in the patched coat, because the unpatched one was for funerals. Okonjo on the garrison band from Halloway, 40 kilometers of static standing in the gallery like a guest. Brahm by the west frame in the light of the one unbroken original pane, with the pouch on his belt and the fob in his hand, waiting for his moment like a man who'd rehearsed alone, and Deacon read. 4 minutes by Toma's mother's chronometer, which she held up visibly the entire time. He'd fought Cell to be out of the sling for it and lost, so he stood at the trellis one-armed, and he did not do the voice, the big bellowing liturgy voice. He read quietly the real verses, the old ones about love bearing all things, believing all things. And then he closed the battered book and stood a second, and the alcove held its breath for the joke, wanting it, needing to know it still existed. I had a whole thing, Deacon said, the well-sealed bit, extended remix. Toma's mother pre-timed it and issued a written injunction. Small laugh, wet around the edges. So I'll just say the short version, which is that I have been 9 years on this rock learning that everything here has to be for something. And standing in this room tonight, under this, his good hand, up at the impossible stars, I finally got the accounting straight. It's not that the garden is for nothing. It's that some things are what everything else is for. He sat down before his 4 minutes were up, which no one who knew him would ever quite get over, and Toma's mother clicked the chronometer and wiped her eyes with the weather logs. The vows were the ledger vows, the ones the first had cut down out of older words because Morrow kept only what worked. Toma's voice steady after all. Pins clear as a struck pane. I take your debits as mine. Your heir is my heir. What you owe, we owe. And Toma's mother brought the new key cut that morning in the gallery, one shop, one key for a new household. And Brahm stepped forward at last and threaded it onto the fob he'd carved from wood that had stood up under 63 years of storms. 2 rings out of 1 grain and said, gruff and short, third one I've made. The other 2 are on the crypt wall, and I watched both those households be worth it. Wear it anyway, which was, from Brahm, a blessing so enormous the alcove needed a moment, and at the edge of it all, half in the doorway, stood Dane Cato. He'd come up with the last shelter convoy's return crew and gotten no farther than the frame, 22 years old with his brother on the wall and the war's first shot on his hands, and he stood there through the vows in an agony visible from orbit, until Pin, in the middle of her own wedding, mid-turn between her husband and her flowers, saw him. Cato. The whole garden looked. He went white. Pin pointed at the floor beside the tomato crates, imperial. Everything on this planet has to be for something. This is the one thing that's for nothing. That means it doesn't check ledgers at the door. Get in here. And the garden, following its bride, made room. Deacon's good arm hauling him in by the collar, somebody pressing a cup into his hands. The harbor master already talking to him about nothing at all. And Cass, watching the kid's face come apart and remake itself inside 30 seconds, added one more line to the account she was keeping of this night, the account she suspected Velcorin would have given a great deal to read and would never, ever parse. They danced then, in a room built for 11 standing. Cell in her chair, shoulders going, laughing. Pinned barefoot on the packed floor because heels were a gentle world affectation and boots were for outside. The stubborns nodding on their trellis in the circulator's breath, and through the glass below, the enemy's lights burned in their perfect lawful grids 8 kilometers down the dark. Present at the wedding, after all. The way weather is present in a house and ignored with a unanimity that was itself a kind of vow, Pin found her in the last of the clear hour, flushed, key and fob on their cord around her neck, and stood beside her at the frame, looking out at the stars while they lasted. "You didn't dance, Sergeant." "I'm on the line. You're always on the line." It was said with a 19-year-old's whole unarmored love. No edge in it at all, and it went in deeper than any edge could have. Pin turned the new key over in her fingers, once, twice. Tap, tap. And Cass heard her own habit handed down like the fob and had to look at the stars for a second. "Thank you for holding it. Always." Cass said, which was one word in all of it. At 22:14, the haze came back over the stars, like a lid over a lamp, on schedule to the minute, Toma's mother nodding at her logs as though the planet had signed something. The city took its lights back up gently, gallery by gallery. The garden emptied by rotations, the way it had filled day 39 ended. Cass had the midnight watch. She'd traded for it, no one argued, and so she was alone at the quartz window with the tea gone cold when day 40 ran out its last hour over the flat's patient lights, and the war's whole legal age ended, 2359, 2400, 0001, day 41. For a moment, nothing. The grids below burned unchanged. The wind ran its long freight over the glass. She had time to think. Even now they're punctual about nothing. Then every light in the enemy camp moved, not the spires. The column, the whole 8 kilometers of it. Vehicles and frames and carried structures, lit and unhurried and all at once, the way the machines did everything. One thought wearing 10,000 bodies, swung out of its lawful grids onto the new cut roads and began, in perfect order, in no hurry whatsoever, to climb. The handset was in her fist before the second breath, and on the board above the console, quiet as snowfall, the registry channel posted its final message and closed forever, and the words sat glowing on every dark ledger post in the sleeping city like a stone laid on a grave. "Recuted. Provision concant. Administration begins." "Command, watch office," Cass said, steady. One hand keying the city's general alarm for the first time in its 63 years, the other flat on the cold quartz, as if she could hold the cliff still by touching it. "They're coming up the mountain." Chapter 9. Clear Air. They came up the mountain the way water comes up a wick, and they only came in the clear. That was the first thing the defense learned, and it cost 3 days to learn it. The column climbed when the air was still and stopped when it wasn't, sealed, spired, patient, and every plan Lantern had built on 63 years of weathercraft died quietly in its sleeve, because the enemy had stopped pretending the storm was a variable to master. They had reclassified it. The scour was now, in their doctrine, a schedule. Fight when it's off, wait while it's on. You could not ambush in the wind an army that declined, with 3 centuries of composure, to exist in the wind. "They learned it from us," Pell said, at the forward command post dug into the second switchback, watching the lights work upward through the long glasses. "At the gorge, we taught them stillness wins. They do it better. They'll always do it better. Patience is the one resource they hold at treble our assessment." He said it without bitterness, the way he said everything now, 8 days into wearing a dead captain's job. "Which means when this fight comes, Sergeant, it comes in weather of their choosing. Clear, still, dawn light. Their optics at full reach, hours worth nothing extra. Then we make the ground expensive," Cass said. "Since we can't make the air cheap." They had 6 days while the column ate the lower switchbacks, and they spent them like the last of a bad paycheck. The Versa's windward road climbed the cliff in 11 hairpins. First's engineering blasted out of living rock, and the pioneers who maintained it knew every scar and stress line in it, and now applied that knowledge in reverse. Charges went into the roadbeds. Rockfall traps went onto the pitches above the 5th and 7th turns. Firing positions went into the old survey galleries that honeycombed the cliff behind the road, deep loopholes in native rock, connected by crawl cuts, size for a rifle and a human, and nothing else. If the Ascendancy wanted the upper shelf, it would climb through a mountain that had been loaded like a weapon by the people who'd built it. "State the object," Sorrel said at the last briefing, and answered herself so no one could later claim they'd misheard. "The object is not victory. Victory is not on the table this morning. The object is cost. They believe this cliff price is out at nothing because the population price is out at nothing. Every hour we buy, every frame we break, is a number in a file that gets read on worlds we'll never see, by powers deciding whether death zones are worth what they cost. We are writing our own assessment. Make it expensive. The assault came on the 9th day of the siege, at dawn in air so clear it was obscene. The whole brown country below sharp to the horizon. The fleet on the flats like surgical tools on a tray, and Cass in the loophole gallery above the 7th hairpin with 2nd Squad and 40 militia, watching the first palanquins round the 5th turn with their lances stowed, walking upright and unhurried into the prepared ground like auditors entering a warehouse. "Weapons tight," she said down the crawl-cut line. "On the charges. Nobody spends a round the lances can answer. We are rock slides today, people. Rock slides don't have positions." The 5th turn charge took the road out from under the lead element clean 80 meters, of First's bed shearing away in one grinding exhalation, 4 frames going down the pitch with it into the boulder field 200 meters below, and the mountain's own loose skin followed, the rockfall traps letting go in sequence. And for a full minute, the 7th hairpin was a brown roaring nothing, and the squad's loopholes drummed with the shock of Morrow doing what Morrow did best. And then the dust walked off the pitch on the wind's last breath, and the column below the break simply reorganized. No recoil, no retreat, no reconnaissance pause. The frames that survived shifted formation. Spires came forward, the blue lattice tightened, and the engineering elements were already deploying at the shear face, unfolding bridge sections grown someplace that had never seen this mountain. And Cass lay in native rock, watching an army repair her sabotage at the speed of thought and understood, in her bones and her arithmetic both, the whole shape of the day. They would break the road 11 times, and 11 times the enemy would build it back, and the 12th time there would be no charges left, and the mathematics of cost ran in both directions, and the enemy had known that before they'd climbed a meter. "Fire teams," she said, level. "Stand by. Here's where it stops being geology." What followed filled 4 hours and afterward 4 lines in her report, because deep in the honest center of herself she could find no more than 4 lines worth of difference they had made. The loophole galleries worked for a while, rifles cracking from slits in living rock aimed at joints and sensor masts in the throats of lances, and the crawl cuts let the teams displace between shots, and for the first hour the audit ran the other way. Frames slumping on the pitches, the lattice flexing around blind spots it could not map, and Deacon, one-armed, propped in a loophole with his rifle rested on a sandbag and Dane Cato loading for him, put a round through a sensor crest at 400 meters and said, into the squad band in the old voice, the entire voice, "Blessed are they who keep their heads down, for they shall keep their heads." And the laugh that ran down the crawl cut was worth more ammunition than they'd ever owned. Then the enemy solved them. It took the lattice 90 minutes to model the loophole system. The geometry of the slits, the displacement rhythms, the crawl cut network the Kell had no map of and therefore built one, shot by shot, inferring rock from ricochet until the mountain's insides were math. Then the lances stopped answering the rifles and started answering the architecture. Coherent fire, sustained, walked onto the loopholes themselves, not at the shooters. At the stone and native rock that had held for 63 years began to run like wax, slits widening into wounds, crawl cuts filling with heat and glare and the stink of cooked silica, and the order was already out of her mouth. Displace, displace. Everybody down the line. When the gallery above the 9th hairpin, where the militia's 2nd section fired from, took a lance strike through a widened loophole and vented flame out of 6 slits at once, like a struck match head laid against the cliff. 11 seconds at the gorge. This took 4 hours, and it was the same lesson at a longer price. Yusuf Bell, section leader, quarry blaster, who had taught half the militia their demolition safety and had held his section's fire discipline perfect through the whole long morning, brought his people out of that burning gallery one at a time, last man standing in the crawl-cut mouth with the heat behind him, and the gallery's roof, first as rock, run soft as tallow, came down on him with no malice and no lance in sight, the mountain itself spending him. And Cass heard his section's voices go up an octave on the net and then flatten into the discipline he'd taught them. And they carried his body down the inside stair in rotation with their rifles still working the slits, because he'd have had opinions about anyone who dropped security to grieve. At 1300 Sorrel called it. The word came down the net in her flattest voice. All elements, echelon withdrawal, plan gray, drop the upper roads behind you, and the pioneers fired the last of the first's switchbacks into the gorge one hairpin at a time as the garrison climbed home above them. and by dusk the windward road to Lantern did not exist below the 10th turn, and the Ascendancy owned everything beneath it: the shelf, the locks, the lower boreheads, 8 of 11 hairpins, and the bottom 3 galleries of the city itself, evacuated to the last child 2 nights prior, their locks welded, their ledger posts carried out like regimental colors, the bill for the 9 days, 19 dead, 31 wounded, the militia's second section gutted. Against it, in the assessment Sorrel had ordered them to write in the only currency available: some 40 enemy frames broken beyond field repair, and 11 hairpins that would need rebuilding under human fire, and a number nobody could put in a file. The fact now proven on both ledgers that the price of the cliff was real. "They'll call it a victory down there," Deacon said, on the top-shelf rampart in the dark, his good hand wrapped around tea he wasn't drinking, watching the enemy's work lights reknit the roads below. "Won't they? 8 hairpins in 9 days. "They'll call it a schedule," Cass said. The field hospital and the old bore gallery behind Gallery 6 smelled of antiseptic, cooked rock, and the particular copper and dust smell that was Morrow's own blood. And Cell ran it like a ledger post. Triage in the outer bore, surgery in the line chamber, and the quiet alcove at the end, where the ones past helping were breathed down easy with their people around them. Cass came at end of watch, as sergeants did, with the squad's small traffic. Bell's tags for the wall. A wounded rigger's kit brought down so his hands would have something familiar on the blanket. She found Cell at the charting table between rounds, boring face in place, hands flat on the wood, and stood with her a while in the working hum. 19, Cell said, to the charts. And I'll lose 2 more off the burn list by morning. And you can tell Brom 21, because he counts what I count, he just cuts it in wood. She squared a chart that was already square. You know what the obscene part is? Their side-sent casualty protocols. Transmitted this evening, medical channel, unencrypted. Full anatomical files, burn treatment specs for lance wounds, drug formularies keyed to our biology, everything a field hospital treating their damage could want. 60 pages. Best trauma documentation I've read in my life. Her jaw worked. I used it, all of it, tonight. It's why the burn list is 2 and not 6. That's not obscene, Cell. That's a tool. You used a tool. The tool is how he says it. Cell looked up, and the boring face wasn't boring. It was old. Every gift they hand us says the same sentence underneath. We are not your enemy. We are your circumstance. Weather doesn't hate you. Weather sends you the forecast and drowns you on schedule anyway. She stood, squared her shoulders, went back toward the surgery bore, and delivered the last line over her shoulder like a scalpel laid back in its tray. I grew up on this planet, Cass. I know what we do to circumstances. It was Brom who heard it first, because of course it was Brom Day 53, 4 in the morning, and he came for her himself instead of sending a runner, stood in her bunkroom hatch with a hand lamp and his half a lung working audibly, and said only, "Bring your ears, child," and led her down. Down past the plant, past the crypt galleries, down the old inspection stair into the deepest of the First's bores, the one that had been sealed with a handwheel and a painted warning since before her mother was born, and he spun the wheel like a man opening his own front door and took her into the dark where the city kept its oldest story. The deep hum was there. She'd half believed it was legend, all these years, but it was there, real, under everything. A slow pressure in the bones of the skull, more than a sound, patient as tide, the sleeping thing her whole world was a roof over. Brom stood her in the middle of the old bore floor and turned off the lamp. "Hand flat on the rock," he said, "like my father showed me. Now wait." She waited. The hum rolled its long swell through the stone, unchanged for 63 years, for 10,000, and she was starting to shape the question when she felt it. Under the hum, against its grain, faint and fast and utterly foreign to the mountain's slow music, chick. Tick, tick mechanical, rhythmic, rising through the floor from somewhere far below and off to the west, where no bore of theirs had ever gone. A bit, cutting rock, shift after shift, patient as everything else the enemy owned. "Started 4 days ago," Brom said in the dark, quiet, like a man in a sick room. "I've come down each night to be sure. It gets a half-second closer every day. They gave up on the doors, child." His voice didn't change, and the floor of the world tilted anyway. "They're coming through the mountain." Chapter 10, Sleepers. The plan was assembled out of 3 facts, and Cass laid them on the map table herself, one at a time, like charges. Fact 1. In weather, their frames lock down and wait for the lattice. We've watched it since day 27. It's not damage. It's doctrine. They will not act alone, and in a squall, alone is all there is. Her finger moved. Fact 2. The salvage yard at the fifth turn sits in the gorge's terrain shadow. Their relays reach it by a daisy chain along the rim, 6 spires, and in charged dust the chain fails from the outside in. We've logged it failing twice. Her finger stopped. Fact 3. Toma's mother gives us a 40-minute squall at the fifth turn tomorrow between 0410 and 0450, confidence high. For 40 minutes, everything in that yard is sealed, blind, alone, and still. The operations chamber was very quiet. Say what it is we're doing, Sorrel said at last. Not a challenge, a requirement. She had a pen in her hand and the order in front of her, and Cass understood. The major would sign, and the major would not sign a euphemism. We're going to kill 60 of them while they can't fight back, Cass said. While they wait, sealed in the dark, the way we wait out weather in our bunks. It will be close work with mining charges against soldiers who cannot resist, and it will be the first time in this war that they bleed more than we do, and there is no version of it that anyone here tells their grandchildren as a battle. It's a cull. The word sat on the table, and she made herself leave it there, and it's the only arithmetic we have. Every frame in that yard walks again in a month if we let the repairs run. We can't outfight the lattice. We can kill the sleep. Pell spoke from the wall, quietly. Lawyer to the end and past it. For the record, there's no law left on this table to break. The writ executed. Under compact statute, we are now unlawful combatants in rebellion against an administrative authority, which means, in the only language the audience of this war reads, that anything we do was already priced into our status the moment we didn't board the transports. He paused. That's not absolution, it's just the file. The absolution we'll have to work out among ourselves for the rest of our lives, however long those run, Sorrel signed. Volunteers only, she said, and Sergeant, no one under 25 who lost family at Holloway or the Gorge. I won't send Grief in to do arithmetic's job. She looked up, and her eyes were the oldest thing in the room. One more condition. Brom goes, not for the demolition, for after. Somebody has to walk them back out of what this is, and it will not be me, because I'll be up here, having ordered it. The squall arrived at 0409, on the minute, and Morrow's oldest weatherkeeper earned her whole ledger in one line. Cass went over the rim at 0413 with 12. Second Squad's Corps and 6 picked pioneers, roped in 3 teams, dropping down the old inspection cables into a world with no shape in it, only pressure and grit and the rope's angle to gravity. This, the militia could never have done. This was the Marrowcraft, cliff work in charged dust, and the 12 who did it had between them maybe 400 years of morrow, and needed all of it. The salvage yard came up at her out of the murk as geometry. The broken frames in their recovery cradles, rank on rank, and among them the intact ones. The guard element and the salvage engineers, 61 by yesterday's count, each sealed frame standing in its lockdown crouch, with limbs folded and lance stowed, dark, dormant, waiting for a network the gorge and the storm had strangled. Statues. A garden of statues, in the howl. Work the plan, Sergeant. She moved down the first rank with her charge bag and her tether hand, and the training carried her magnetic clamp. Shaped charge against the spine joint where the reactor fed the frame. Timer to the master, move. And it was mechanical, it was anchor work. It was the same hands that had held the compensator arm on Anchor 9, doing what Morrow hands did, right up until the 4th frame. Where, behind the visor slit, an amber eye moved, it tracked her, sealed, locked, doctrinal, helpless, and awake. The occupant watching her clamp its death to its spine with 4 vertical pupils adjusting slow in the dark. And no limb moved, no alarm went, nothing in the lattice's shredded remnant permitted decision, but it saw her, and she saw it seeing her, and 60 years of this rock's honesty would not let her call it anything but what it was. She finished the clamp. She met the amber eye for the length of one breath. Then she moved to the 5th frame, because the arithmetic had not changed, only the price of it, and both their species kept honest books. Cato broke at the 9th rank. She found him kneeling in the lee of a cradle with a charge in his hands, and his gauge run to panic red on breath alone, not moving, and inside his visor his face was the face from the wedding door frame. And over the touch line, helmet pressed to helmet, no radio, voice conducted bone to bone under the storm. He said, "They're awake, Sergeant. I thought it'd be like wrecking machinery. They're awake in there." "Yes, my brother's on the wall, because one of these and I still can't." His hands were shaking around the charge. It saw me. It looked at me. "Give it to me." She took the charge out of his hands, clamped it, set the timer, and then took his shoulder and put her helmet back against his. "Listen, the day this stops costing, they take your rifle away. That's the rule on this rock, and Top will tell you the same. You didn't freeze because you're weak. You froze because you're not built for culls. Neither am I. We're doing it anyway because the people we'd have to bury otherwise have names we know. She hauled him up. Rear security, watch the ropes. That's an order and it's a real job. Go, he went. He functioned. That was the whole of mercy available at 0430 in a squall, and she spent it and moved on. They came off the yard at 0446 with the wind already dying at its edges. 4 minutes inside the window, every rope accounted for. 11 up the cliff and one carried. Pioneer Vesa Ocon, second team, dead in the last rank of cradles, because doctrine had turned out to run shallower in 1 kel than 3 centuries of actuarial breeding said it should. A salvage engineer, they reconstructed it afterward from her helmet log, had broken lockdown, unsealed its own frame in lethal weather, and put a cutting tool through Ocon's suit before Deacon killed it with a breaching round at 2 meters. 1 kel, out of 61, had chosen alone over doctrine, chosen to die of the storm in order to act, and Cass, reading the log in the gray dawn, understood with a chill that had nothing to do with the wind, that she was looking at the mirror of themselves, the enemy's first anomaly, the first crack in the lattice's perfect sleep, and that somewhere below, an old Kel with a scratched palanquin was about to read the same log and understand exactly the same thing. The master timer had fired at 0448. From the top shelf rampart at dawn, the fifth turn was a smoking terrace of slag cradles, and the count, confirmed over 3 days by long glass and intercept, was this: 58 frames destroyed beyond recovery, 41 of them occupied, 41 Kel dead, 1 human. The first battle of the war that humanity won, and no one in Lantern used the word won, not once, not even the young ones. The city took the news the way you take a field amputation: necessary, survivable, and nothing you cheer. Brom walked the 12 back through the lock one at a time that morning, as ordered, sat with each of them in the gear room with tea, before their weapons were even racked, and said whatever he said. Cass never asked and was never told. When her own turn came, last the old man looked at her a long time over the cups. The eye, he said. 4th frame. It's in your report. It's in my report. It'll be in the rest of your life, child. No comfort in it. Brom didn't deal comfort. Ledger honesty, one keeper to another. File it where you file the manifold, not deeper. Things filed too deep come back up wearing your own face. He drained his cup and stood, old and slow and unbroken, and at the hatch he paused. You did it right. There was no right available. Both of those are true and you'll carry both, and that's the job. Sleep, Sergeant. That's also the job. Far below, in a pale structure on a conquered plain, a file was opened that had no designation in any registry, because its keeper had never in 312 years needed a file that answered to no one. Entry 40 shy of 50, dictated in the hour before dawn, in the old mode, for no audience. The yard at the 5th terrace is gone, 58 frames. 41 of the people. They came down a cliff face and charged dust on ropes, in wind that abrads hull ceramic, and they did their work by hand and they climbed back up, and the storm they used for a door closed behind them on schedule. Salvage engineer Thesavin broke seal without consensus and died of it, having taken one of theirs. I have recommended Thesavin for the amber thread, posthumous, and I have not told the honors board why. Because in the entire yard, in the whole night, the only one of us who acted was the one who acted alone. The anomaly is no longer them. The anomaly is spreading. Herewith the summary my models return when I ask them for the shape of this war. The population curve. They lose people they cannot replace, and we lose people we can. The equipment curve. Identical, inverted, worse. Every projection converges on administration, achieved within 200 days. The models have been correct about every number and wrong about every outcome, and I have begun to understand the defect, and the defect is not in the mathematics. It is in the axiom. We model them as a population under administration. They are not that. I have watched them stand in a burning gallery to carry out a dead man's opinion of security procedure. I have watched them zero their accounts before exile so as to owe nothing to a world that was killing them. I have read the anchor keeper's words to my surveyor 40 times. We are owed the thing we paid for. We modeled every variable of the terrain. I begin to believe we have not yet modeled the terrain at all, because the terrain is not the storm or the gravity or the dust. The terrain is what 63 years of the storm and the gravity and the dust have made of them. We are not fighting a population that lives on a death world. We are fighting what the death world decided to keep. And so I have tonight done the thing I have never done. The deep scour season arrives in 40 to 60 days, and when it comes, nothing of ours will move on this world for a fifth of a year, and everything of theirs will. The shaft will not reach the lattice in time, not alone, not against sabotage I now know is coming. Therefore, I have signed the request my adjutant drafted 11 days ago, and I have held since, and it goes out by courier at first light, to the third reach, to the ascendancy entire, I Velcorin, called Ashen of Tide, who took a bridge with money and lost a yard to weather, have asked my civilization for more. They will send the tide ninth, and when it lands, may whatever keeps the books of my people enter, beside my name, that I ask them first to take the provision. And I said, please. Chapter 11, The Seam. After the yard, the enemy adjusted because the enemy always adjusted. Weather-exposed assets got double garrisons. Relay spires grew armored sleeves and redundant chains, so no terrain shadow strangled them twice. Salvage operations pulled back inside fixed defenses, and anything that had to move. Spoil trains from the shaft head, consumables going forward, the shuttling arteries of an army digging through a mountain, moved only in the clean gaps between weather, in convoys, fast, escorted, on a clock read straight off the same sky Toma's mother read. They've stopped underestimating the storm, Pell said at the map table. Now they schedule around it perfectly, which, he tapped the weather plot. The 2-day chain of squalls the ledger's forecast had strung across the western flats like beads, gives them a new property they've never had before. Predictability. An army that must move between squalls tells you exactly when it will move. We always knew where. Now, we know when, so we hit a convoy in the open. Halas's replacement would have said, if Halas had had a replacement. The company had Cass and Pell and Brom and the map said the open was death, lances at range and clear air, the whole red line lesson again. No, Cass said, we hit the seam. She'd watched it from the rocks a dozen shifts now, the enemy's one unexamined ritual, how the world came back on after weather. A squall dies from its trailing edge, and the lattice reknits the way frost melts, outside in, spire to spire, and for a window she'd timed 9 times at between 80 and 100 seconds, the convoy at the center of the dying storm stood unlocked but unknit. Frames active, lances live, crews awake, and each of them alone. No consensus, no shared eyes. 60 soldiers who had trained 4 centuries of instinct into waiting for a network that was 90 seconds away. They can fight back in the seam, she said to Sorrel at the authorization. I want that written down too. Lances up, reflexes theirs. This one's a battle, not a... She used the honest word again and watched the major's pen pause and then keep moving. Not like the yard. We'll take casualties. But in the seam, they fight like what they are, one at a time, and one at a time on our ground in our wind. I'll put Morrow against anything the ascendancy ever grew. Volunteers again. Second squad, the Pioneer Corps, 12 militia, picked from the Storm School's best. And at the end of the selection review, one name she sat with for a long 10 minutes before approving, Cato D., who had stood in her hatchway rigid as a survey stake and said, "You gave me rear security at the yard and you were right too, Sergeant. I'm not asking you to trust me with what I couldn't do. I'm asking for the thing I can. I froze on the wire and I froze in the cull. But this one's a fight, and I have never once frozen when someone was shooting back." He'd breathed. "And you know why I have to be there?" She did. She approved it anyway, or because. Sorrel's rule from the yard, don't send grief to do arithmetic's job, hung in her mind all night, and toward morning she answered it. This wasn't arithmetic's job. This was the other thing, the thing grief was actually for. The convoy came through on schedule, because it had no choice, and the squall died on schedule, because Toma's mother was never wrong twice in 1 month, and at 1611, in the roaring gray gap between a storm and its ghost, Second squad hit the spoil train of the Ascendancy Shaftworks at a place with no name. Pylon marker, 41, a shallow wash where the enemy's road crossed the buried line. The humans had walked blind for 60 years. The seam was 94 seconds long. The mining charges under the roadbed fired in the first 3, laid 2 nights prior by crews who'd crawled the wash in full squall with the storm as their sentry. And the lead escort frames went into the wash's soft shoulder as the road shrugged them off its back. And the spoil haulers behind them jackknifed in sequence, and then the rifles opened from the rocks on both flanks, aimed the way Loophole Month had taught them, not center mass, at the joints, the masts, the lance throats, every shooter working a designated frame, no waste, no spray, and the enemy fought back. That was the difference, and it was electric and terrible at once. Frames scattered for cover, an enemy taking cover. 6 weeks ago, they have stood in the open computing the optimal reply, and lances came up and answered, wild and unknit, each gunner solving its own fight with no lattice to share the solving, and white lines cracked the rocks where riflemen had been 2 seconds prior. Because the humans moved between shots always, that was the whole school. Deacon's team leapfrogged the flank rocks with breaching rounds, taking the mired escorts one by one. The militia's designated shooters serviced the haulers' drive clusters with the patience of people who'd been taught by a dead quarry blaster that a machine is just rock that owes you money. And Cass ran the fight from the wash rim by voice and hand sign. No net needed at 50 meters in a dying wind, and for 90 seconds Morrow was, for the first time in the war, the faster army, inside the enemy's loop. Cycling looked decide act while 60 veterans of a 4th-century doctrine reached over and over for a consensus that wasn't there. At second 94, the lattice arrived like a tide over a mudflat, and every surviving frame snapped into the single thought, and Cass said one word, gone, and second squad stopped existing as targets. Over the rim, into the wash's blind branches, down the buried line, dispersing along pre-cut routes as the reorganized lances raked rock that held nobody. Except that a Kell gunner in the burning tail of the convoy had 40 seconds earlier done the thing they were starting to do. Broken pattern, acted alone, no consensus, a Thess Avon, and dragged itself and its lance out of a dead hauler's shadow to a position that no model would have chosen and no human had pre-read, with a firing line straight up the wash's main branch, straight up the withdrawal route, where the Rearmos team was still moving. Cato saw it before anyone. That was in every account, afterward unanimous. He was rear security again, his chosen station, the thing I can, and he had never once frozen when someone was shooting back, and no one was shooting yet, and he didn't freeze anyway. He turned back into the wash, put himself on the open gravel between the Lance and Deacon's team, set his feet the way the storm school taught, and fired the whole magazine, deliberate, aimed, walking his rounds into the gunner's mast to blind it. And the Lance's first line went wide because of it, and its second didn't. He was dead before Deacon reached him. There wasn't any doubt of the order of things. The helmet log kept the truth like the ledger kept air. The mast shattered on Cato's 9th round. The gunner's last shot was fired blind, and the two events crossed in the air, his purchase and its price, 11 seconds worth of war compressed into 2. They brought him out. Of course they brought him out. The line held the withdrawal an extra 40 seconds to do it, which the after-action would note was tactically indefensible, and which no one at the after-action said one word against. Deacon carried him the way Cato's own section had carried Bell down the inside stair, rifle still working, and the storm's trailing ghost covered them all the way to the ridge, as if the planet, having taken its price, threw in the passage home. Behind them, at pylon marker 41, the shaftwork's whole fortnight of consumables burned in a line half a kilometer long, and the ventilation bore the spoil train had been racing to supply, stood unshored and flooding with dust, and the enemy's engineers would confirm within a day what Pell's slide rule said within the hour. The shaft had just lost between 5 and 7 weeks. The deep scar was 2 months out. For the first time since the survey ship rode down through the murk, the enemy's clock was losing. They gave Cato the cliff at dusk the next day next to his brother. The whole remaining city turned out, and Pin stood at the front of it with her key and fob in her fist and cried the way 19 cries, without any management at all. And nobody managed theirs much better, because everyone knew the accounting by now. Everyone had heard the helmet log's plain arithmetic passed hand to hand down the galleries. The man who fired the war's first shot, the wild one, the one that hit nothing, had fired its 9th through truest, and the wash's whole rear team was alive because Dane Cato had spent 11 seconds paying off a debt no ledger anywhere had ever charged him. Tama closed the account at the post, voice level to the end, and if the words paid in full had ever in 63 years been load-bearing, they bore now. Afterward, in the gear room, Brahm found her, not the other way around, which was itself a thing that had never happened. The old man stood in the hatch with his knife hand at his side and something in his fist, and he looked, for the first time in Cass's life, every year of 61 on a death world, his token. He opened his hand. Pylon wood, fresh cut, the grain straight as a plumb line. He'd chosen for Cato the wood he'd chosen for Halos, and Cass understood that in Brum's church there was no higher canonization. Take it to the wall tomorrow. My knees are done with today. She took it. It weighed nothing. It weighed like the whole cliff. Top! You should sleep, He turned in the hatchway and paused and said it with his back to her, conversational, the way he delivered everything that could level a room. Pouch is full, child? 40-year pouch. My father's before me. Cato made it exact. He was quiet a moment. Started a second one this morning. Cut the leather before breakfast. I find I wanted you to know that, while it was still just a fact between us, before it becomes whatever it becomes. He went. The hatch stood empty a while. Cass sat alone in the gear room with a dead man's token in one hand and her mother's key in the other, listening to the city breathe through the rock. The plants hum, the circulators, the far tick, always now, of the enemy's patience under the mountain, and did the only thing there had ever been to do on this world with a full pouch and a war and 40 days of sky left before the season turned. She got up, racked the token where morning would find it, and went to check the anchors. Chapter 12, Terms. Okonjo's reports came up the pylon line once a week, hand-carried by the released and exchanged, written in the ledger shorthand her grandmother had taught her, and they were, Pell said without irony, the best intelligence product he'd read on either side of this war. The week after the seam, her courier was an old dock rigger with a medical release, and the report ran 6 pages, and Sorel had it read aloud at the command table because the custom held. Anything touching the ledger got heard entire. Holloway under administration, week 9. The water plant runs better than we ever ran it. That is not a compliment, it's a warning. They fixed in 6 days the intake fault we'd deferred for 9 years, and they posted the repair schedule in advance, and they kept to it, and the town watched them keep to it. Rations are adequate and arrive on time. Their medics hold clinic hours. The fibrosis cases go because their mothers make them go, because the treatments work. Nobody has been touched. Nobody has been searched since week 2. The word occupation is doing quiet work in people's mouths. I hear it losing its edge, one meal at a time. You need to understand what's being done to us, Major, because it's being done well. They are not breaking Holloway. They are making Holloway comfortable, and comfort is the only siege engine that has ever worked on Morrowers. 3 items of hard product. 1. They are grading a second landing field east of the port, twice the pad area of the first, load-rated berms, and the grading crews work triple shifts. They are expecting something heavy and soon. 2. Shaft consumables now come up from the port in half-loads at double frequency, which the quartermaster and me reads as a supply line under strain. Your seam work is being felt. 3. And I report it exactly because I can't classify it. At the crypt shelf where we buried nothing, where the town keeps its empty marker for the 9 who went home to Lantern. A Kell frame has stood 1 hour of every night since the walking. Not the same frame. A different one each night in rotation, lance stowed, lamp dimmed. The garrison thinks it's surveillance. I've watched it for a month, Major, and I don't. I think it's a vigil. I think it started as one soldier's decision, and it's spreading through their ranks the way things spread through ours. Quietly, nobody ordering it, nobody able to say out loud what it is. They are learning us. I no longer know in which direction that runs. The command chamber sat with that a while. The landing field is the Tide 9th, Pell said finally. Timing fits. A courier fold to the 3rd reach, a formation recalled off the Vashkari line, transit back 5, 6 weeks from the request we have to assume went out after the yard, which puts their arrival inside 20 days, and the deep scour inside 35. So there's the whole war now, Major, on one page. He laid his slate flat, 2 clocks and a question. Their heavy formation lands before the season turns. Can they finish us in the gap? And if they can't, the question underneath this entire campaign finally comes due. Which is what winning even is, Sorel said. For us. Say it plainly, Lieutenant. For the record, since we keep those now. Winning is their ledger, not ours. Pell stood, and for a man who'd arrived on Morrow 8 months ago breathing bottled air and quoting protocol annexes, he had come to hold a briefing room like a Morrower held a line. We cannot destroy the ascendancy. We cannot lift the siege. Nobody is coming. The Accord won't. The Compact minutes its regrets, and the Vashkari would sooner watch both of us bleed. What we can do is what we have been doing. Make Morrow cost. Every frame, every week of the shaft, every day of the deep scar, they sit immobile while we move. It all goes in the file, and the file is read on Vashkar and in the Compact chancelleries. And somewhere in the ascendancy there is an actuarial consensus that asked Velcorin for a cheap requisition and is now being handed a war of attrition on a death world against a population that will not price. He turned to the map. Empires don't lose wars like this one. They conclude them. Our victory condition is a line item. The day their own arithmetic writes us off as a bad asset. The day it costs less to leave Morrow and call it magnanimity than to stay and keep bleeding for a lattice they can reach 2 centuries from now some cheaper way. We are not fighting to beat them. We are fighting to become not worth it. Not worth it, Sorel repeated, slowly, tasting the size of it. 63 years buying this rock from the planet, and now we buy it again from an empire, at the same counter, in the same coin. She almost smiled. It never fully arrived. All right, Then every plan between now and the season turn serves one word: endure. We do not spend people on glory. We spend hours. Hold the city. Harry the Shaft survived the Tide Ninth's first weeks. And when the deep scour comes down like a lid on this whole country, gentlemen, it will find every one of ours alive that I can possibly arrange, and it will find their army standing in it. Life, meanwhile, insisted on itself, the way it did. Pin and Toma had Gallery 9's watchroom now, a married household with a number in the ledger and a ration line of its own. And the whole gallery had adopted the marriage as a civic institution. Old women left mended gloves at their hatch. The retention crew had installed, without being asked, a second T-hook. The garden was being cut back for the season's turn, and Pin ran the replanting like a supply operation. Seed stock inventoried, cuttings potted for the shelters, because you plan for after, Sergeant, that's what planting is. And one whole crate of stubborns packed in sealed jars, the way her mother had carried the seed bank out of 41 with 9 fingers. 41 jars, Pin said, counting them into the crate on the garden floor. One for every refuge alcove, when we have to go down. People fight better if something's blooming. That's not sentiment, it's medicine, asked Sel. Sel would say it's both. Sel says everything's both. Pin sealed the last jar and sat back on her heels and looked up at the trellis, cut back to its cables now, the blue all packed away in glass, and for a moment 19 looked older, the way everyone on the cliff looked older since the switchbacks. Toma wants me to go down with the next shelter rotation. Before the new ships come, he's not wrong to want it. I know, I told him. I go when the garden goes. Last crate, last me. She stood brisk again and pressed one of the jars into Cass's hands, exactly the way she'd pressed one into a 6-year-old's at the cargo shelf a lifetime of weeks ago, for the watch office. Grows anywhere. That's the whole point of them. Sel's clinic had moved half itself down the throat already, and the half that remained ran on rotation, and when Cass came in for the raid team's mandated check, the medic ran her wand and looked at the readout, and did not reach for the gentle lie. Sit down, Cass. That bad, your chart moved a year and 5 weeks. Sel turned the screen around. The shaded field, the numbers, the little relentless curve of the rasp doing its work on a woman who'd spent a month breathing hard in charged dust. I'm not pulling you off the line. I know better, and we haven't got the luxury anyway. But hear the arithmetic once from me with the door shut. Every squall op costs you weeks. You're spending them well. That's not the same as having them. She shut the screen off. The Kel cure would arrest this, you know, even now. That offer's dead, and I'd have amputated my own hands before I helped you take it. But as your doctor, I'm required to hate everything about this planet at least once a day. Consider it done for today. Noted, Cass said. Debit it. Get out of my clinic, Sel said, which from Sel was affection, and both of them knew it. And on the high rampart in the evenings the wind lessons went on. Pell out of the mask for whole minutes at a time now, learning to read the pressure shifts on his bare face the way children here learned before they learned letters, coughing like a first-year settler, going back for more. He would never have the 63 years. But he had the thing under it now, whatever it was, the thing that made a person stand on a rampart on a world that was killing them and study the enemy sky like a tenant reading his own lease. And one evening, watching the light go brown to black over the flats, he said, without preamble, I wrote the Accord a final dispatch before the last courier went, resigned my exchange commission, effective on receipt. He didn't look at her. It seemed dishonest to keep the return ticket. Cass considered the shape of that for a while. You know we can't cut you a key, she said. Shop's got a war on. I'll wait, Pell said, and put his mask back on, and the two of them stood watch a while longer in the dark, tenant and tenant, over everything the lease still held. The ships came in on the 31st night after the seam, and Cass had the watch. Because of course she had the watch. No anomaly light this time. No single moving star. The whole western sky simply acquired, between one sweep and the next, a lattice of descent tracks, orderly, spaced, patient, riding down through the high haze toward the new graded field at Halloway in a formation that made the Rit fleet's arrival look like a survey errand, and the array printed the count in the corner of the screen and kept revising it upward while she watched. She stopped counting at 40. The Tide Ninth came down the sky of Morrow for over an hour, hull after hull after hull, and the last thing the long glasses resolved before the dust of the landing field swallowed, everything was the emblem repeated on every flank in the enemy's pale heraldry. A wave, cresting, rendered in the precise moment before it breaks. Cass keyed the command line and heard her own voice deliver the report in the flat register the war had built into her. And at the end of it, into Sorrel's silence, She added the only assessment that mattered, the one the file would carry down all the years to whoever finally read Morrow's account and judged it. They sent an army for 2,000 farmers, Major. She watched the dust column rise off Holloway into the enemy's own descent lights, and the counter in her chest, the one that never stopped, laid the number down like a token going into a pouch. Enter it in the assessment. We cost that much now. Chapter 13. Choirs. The Tide Ninth took 4 days to unload, 2 days to march, and 1 hour to teach Morrow that the war it had learned to fight was over. The lesson came at pylon marker 33, at the trailing edge of a textbook squall. On-ground second squad had walked for 2 months and rigged for 8 days. A spoil convoy from the reopened vent works, escort strength, moving on the enemy's eternal weather clock into a wash where the charges were laid deep and the fallback routes were cut, and everything was as it had been at marker 41, where the seam had opened like a door. The seam didn't open. The squall died on schedule. The charges fired on time. The road heaved, the lead frames went over. The rifles spoke from the rocks in the disciplined joint hunting rhythm of the loophole school. 94 seconds of grace. That was the arithmetic the plan was built on. The window where 60 soldiers waited alone for their network. These didn't wait. The escort broke into knots of 5 before the dust of the demolition had crested. No lattice, no reknit, no consensus, just 5-frame clusters snapping into local formation like a hand making a fist, each knot covering its own arcs, each moving, and they came off the road into the rocks, into the ambush's flanks, uphill in the blind minute, at speed. Cass saw it from the rim overlook, and her whole understanding of the enemy reorganized itself in one cold heartbeat. They aren't reaching for the network. They carry a piece of it with them. 5 voices, enough to act, small enough to survive. Chores. Pell would name them that night, reading her sketch of the 5-frame knots off the after-action slate, his voice careful in the way of a man identifying the thing that has just eaten his profession. Vashkari Front Doctrine. The lane war taught them what we taught them. Networks fail. So they built a fallback the size of a squad. Local consensus. 5 is enough to agree to kill you. At marker 33, third team was in the flank rocks when the choirs came uphill. They did everything right. That was the thing Cass made the after-action say in plain words, because the dead deserved a record that didn't flinch. Sergeant Ama OC's team displaced on contact by the book, bounding by pairs toward the fallback cut, covering as they'd covered at the switchbacks, and against the old enemy, the locked, waiting, permission-starved enemy. It would have worked, it had always worked. Against knots of 5 that flowed uphill on their own judgment, faster than any human in storm gear on broken rock, it was a foot race against things with too many joints, and the fallback cut was 400 meters away, and the arithmetic that had carried Morrow since the fjord finally brutally ran the other way. Cass fought the withdrawal from the rim with everything the remaining teams had, rockfall charges blown out of sequence to wall the slope. Deacon's team leapfrogging back through positions they'd sworn never to burn, her own voice on the handline flat and fast, holding the seams of the thing together while it came apart. And third team's net discipline held to the end, which was the worst of it. Afterward, no screaming, no panic, just Osei's voice reporting each position as it went. Contact left, contact rear, Voss is down, displacing, and then the wind, which had never once in 63 years taken a side. 7 dead. All of third team, Osei, Voss, Dunn, Harjo, the brothers Ilian, and one of Deacon's riggers, S, killed at the wall, covering the last bound. The survivors came home through the storm's ghost carrying 2 of the 7, which was all the choir's pursuit permitted, and the recovery of the other 5 would become its own operation, its own chapter of grief. Negotiated, the word still tasted like slag. Through the enemy's punctilious graves registration channel, which the Tide Ninth honored to the letter, because whatever else the new formation was, it was still Kell. They were not, in any other respect, the enemy Morrow knew. They moved in weather. Not the deep scour. Nothing moved in the deep scour. But the marginal days, the charged gray blows that had been humanity's whole sanctuary, the Tide Ninth's frames walked through at 3/4 speed, hulls sleeved in some Vashkari war mat that shed static like a roof sheds rain, and the vigil intervals when Lantern had rested, resupplied, breathed. Those were gone by the end of the first week. They pushed the siege lines up 2 hairpins in 5 days. Work the Rit fleet had budgeted a month for. They dug up the pylon lines. That one landed in the operations room like a death in the family. Enemy engineering elements walking the buried cables out of the ground kilometer by kilometer. methodically unstitching the secret country, erasing 63 years of hidden map, not because they'd broken the human's code, but because they'd simply, finally, brought enough hands to remove the terrain's opinion from the war. State it all in one place, Sorelsa said on the 8th night to a command room down to its last officers. I want the position undecorated. Cass gave it because the sergeants always drew the undecorated jobs. Seam warfare is dead. The choirs closed it. The weather sanctuary is half dead. They move on marginal days and we no longer own the calendar. We rent the worst of it. The pylon lines are being erased at 4 kilometers a day. The shaft is resupplied and cutting again. Deep Scour is 22 days out by the ledger's forecast, and it is still the one country they cannot enter. Nothing they've landed changes that. The Scour proper would strip that matte sleeve in an hour, and they know it, which is why everything they're doing is pointed at one objective. She put her finger on the map, on the amber cluster 2/3 up the cliff. Oof. They mean to have Lantern before the season turns. Not besieged. Had. Because when the lid comes down for 1/5 of a year, whoever holds the city holds the mountain, the plant, the anchor's roof, and whoever doesn't is a population in caves, breathing stored air through a season that recycles the strong into the dead. She straightened. They have the force to do it, Major. 14 days, give or take. We can make it cost. We can't make it fail. The room was quiet. The wind filled it the way it filled everything. Then we're done pretending the city is the object, Sorrel said. Her voice was very even, and Cass, who had learned the Major's registers the way she'd learned weather, heard what it was costing to keep it there. The city was never the object. The city is a roof, and the people are the point, and the people can live without this roof. We proved that 63 years ago in holes in the mesas, and we'll prove it again. The anchor doesn't care who camps over it, and the Scour is coming to hold the mountain for us better than any garrison. She looked up and around the table, one face at a time, the way she read casualty lists. Lantern is to be empty in 10 days. Everything that breathes, everything that heals, everything that makes or mends, down the throat into the deep shelters by night, by rotation, in order. The garrison thins last. We leave them the shell, rigged to be the most expensive empty building in the history of this galaxy. And when the season turns and their army stands frozen on our doorstep for 1/5 of a year, we will be under the mountain with the season on our side, and we will spend the deep scour teaching them what the first learned in year 1. A pause, and the next words came out with 63 years of the ledger behind them. It's a hard order. I know what the city is. Write it anyway, Lieutenant. General evacuation. Priority schedule to follow. First convoys move tomorrow night. Pell wrote it. Nobody else spoke while he wrote it. Major. Brahm's voice from the corner, gravel over something deeper. The crypt galleries. The room went stiller. On this rock you carried out your dead. It was the oldest law there was, older than the ledger, and there were 900 names in the cliff, 63 years of them, and no convoy schedule in the world moved 900 graves down a canyon in 10 days under enemy optics. The dead stay, Top, Sorrel said, and let the words be as heavy as they were. The dead hold the city for us. If any people in this galaxy will understand leaving a garrison of graves, it's the one camped at the bottom of our road. They stand vigil at empty markers. Her jaw set. And we will come back for them. Write that too, Lieutenant. In the order itself. Lantern will be reoccupied, and its dead will not be left among strangers. I want it in the file, I want it read in the shelters, and I want the Ascendancy's intercept analysts to choke on it. The evacuation of Lantern began the next night, and it broke the heart in a way the battles hadn't found. Battles were fast. This was slow, 10 nights of it, gallery by gallery. The city subtracting itself in reverse order of its building. The newest works first, the machine shops, lathes, and the school benches and the water tanks, then the middle years, the archives, the crypt wall rubbings that families took because they could not take the wall, and at last the oldest things, the firstest things, the generator that had run the first winter, the original ledger post with its brass worn to gold. Crawler convoys went down the throat nose to tail in the squall cover and came back empty and went down again. The refuges in the mesas lit alcove by alcove as the city arrived, and in every one of the 41, by Sorrel's quiet order and Pin's quieter logistics, a sealed jar was unpacked first, before the bedding, before the tools, dirt and a blue flower, set on a shelf where people would see it when they woke. Cass worked the throat security rotation and watched her civilization pour past her. In the dark families with numbered crates, the harbor master with her key box, the young clerk from Gallery 4, grown 2 wars older since the morning he'd tagged her air bottle, carrying the ledger post's brass head wrapped in his own storm coat, and she found there was a category of courage the war had never yet asked of her and was asking now. To stand in a canyon and watch the thing you'd bled to defend agree, with perfect dignity, to stop being a city so that it could go on being a people. On the seventh night, Toma came down the line with the garden, crates of cuttings, the trellis cables coiled like sleeping animals, the seed stock in its fireproof case, and Pin walking beside the last crate with her hand on it. As per the pact, the whole cliff knew by now. I go when the garden goes. Last crate, last me. She'd held to it against her husband, against Cell, against 3 separate scheduling officers, and one because she'd embedded herself in the manifest as the garden's certified handler, and the ledger did not argue with manifests. She swung up onto the crawler's running board as it ground past Cass's checkpoint, stormlit, dust to the eyes, 19 and married and carrying a civilization's only luxury down a canyon in a war. And she leaned out from the rail with the old bright deadly grin and delivered, over the wind, what the whole rotation would repeat for days. Sergeant, almost all of it's down, 2 more nights. The stubborns took the move like troopers, not one jar cracked. And then, thumping the crate under her hand, mock solemn, entirely Pin. First thing back up the mountain when we've won, I've decided. Before the guns, before the furniture. People will need it blooming when they see the city again. Get inside before the next blow. Cass called back, which was sergeant for everything else, and Pin threw her a salute, fist to chest seal. I seal my air for you, cheeky and dead serious in one gesture, the way only she had ever managed. And the convoy took her down into the dark of the throat, taillights shrinking to embers. 2 more nights. The last crate was scheduled for the 9th. On the 8th day, the tide 9th reached the 10th hairpin and began in weather, under banners of static, to climb. Chapter 14. The Shell. The tide 9th did not wait for clear air, and so the last battle for Lantern began in weather, on the 8th night, 2 nights before the city was scheduled to finish leaving itself. They came up the ruined hairpins in a gray charged blow that the old enemy would have sat out in lockdown, choirs on foot where the road was gone, engineering frames walking bridge sections into the gaps behind them, the whole assault moving at 3/4 speed, with the static crawling off their sleeves in little dying veins, and the shell began to pay. That was the garrison's word for the city now. The shell, and they had spent 10 days making it the most dishonest structure on Morrow. The 10th hairpin took the lead choir into a rockfall trap the pioneers had cut a month prior and saved for spite. The lock at the old cargo shelf opened on the 3rd cycle, exactly as its captured mechanism promised, into a gallery packed with mining charge behind a false wall. Gallery 2's floor was rated for palanquins right up until it wasn't. The enemy paid for the bottom of the city in the only coin Morrow had left to charge, and paid it and paid it and kept coming, because that was what the Tide 9th had been recalled from a 9-year war to do. Cass fought the middle galleries with the rear guard, 80 rifles, the last pioneers, the storm school survivors, and learned what it was to defend rooms she knew with her body's whole memory. They held the gallery 4-ledger post landing for 2 hours behind barricades built of numbered crates that were supposed to have gone down the throat last week. She called fire lanes down corridors where she'd queued for air bottles at 17. And when the choirs finally flanked through the water gallery, the last thing through the breach behind the rear guard was the sound of the gallery. 5 mess alcove firing its charge. The alcove, their alcove, Deacon's pulpit, the wake room, the wedding briefing room, one more line item in the shell's ledger, spent with a choir standing in it. Deacon, moving beside her in the fallback, didn't look back at the sound. Good room, was all he said, in the voice with nothing left in it for jokes, and that was the mess alcove's eulogy. And it was enough, because it was true. By 0300, the schedule was dead. The enemy had climbed in one night what the plan had allotted 3. The lower and middle city was gone or going, and in the operations chamber, relocated twice already, running now off-field batteries in the old survey room behind the watch office. Sorrel redrew the end of lantern on a slate with a steady hand. Everything compresses. Tonight's convoys go at dusk +1 regardless of weather, and tomorrow's convoys go with them. That's the last lift, all of it, 1 column. Every remaining civilian, the field hospital's second half, the garden's final crate, the first generator. 1 run. Big, slow, and in a rising squall, and I know exactly what I'm saying, Sergeant, so say the other half. The leeward shelf. Cass put her finger on the map on the long exposed apron between the city's lower locks and the throat's upper mouth, the one stretch of the evacuation route that ran outside the rock. Every convoy for 8 nights had crossed it in blackout and lived on the enemy's absence. Chores took the east stair spur this evening. By dusk tomorrow they'll have eyes on the shelf, and eyes is all they need. They'll push a knot or two onto it in weather, just to cut the road. If the column crosses that apron with the shelf contested, it's 400 people and 40 crawlers in the open. So the shelf doesn't get contested. Sorrel's stylus came down like a bolt going home. Rearguard splits. Pell holds the upper locks and the inside stair, the city's last door, and he holds it until the column is in the throat and not 1 minute longer. You take second squad and the storm school onto the shelf itself, tonight before their eyes arrive. Dig into the windward rocks and own that apron, Sergeant. Whatever comes onto it in tomorrow's blow, it does not touch the column. When the last crawler makes the throat mouth, you fold in behind it as the door closes. Then everyone comes home down the canyon, and we let the season have this argument. She straightened, and for a moment the letter-writing flatness cracked, and underneath it was just a woman from Gallery 6 who had grown up 2 doors from the water point. One more night, all. One. The city has stood 63 years. It can stand one more night with our hand on its shoulder. Go. They went onto the leeward shelf at 0430 in the squall's first outriders, and dug in among the windward boulders the way the storm school taught. Low, tethered, dispersed, every position sighted across the aprons 400 meters toward the east stair spur where the enemy's eyes would come, and through the last hours of dark, behind them, above them, the city finished leaving. Cass watched it between sweeps of her sector, because no discipline on morrow could have stopped anyone watching. The remaining galleries went out one at a time, not dimmed for stars this time, killed, each amber strip dying as its last crew pulled the plant taps and carried the cells away. And gallery by gallery, the great lit shelf of her whole life went dark against the storm glow. 9, then 7, then 5 with its blown alcove, then 4 where a boy with the beginnings of the rasp had once told her their saying the pains never sang, until only Gallery 1 still burned. The watch office, the plant, the first fire the firsts had lit, held to the last because its light was the column's beacon. The column formed in that final light. 41 crawlers nose to tail in the lee of the lower locks, 400 people in storm gear on running boards and cargo beds, the field hospital's crates, the generator on its low boy like a coffin of state, and somewhere in the middle of it, per a manifest no officer had managed to argue with, one crate of trellis cables and seed stock in sealed jars, with its certified handler riding beside it. The wind rose toward dawn, on the ledger's schedule, gray and thickening. Enemy flares of static crawled on the east stair spur. Movement there, knots of it, the choir's eyes arriving at the worst hour exactly as the map had promised. Cass keyed the command line one last time before the blow shut the long-haul bands. 2-1 in position. Shelf is ours. Send the column. Static, wind, and then sorrel, one syllable of an old woman's blessing inside a commander's order. Sent. The first crawler came out of the locks into the storm at 0611, and the last battle of Lantern, the one the histories would file under evacuation, actions during, as though those words could hold it, began with a light on the apron, and high above them all, in the watch office at the top of a dead city, somebody, no order in any log ever accounted for it, and no one ever owned to it. Though Cass carried her own quiet certainty about a keyless lieutenant with a debt he'd decided how to pay, somebody switched gallery. One's great sodium floods from beacon steady to the old rescue pattern. 3 long, 3 short, 3 long, the storm call of morrow, the signal that had meant, for 63 years, on every anchor line and in every whiteout on this world, exactly one thing. We are still here. Come home alive. The column ran the apron under that light, into the wind toward the throat, and the first lance line cracked out of the murk from the east spur, and Cass rose out of the windward rocks with 80 rifles to answer it, and the world narrowed to the width of a shelf of stone between a dead city and a living canyon, with everything she had ever counted crossing it at 11 kilometers an hour. The last morning of Lantern had begun. Chapter 15, Linekeeper. The column ran the apron in a rising squall, and the shelf held, and the holding was the whole world. 80 rifles in the windward rocks against choir knots probing out of the east spur murk. 5-frame fists coming on at 3/4 speed with the static dying on their sleeves, and the storm school met them the only way the last month had left open. Deny, displace, deny. No seam to wait for, no lattice to blind. Just rock, wind, range, and the arithmetic of minutes. The column needed 40 of them to pass, and Cass's people sold the enemy the apron's western edge, a meter at a time, and bought 38. She fought it from the center rocks with the hand line running through her fist to the flank positions, and the crawlers went by behind her in the blow, headlamps hooded, nose to tail, 11 kilometers an hour forever. She did not count them. She had promised herself that in the last hour before dawn, tonight the numbers belonged to the job, not the fear. Deny, displace, deny above it all. From the dead city, the rescue pattern strobed through the murk. 3 long, 3 short, 3 long. The Lance took the 18th crawler at 0642 at the apron's exposed midpoint, 400 meters from the throat and safety. A white line out of the east murk, blind fire, unaimed. A choir shooting at the sound of engines, and the crawler's forward axle vanished and 11 tons of vehicle went sideways, slewed, and came to rest on its flank in the open with its cargo bed torn wide. Not the Garden's crawler. Worse. The one carrying the last of Gallery 9's families in the final crate of sealed jars. And the wind through Cass's position brought her, between gusts, thinly, the sound of children, convoy discipline held, because Sorrel had drilled it until it bled. Nobody stops on the apron. The column flowed around the wreck and kept running. That was correct. It was correct, and it left 14 people in the lee of a broken crawler in the open in a squall, with the enemy's blind fire walking the dark, and the rearguard's positions were rocks, not legs. Nobody on the shelf could cross that ground and still be a rearguard. The garden crawler, 2 back, slowed as it passed the wreck. It didn't stop. It didn't need to. A figure came off its running board at 11 kilometers an hour, hit the apron rolling the way riggers fall, came up moving, and was at the wreck before Cass had finished understanding what she was seeing. Small in storm gear, line bag already off the shoulder, and over the local band, bright and fast and utterly without fear, the voice. Wreck party, this is Pin. Hands where I can see them. Count off for me. We're going to walk out of here. It's 400 meters. I do this for a living. Pin. Cass's own voice. Flat, the sergeant using her mouth. Report, 14 souls, Sergeant. 2 can't walk, will carry. Axle's gone, bed's gone. A half second. And even in the wind, Cass heard what was in the pause and heard it put away. Jars are gone. Just people now. Rigging the line. Just people now. 60 seconds. And she'd already done the accounting. The whole planet had been teaching her since birth. Standing in the wreck of the one thing she'd built that was for nothing, with the last crate of her mother's flowers ground into the storm, and the ledger had come out the only way Pin Eason's ledger had ever come out. Cass keyed the flank positions, shift fire east, walking party on the apron, nothing touches them. And the shelf reorganized its whole desperate arithmetic around 14 people and a 19-year-old with a bag of rope. The crossing took 11 minutes. Pin ran it like a storm drill. Tethered file, 10-meter spacing, the 2 stretcher pairs in the middle, herself at the tail where the linekeeper walks, and the squall was in its full voice now, visibility down to arm's length, which was mercy and murder at once. The enemy's blind fire went wider, and the world shrank to the line. Cass, folding the rearguard in behind the column's tail as ordered, met the walking party at the last 100 meters, and did the thing she'd done at a wedding in another lifetime. Clipped on, Pin's voice, on the touchline, helmet to helmet, when Cass took the tail position beside her. Breathless, warm 19. Hey, Sergeant, you're always on the line. Someone taught me. They brought them in. That was the thing to hold, afterward, and Cass held it with both hands for the rest of her life. They brought all 14 in, the stretchers, the old doc rigger with his medical release, the 2 kids from 9 handed through the throat mouth into a forest of reaching arms, the whole file drawn out of the storm 1 carabiner at a time, and the door of the mountain taking them, and it worked. The ledger balanced, everyone was almost home. The Lance line came at 0709. Blind, like all of them. It hit nothing. Rock, the apron's empty edge, 40 meters short. The rockfall it started did not hit nothing, not even a big fall. That was the obscenity Cass's engineer mind would turn over at 0300 for years. A partial shelf face shear, storm loosened, Lance cut, maybe 4 tons. A nothing fall? A fall the windward rocks shrugged off every season, and it came down the flank of the throat mouth, across the last 3 meters of the crossing, where the linekeeper walks, behind everyone. The tether in Cass's fist went from weight to no weight. She was hauling before the sound reached her. Both hands, boots braced, the old cable craft, the line coming in fast and wrong, too light, and then not light at all. And she pulled Pin out of the settling scree by the harness, with Deacon suddenly beside her digging like a machine, and they had her inside the mountain's mouth, with the storm shut out behind the last stone. And Sel was there in 4 seconds, because Sel had been at the door counting heads the whole time. Her helmet had held. Her eyes were open, and they found Cass, and they were clear the rest. Sel's hands stopped telling that story almost as soon as they started it, and started telling a different one, gentler, the one her hands told in the quiet alcove at the end of the bore. Pin's glove came up, slow, deliberate, the way she did everything on a line. It found the seal of Cass's collar, tap, tap, checking it, making sure. The rigger's habit, the sergeant's habit, handed down at a wedding, handed back now. Her last piece of work on this world, and the work was, "You're sealed, Sergeant, you're safe, you'll keep." "Pin," Cass said. But she had gone to see the garden. The throat's upper door closed at 0731 behind the rear guard's last man, and Pell blew the inside stair and the upper locks at 0733. And Lantern, dark, empty, rigged, its dead holding its galleries and its floods, still strobing the storm call at an army, passed out of human hands for the first time in 63 years. The column made the deep shelters through the falling morning. 40 crawlers of 41? And of the 400 souls, 398, 14 of those on foot on a rigger's line. 2 did not come in, the 18th crawler's co-driver, killed in the strike itself, and the line keeper. The histories, which love round numbers, would write that the evacuation of Lantern succeeded. In Refuge 2, in the great Boar Gallery where the city's heart had been carried and set down crate by crate, the survivors of the last convoy came in out of the locks into the lamplight, and the shelter took them the way Morrow took everything. Hands, blankets, tea, names checked against manifests, the machine of care that 63 years had built running soft and sure. Tama was at the manifest table. Of course he was. It was his trade, and the trade was the only thing still holding him up. Cass watched him work the line. Each family checked in, each account touched, steady, gray-faced, glancing at the locked doors between every entry, and she stood in the queue with her squad around her, and Pin on a stretcher behind her, under a blanket that Sel had tucked with her own hands, and there was no version of the next minute that any war on any world had ever made easier, so she stopped waiting for one. He saw her face before she reached the table. Then he saw the squads. Then he stood very slowly, and his eyes went down the line of them and found the stretcher, and the fob, 2 rings out of 1 grain, was already in his fingers, worried smooth in 8 days of convoy nights. Nobody in the great gallery moved for a long moment. The ledger custom asked for the account to be read aloud, closed aloud, paid in full, said over every morrower since the landing, the words that made a debt honored instead of a theft. Toma opened his mouth and closed it and did not read anything aloud. He came around the table instead and knelt at the stretcher and took his wife's gloved hand in both of his and pressed his forehead to it, and the silence where the words should have been was the loudest thing Cass had heard in the entire war, louder than the gorge, louder than the yard, a whole cavern of her people standing with their fists to their seals in the lamplight, and no one, willing to say paid, because it wasn't, because some accounts the ledger was never built to close. The stubborn jar pin had pressed on her, for the watch office grows anywhere, that's the whole point of them, was still in the chest pouch of Cass's rig, wrapped in a mended glove. She'd carried it through the whole last night without once remembering it was there. She took it out and set it on the manifest table, in the lamplight, where people would see it when they woke. Chapter 16, The New Wall. They buried her on the second day, in rock no one had ever been buried in, and so Morrow's oldest custom got a new sentence added to it, the way all its customs had been written. By necessity and grief to last, there was no crypt gallery in the messes. The crypt was in Lantern with 900 names and an enemy walking its halls. So the pioneers cut a new shelf in the deep rock of Refuge 2 off the main bore where the air ran quiet, and the stonecutters faced it smooth in a single shift, working in silence, nobody having asked them to. The first name went up the next morning, cut by the same shop hands that had cut her wedding key 11 weeks before, Pinner Eason, 3rd generation. Line Kipper, the procession walked her there through the refuge's connecting bores, the whole shelter population standing at the junctions with fists to seals as she passed, carried out, as the law required, by her own people. Toma at the head, then Cass, Deacon Sel, Brom, and the old Doc Rigger from the walking party, who had asked for the 6th handle in front of witnesses so it could not politely be refused him. Brom had cut her token overnight. Everyone had assumed the straight grain, the Halus wood, the Cato wood, the highest shelf in his quiet church. He hadn't used it. He'd gone into the garden crates instead, with Toma's leave, and cut her token from the pale seasoned wood of the trellis frame she'd built at 16 out of salvage nobody wanted, and he'd carved it in the shape he had now made 3 times and buried 3 times. 2 rings, out of 1 grain. At the wall there were no speeches. That wasn't the custom. The custom was the account, and the account could not be read because its holder had stood at the manifest table for 2 days doing his trade with a face like sealed storm glass, and no one on morrow would ask him for the words the whole cavern knew he didn't have. It was Deacon who found the door out of the silence. He stepped up beside the new wall with his torn hands wrapped in Cell's bandages, and he didn't open the battered book, and he didn't do the voice. He told a story instead, the one about Pin at 14, before any of the war, when she'd been caught running an unauthorized line off the Gallery 9 water feed, and the whole retention crew got dragged into the inquiry, and it came out, item by damning item, that she'd been diverting a drip line's worth to a crate of dirt behind the circulator housing for a year and a half, and when the ledger board demanded she account for the diverted liters, 14-year-old Pin had stood up in front of the assembled majesty of Morrow's oldest institution and said, "D-bit me, it's worth it, you'll see." 8 years, Deacon said, into the laughing that was half crying, the wake noise, the sound of the whole cavern exhaling at once. 8 years and 1 wedding and 41 jars later, he had to stop and start it again, quieter, and got it out. And I have checked the math, and I am here to report that the ledger got paid back with interest, and that is the only account being read today. Debit her, it was worth it. We saw, the days after were the days after, grief in a shelter has no privacy and no horizon, and Morrow handled both the way it handled weather. By shift, by custom, by hands kept busy. Toma worked. The manifest table ran 14 hours a day as the refuges shook themselves into a functioning underground city, and he was at it for all 14, gray and precise and gentle with every soul in the queue, and Cell watched him clinically and let him, because the trade was the plank he floated on and she knew better than to kick it loose. On the 5th day, he left the table an hour early and was found, nobody had followed him, everybody knew, in the Refuge 2 alcove on his knees at the shelf where the first jar stood, planting out her cuttings into trays of mesa dirt with his careful clerk's hands, exactly per the diagrams she'd drawn in the margin of the seed manifest, as though she'd known, of course she'd known. She'd embedded the instructions in a document he could not, professionally, ever ignore. He planted every tray. Then he entered them in the ledger, formally, as a new account. Eason Garden, Refuge 2, the city. Cass wrote her after action on the 6th day because Sorrel needed it and the file was the file. She wrote the apron, the wreck, the 14, the crossing, the rockfall, in the flat language the war had built into her, 4 lines of battle, and it went easily until it didn't, until she reached the space where Private Eason, P, actions of, was supposed to fit, and sat in front of the slate for 2 hours, while the words did the thing her tether had done. Went from weight to no weight to a weight she couldn't lift. In the end, she wrote 1 sentence, and Sorrel read it, and signed the report unamended, and had it read into the record entire, and the sentence went down the years with the file, and it said, Private Eason held the line she was keeping, and it held, Deacon's hands healed slowly. He'd torn them to the quick digging and scree that Cass could have told him, did tell him. Machinery had already moved. Cell rewrapped them every shift and said nothing about it, and Cass understood that too. The hands were his account, and he'd paid it the only way the moment had offered. He sat with Toma in the alcove most evenings. Sometimes they talked. Mostly they didn't. The trays put up their first green in a week, Stubborns doing the only thing Stubborns knew how to do, and the 2 men watched it happen like it was a fleet arriving. And Brahm sat in the gear room of Refuge 2, with the second pouch, the new leather, and did not carve. Cass found him there at the end of one watch, knife on the table, hands flat, looking at nothing, and she sat with him the way he'd sat with her after the yard. 3 fobs, he said at last, 3 walls. My arithmetic's simple, child, and it only ever adds one direction. I told her wear it anyway. I stood in that garden and told them both. His hands didn't move. His voice was gravel all the way down. You want to know the wickedness in me? I'd carve a 4th tomorrow. Same wood, same blessing, same knowledge, because the day we stop cutting fobs on the strength of what happens to them, they've dug up the last of us worth having. He picked up the knife then and turned it and set it down. But not today. Today the pouch stays empty and I sit here and hate the mathematics, and you'll allow me the shift to do it in, Sergeant. All the shifts you need, top 1, Brahm said. 1 is what the mathematics allows. The deep scour came down on the 11th day after the fall of Lantern, and everyone felt it arrive because the mountain announced it. It came the way the First's journals said it came, not as a storm but as a change of state. The barometric floor dropping out over 6 hours, the light on the surface pickups going from brown to a boiling gray black, and then the note. The messes began to sing, A low tectonic moan of wind finding every face and edge of a continent at once, and in the deep bores the note came through the rock itself, steady, enormous. And the refugees of Lantern stopped in the corridors and put their hands on the walls, like people feeling a ship get underway. 300 kilometers an hour on the flats, gusting past 4. Charged densities that turn the surface into one slow continental lightning strike, a fifth of a year. The catalogs called it the reason KX441 was uninhabitable, and every catalog in the galaxy was right, and it was the sound, this year, of the door being barred from inside. Cass stood in the operations bore with the command staff and watched the last surface pickups white out one by one, and on the tactical slate the enemy's dispositions. The choir screens on the mesa approaches, the siege lines up the verse, the Shafthead's fortress on the flats, the Tide Knight's 40 hulls at Halloway. All of it went from moving to fixed, unit by unit, like a tide freezing mid-wave, sealed, spired, static for a season, exactly as 3 centuries of actuarial doctrine required, while the shaft alone, deep under rock, kept its tick. Positions all stopped, the watch tech reported, and then, young voice cracking with something that wasn't fear for once. Everything they have is stopped? Major. Sorrel looked at the frozen slate for a long moment. Then she turned to the bore full of officers and sergeants, thinned, scarred, underground, unbeaten, and to the map of a world that for 140 days would belong to the only species on it that the planet had ever agreed to keep. Well, she said, now it's our weather. Brahm was at the back by the hatch, and it was Brahm who answered her, first sergeant to the room, to the refuges, to the 900 in the old wall, and the one name on the new, in the voice of a man whose father had cut these shelters out of year 1 with his hands and a story about a sleeping animal. "Aye," he said, "children, get your coats. It's time this planet met the rest of the family." Chapter 17, Our Weather. Nobody walked the deep scour. That had been true for 63 years, and it stayed true for exactly 9 days of the season, which was how long it took Morrow to invent walking it. Even for the people of the storm, the season proper had always been shelter weather. The months you spent inside, mending gear and teaching children and holding funerals for whoever the year had cost, while the planet went about its argument with itself overhead. Squalls, humans worked in. The deep scour you respected from behind rock. But there had never before been an army parked on the doorstep, frozen mid-stride, and there had never been a ledger entry like the one Sorrel wrote on the season's 9th day and had read at every post in the refuges. The season is a country they cannot enter. We were born in it, opened the door. So the pioneers built the craft the way the first had built every craft, fast, in need, out of salvage and nerve. Deep walking was done roped in 5s, a choir, Deacon called the formation. Deadpan, and the name stuck with the grim humor of soldiers everywhere. In layered storm rig with the joints taped like anchor housings, navigating by buried line and dead reckoning, and the feel of the ground's charge through boot soles, because sight was gone. Radio was gone, everything was gone except rope count and the person ahead of you. Crawlers could move in the lulls between the season's inner waves, chained nose to tail like pack animals, lamps useless, driven by instruments that had to be retaught what zero meant. Exposure limits were brutal. 90 minutes of work, then shelter, because past that the charge got into the blood and the mind got calm and wide and wrong. Storm calm, the first's journals named it, the gentlest of Morrow's ways of killing you. And in that impossible weather, in 90-minute bites, Morrow went back up its mountain and began, with great care, to steal the siege, not the soldiers. That was the order Sorrel wrote after the command debate that everyone knew about and no one recorded, the debate where the arithmetic of the yard. They're locked, they're helpless, there are 10,000 of them and they will kill us in the spring, was laid on the table in all its cold weight, and the major looked at it for a long time and then said no, and gave the reason that went into the ledger and down the years. We are not going to spend a season murdering a frozen army because of what it would make us by spring, and because it isn't ours to spend. The season is the planet's. We're just the family it kept. She'd looked around the bore. The army stays asleep. But the siege, the roads, the spires, the stores, the guns off their mounts, every bolt and every meter of cable they hauled up our mountain. The siege is property, gentlemen, and property has always been negotiable on this world. When they wake, their army will be standing exactly where they left it. It will just be standing there naked. Eviction. The word went through the refuges like heat through rock. Not slaughter, better than slaughter, in the currency Morrow actually kept. The enemy would open their eyes to find the war's whole material argument carried off piece by piece, at a cost their models could tally exactly. In a season, their doctrine said no motion could occur, and every dismantled click of it would say the same sentence to every chancellery that later read the file. You cannot hold what the planet's family declines to let you keep. They unbuilt the eastern siege line in the season's third week. 40 positions, lance mounts unbolted frame by frame and white out by feel. Pioneer hands that had rebuilt Anchor 9's tensioner blind now unbuilding an Empire's artillery. Spires felled and dragged behind crawler trains, cable spools, power cells, the enemy's own graded roadbed cut into sled loads and hauled off to shore up refuge bores. The sleeping choir stood in it while it happened, locked, spired down, blind. And per standing order, every human team gave the frozen soldiers themselves a 5-meter berth and touched nothing that breathed. The planet taxed the work, because the planet taxed everything. Rigger Ansel died in the 4th week, on the high line above the old 7th hairpin. No enemy within a frozen kilometer. Just a charge column walking off the flats without warning, the whole air going taut and violet. And the storm strike took the line he was on, and he was gone before the sound arrived. The scour collecting its fee from the winning side with the same indifference it had collected Bell from the losing one. They cut his name into the new wall under pins, second name, and Brom carved. And the second pouch stopped being empty, and the work went on, because that was the trade they were in. And Cass paid her own tax in the coin Sel had promised. 4 deep walks in 3 weeks, and after the 4th, she coughed into her glove in the airlock and looked at what came up, read on the storm gray, and put the glove away and said nothing. But Sel's wand found it inside a day, because Sel's wand missed nothing, and the arithmetic was spoken once, quietly, in the clinic bore with the door shut. Her chart had moved 3 years in a season. The rasp was becoming the thing the rasp became, and the war had begun charging her, specifically at interest. 1 walk a week, Sel said. That's not medicine, it's haggling. Medicine says 0. Take the deal, Cass. 2, 1. Or I put it in front of Sorrel and let her order you off the surface entirely, and we both watch what that does to the Storm School's morale. Sel held her eyes, boring face gone entirely honest. I lost the bride, Sergeant. I am not losing the linekeeper's linekeeper to pride and dust. 1-1, Cass said, and took the deal and hated it and kept it. Almost the 5th week, a deep walk team found the stranded choir. They were 11 kilometers out on the eastern flats, far beyond any siege line, a 5-frame knot that had been screening the pylon line demolition when the season came down early and caught them wrong. Mis-sitted in a charge basin, their lockdown spires half buried in migrating dust, and their power signatures, when the Pioneer team read them by contact probe running at the ragged bottom of the scale. Sealed Kell wrote out the season on stored power. These 5 had been drawing on emergency margins for 5 weeks, and the margins were ending. Not in days, in hours. The team leader put it up the line to operations, and operations put it in front of Cass, who had the watch, and the question stood in the bore in plain sight of everyone. 5 enemy soldiers, veterans of the formation that had killed 3rd Team and taken the city, dying quietly in a basin 11 kilometers of lethal weather away. And the season would close the file by morning, no human hand required, no order given, nobody's conscience billed. All she had to do was nothing. Cass thought about the amber eye behind the visor of the 4th frame. She thought about Okonjo's report, a different frame at the empty crypt, every night, nobody ordering it. She thought about her own voice at marker 22. You buy things so you won't have to bleed for them. We bleed for things so they can't be bought. And about what exactly was worth bleeding for, if not the sentence that came next. Storm rule, she said. It's older than the war. We don't leave anyone to the scour. And then, because the bore was full of people who had buried Pin and Ansel and 3rd Team, she said the rest of it plainly. Anyone. Rigged the sledges. It took 2 walks, 9 hours. And every trick the new craft owned to bring 5 tons of sealed enemy across 11 kilometers of deep scour. And it cost Frostburn, 1 wrenched shoulder, and a crawler's drivetrain, and no lives, which made it, by the season's ledger, cheap. They offloaded the frames into a sealed side bore of Refuge 3 under guard, rigged shelter power to the life support feeds with jumper work Pin would have been insufferably proud of, and Sel, who had read 60 pages of Kell anatomical protocol to treat Lance burns, now read them the other way, and kept 5 enemies of her people alive with their own transmitted medicine, in a cave, under a mountain their army had been sent to take. When the first frame's occupant woke enough to understand where it was, amber eyes adjusting in the lamplight, 4 vertical pupils tracking across rock walls and human faces, and the power lines running from the family's own generator into its dying suit. Deacon was on guard, arms folded, and he answered the question it hadn't asked. "Storm rule," he said. "You're in it now, same as us. Blessed are the well-sealed neighbor." A pause, and then, because he was Deacon again, entirely at last, "Rents due Thursdays." Far below the flats, in a command bore lit for a species that missed its own sun, an old Kel dictated to a file that answered to no one. Season, Week 6. Status of the Third Reach Expeditionary Forces. Intact, immobile, and being burgled. I have today reviewed the contact probe's season projections. The Eastern Siege Line no longer exists as a military object. The roads are being subtracted. The stores are gone to feed their generators. My artillery is shoring the roofs of their nurseries. They pass within 5 meters of 10,000 of my sleeping soldiers, every day carrying wrenches, and they touch nothing alive. And I have stopped pretending, even to this file, that the restraint is tactical. It is the other thing. It is the thing I came here having read 40 times and not once understood. We are owed what we paid for. They will not take lives they have not been charged. Their ledger is real. It was always real. We invoiced a species that keeps truer books than we do, and the collection is now in progress in whether we cannot enter, at a rate my auditors decline to extrapolate because the extrapolation embarrasses the campaign. And the 5 of 6 screening choir, whom the season had already written off, my own casualty projection closed their file 19 days ago, are alive. Alive in the enemy's mountain, on the enemy's power, under the medical protocols I transmitted as a courtesy of war, and the courier probe that told me this took 4 lines to say it. And I have read the 4 lines more times than I have read anything since the anchor keeper's answer. They crossed 11 kilometers of the season, twice, to collect 5 soldiers of the formation that took their city and killed their bride. When the ascendancy asks me, and it will ask me, what forced disposition can defeat such a people, I will submit the only honest answer 313 years have prepared me to give. None that we would remain ourselves after fielding. Therefore the campaign narrows to the one arm the season cannot freeze. I have ordered the shaft to continuous operation, triple cruise, safety margins waived, my authority, my ledger. The engineer's revised projection was delivered to me this morning, and I record it here because it is now the only number in this war that matters. The number that ends the argument one way or the other, while their storm still holds the field and their family still walks it. The shaft reaches the anchor lattice in 90 days. The season lasts 140. We will meet what the death world kept, in the dark, under everything it loves. And may whatever keeps the books of both our peoples witness that I tried every other page first. Chapter 18, The Other Side of the Wall. The pioneers had been miners before they were soldiers, and their grandparents had been miners before they were anything. And so when the war finally went underground for good, Morrow met it coming home. The counter-descent began from the sealed first bore below Refuge 2 on the season's 50th day. The plan was Brahms in its bones. He'd walked operations through it with his father's old survey folio spread across the map table, brittle Year 1 paper under battery light, and it was simple the way anchor work was simple. The enemy's shaft was coming up at the lattice from the west, on schedule, unstoppable. Morrow could not fight what it could not reach. Therefore, Morrow would go down its own side of the mountain and be standing at the lattice when the drill arrived. The first stopped at 400 meters because the hum scared the crews, and there was no reason to go deeper, Brahms said. We have a reason. The old bores give us the first 400 for free. After that, we cut new, quiet cutting, hand charges, and bar work, no rotary heads. Their shaft sings one note all day and never stops to listen. Ours stops. We'll hear them long before they could ever hear us. He laid a gnarled finger on the folio's last page, the one his father's crew had annotated in a shaking hand and sealed behind a wheel and a warning. And down there, children, is the property the whole galaxy pulled up a chair for. Time somebody who lives here went and looked at it. They cut for 3 weeks. It was work out of the settlement's founding stories. Teams of 6 in the deep galleries, bar and feather and shaped charge, spoil hauled by hand winch up grades the crawlers couldn't take, air run down on jumper lines from the refuge plant. The listening posts went in first. Toma's design, of all people. The clerk had come to operations with a schematic drawn in ledger-ruled precision, geophones from the old survey stores wired into a triangulation array, and the quiet explanation that he had been listening to the enemies tick through the floor of Refuge 2 on his own time. every night shift for weeks and had begun charting it because charting things was what his hands knew how to do with grief. The array gave them the shaft's position to within 30 meters, its rate to the hour, its shift changes, even the pitch difference when the enemy's triple crews rotated fresh cutters in. The enemy dug blind and loud. Morrow dug quiet and listening. And the mountain, Brahm said it flat, not as a figure of speech. The mountain was on the ledger's side. Cass worked the descent nearly full time because it was the one front her lungs were still cleared for. No charge storms underground, Cell had ruled, just dust. And dust we manage. She led the survey element the day they broke through into the vein country on the season's 71st day, at a depth of 940 meters below the Verse Plateau, the day the last hand charge opened a gallery no tool had ever cut. And the pioneers of Morrow walked into the property. Nothing in 63 years of the settlement stories had sized it right. The lattice wasn't a thing down there. It was the down there, the native rock giving way, vein by vein, to something else. Broad crystalline roots fused through the stone like the grain through Brahms tokens, gray-silver, faintly translucent, running in every direction the lamps could reach and clearly unmistakably grown. Not built. Grown 10,000 years ago or 10 million, by makers nobody living had names for, into the crust of a world that had then been left to its storms, and the veins converged, gallery after gallery, down toward a depth the instruments read but the mind refused, toward a central mass the survey charts began calling, because Morrowers named things what they were, the root. And it hummed, the deep hum, the first hum, the sleeping animal hum. Down here it wasn't a pressure in the skull, it was weather. It came up through boot soles and breastbones, patient as tide, and every human who stood in the vein country for the first time went quiet in the same way, and more than one put a hand flat on the nearest vein the way you'd put a hand on a crawler's flank, or a coffin, or a wall with family on the other side. Pell stood in the first vein gallery for a long time, instruments hanging forgotten off his shoulder, and when he finally spoke it was the lawyer's voice, hushed for once, reading the fine print of creation. 106 of these, active, hold the whole compact together. Every lane, every league, every empire's reach. All of it hangs off things like this, and nobody alive can make one, and the last people who could are so gone we argue about whether they existed. He looked up, lamplight running along a vein into the dark, and the ascendancy is punching a 9-meter rotary shaft into it on a timetable, with the safety margins waved. That's tomorrow's problem, Cass said. Today's problem is the survey. Map it, all of it. If this is the ground the war ends on, I want it to be ground we know better than anyone who's coming to it. They mapped for 11 days, and the vein country gave up its shape a gallery at a time, and its habits, which was where everything changed. It was a listening post tech who logged it first, then Toma who confirmed it in his charts, then every instrument they owned. The hum was not constant. It swelled and eased on a long rhythm, hours long, and the rhythm was not geological. It was meteorological. When the deep scour's great inner waves rolled across the surface a kilometer overhead, the continental pressure fronts, the charged storms that turned the flats violet, the lattice answered. The vein's faint luminosity rose with each surge. The hum climbed. Charge readings along the crystal climbed with it. Enormous quantities of energy moving somewhere, in something, for some purpose older than every ledger on the planet. Brahm stood at the master chart with the overlays in his hands. Toma's hum log laid against the ledger's storm log, two curves rising and falling together across 11 days like breath, and he was silent for a long while, and when he spoke it was to his father. You were half right, Da. He set the charts down. There's an animal on the other side of the wall, sure enough, but it's not sleeping through the storm. He looked up around the operations bore at the faces. It's drinking it. The theory assembled itself over one long shift, out of Pell's compact archives and the instrument logs and 63 years of weathercraft, and no one ever managed to break it afterward. The anchor was not dormant the way a machine is off. It was dormant the way a heart between beats is off. It fed on the seasons. The Scour's planetary charge cycle was its intake, its slow respiration, and had been for geological time. The death zone and the treasure were not neighbors. They were organs of one system. The catalogs had it exactly backwards. Morrow's storms weren't the reason the world was worthless despite its anchor. The storms were the anchors. The galaxy had spent 2 centuries walking past the door because it couldn't stop complaining about the doorbell. Which means the season is its charging cycle, Pell said, the end quietly, laying the last overlay down like a man laying down a verdict. And here is what that does to the war. Every compact protocol for anchor acquisition, everyone, I've read them all twice. Assumes a cold lattice. Dormant means inert, in their law and their engineering both. You core down to the root, you couple your interface, you wake it gently from flat quiet on your schedule. That is what the Ascendancy's engineers are building toward, because that is what every anchor in recorded history has been. His finger came down on Toma's curve, on the rising line of the hum. Nobody has ever cut into one mid-season on a storm world, because nobody has ever owned a storm world, because they're all cataloged as worthless. The shaft reaches the outer veins in 39 days, the root in maybe 60, dead center of the deep scour. They will drive a rotary head into a live conductor carrying a continent's worth of charge, into the animal mid-drink, and I have run the coupling equations with their own safety annexes. And the annexes just say margin exceeded, consult originating authority, and the originating authority has been dust for 1,000,000 years. The bore was very quiet. The hum came up through everyone's boots, patient, enormous, drinking. Say the outcome, Lieutenant, Sorrel said from the head of the table, in the voice she reserved for the file. Best case, the lattice sheds the intrusion locally, an energy release in the shaft. Their triple crews die, the shaft's gone, the claim voids itself. Their problem. Pell didn't sit. Worst case, the shed propagates. These veins run under the whole verse, under lantern, under the throat, under every refuge we have. If the root rejects a 9-meter wound at full season charge, we are not talking about a mining accident, Major. We're talking about the mountain. Everything above the vein country, theirs, ours, the city, the shelters, 40,000 people and 10,000 sleeping soldiers, sitting on top of the discharge. He finally looked up from the charts, and Cass had seen the man afraid before. At the pavilion, at the gorge. But not like this. This was the fear of the one person in the room who had read all the fine print. And the Ascendancy doesn't know. They can't know. Their own instruments will read the charge climb, and their doctrine will call it seasonal interference, because in their entire actuarial civilization, there is no page, none, for the possibility that the death zone and the prize are the same animal. Someone has to tell them. Or in 39 days, the smartest empire in the galaxy kills every living thing on this mountain, including itself, by accident, in perfect accordance with procedure. Silence. The hum swelled, another wave rolling over, a kilometer up, the animal drinking. And eased, Sorrel looked down the table, past her officers, past Brahm, and found Cass the way she had found her before the pavilion. And Cass felt the war arrive at the door it had been walking toward since a survey ship rode down through the murk and asked her to explain a garden. Sergeant Vaughn, the major said, we hold 5 of their soldiers, alive in Refuge 3. And their strategos has read everything you've ever said to him 40 times. The letter-writing flatness held. Underneath it moved the whole weight of the mountain. It seems Morrow needs to open negotiations. Chapter 19. The Knock. The messenger volunteered before Morrow had finished deciding whether to ask. Her designation, as near as the translation software could carve it into human phonemes, was Vesaloon, 5th of 6, 6th Screening Choir, the youngest of the 5 sleepers of Refuge 3, 41 years old, which among Kell was a child soldier. She had been awake for 8 weeks in a cave full of enemies who kept feeding her, and she had spent those weeks doing what Kell did, watching, recording, updating. She had watched Cell adjust her suit's nutrient feed by hand, 4 times a day, using protocols transmitted by the army besieging them. She had watched a human child, one of the 14 from Crawler 18, press a drawing against the observation glass of the sidebore, a stick figure with too many limbs standing under a blue flower. And when Cass came to the bore with the vein country charts and laid the whole impossible truth on the table between species, Vesaloon had studied the overlays in silence for 1 hour and then said, through the translator, the sentence that ended the debate about her. Your data is either fabricated or true. If fabricated, I lose nothing by carrying it except my life, which your storm rule already returned to me once. If true, my people are drilling into the death of everyone on this mountain, including 10,000 of mine who cannot even be consulted. A pause, amber eyes steady. I have been alone since the season took my choir. I am told by your deacon that on this world, alone is where the important decisions get made. I will carry your message. Teach me to walk. Teach me to walk. Deacon laughed his first whole laugh since the apron when he heard it, and then went, personally, and taped the joints of her frame like an anchor housing, and clipped her into the middle of the rope where the vulnerable walk. They went out on the season's 88th day. Cass, Deacon, 2 Pioneer Deepwalkers, and 1 Kell soldier learning Stormcraft between the 3rd and 4th positions of a human choir. 11 hours across the flats in the roaring violet dark, following the buried lines toward the one place on the surface of Morrow where the enemy was still awake. The shaft head stood out of the storm like a reef out of surf, a fortress of grown pale plate, sealed to the season, spires down, dust screaming off its flanks. Blind, deaf, and busy, the whole structure trembling faintly with the drill's eternal note running up from a kilometer below. No sentry saw them come, no instrument knew they were there. The most defended installation on the planet, and the war's whole verdict humming under it, and the only way in was the way Morrow had always used with weather on its side. Cass walked up to the personnel locked through wind that would have flayed a gentle worlder, took the mining bar off her back, and knocked. 3 long, 3 short, 3 long. They were brought down through the shaft's service galleries under guard. Choirs with lances at low ready, whole corridors of Kell engineers stopping mid-task to watch 5 storm-shrouded humans and one of their own dead walk past. And the deeper they went, the louder the truth got. Cass felt it through her boots before the elevator finished its run, the hum. Down here, this close to the Vane country's western margin, the animals' breathing came through the enemy's own structure, and their instruments were reading it. She could see the displays as they passed. Charged curves climbing in graceful seasonal arcs, annotated in glyphs that Vesaloon translated with a flat, dawning horror. Ambient interference, seasonal, within revised tolerances. Margins waved per strategos. The parley chamber was a plotting room off the main bore head, and Velcorin was in it. Scratched frame and silver crest with 2 staff officers and a screen live, carrying a 3rd presence from Halloway by Hardline. A Kell in a frame of matte war gray, crest banded with service marks, who did not wait for introductions. Tessark Omreth, 9th Tide, Vesaloon murmured. Commander of the reinforcement, wave feeds the shore. You are the anchor keeper. Omreth's translated voice was nothing like the old strategos'. It was fast, plain flat, the voice of 140 years spent entirely at war. You walked here through the season to tell us our own shaft will kill us. I have read your transmitted data on the approach. I will save this chamber time. The data is elegant, internally consistent, and arrives 26 days before our drill ends your rebellion, from an enemy whose entire method this campaign has been the conversion of our procedures into weapons. Elegance is not evidence. Timing is. The probability that this is a ruse exceeds 90% by every model the 9th Tide runs, and I have ordered my staff to log every officer who entertains it otherwise. The war gray crest turned fractionally toward Velcorin. That is on the record, strategos. Proceed. So that was the ground. Cass laid the case anyway, the way Sorrel had charged her. No rhetoric, ledger to ledger, Toma's 11-day overlays, the hum and the storm log rising and falling as one curve, the coupling equations run through the Ascendancy's own safety annexes, and the one sentence Pell had built the whole brief around. Your protocols assume a cold lattice. Nothing in your civilization's experience has ever cut into a live one, and you are reading its pulse right now on your own displays and calling it interference. Silence when she finished. The hum came up through everyone's feet, patient, enormous. On the screen, Omreth was motionless. In the chamber, Velcorin's amber eyes had not left the overlay where 2 curves breathed together. If I believed you, the old Kell said at last, slowly, I could not act on the belief. Understand what you are asking, Anchor Keeper? The drill runs under a consensus of the 3rd reach, ratified by the Ascendancy entire before the season closed the sky. No courier can leave this world until the storms lift. No consensus can be amended until a courier leaves. To halt the shaft on enemy testimony, against a standing ratification, alone. The translator paused, the way it paused on the words it found heaviest. There is no such act in our history that is not also the end of the officer who performs it. You are not asking me to change my mind. You are asking me to become the thing my species is built not to be. I know exactly what I'm asking, Cass said. I stood in a salvage yard once and watched 60 of your soldiers wait for permission while I killed them. And I stood on a rope 11 kilometers into the season and watched one of yours. She looked at Vesaloon, steady beside her. Decide that alone is where the important decisions get made. Your own file knows it, strategos. You wrote her choir off 19 days before we brought them in. The anomaly is spreading. I'm asking you to catch it, and I am telling you. Omreth's voice cut in, flat and fast. What the 9th Tide will log if the shaft so much as slows. Command interference under enemy influence and the remedies that follow. The Ascendancy did not send an army so its oldest officer could be converted by farmers. The screen's presence seemed to lean. Here is the Tide's counteroffer, human, so this meeting is not wasted. Your data may be tested. Strategos Velcorin may send instruments, his own under his seal into your galleries with a survey element under truce. If the readings replicate, they go to the consensus the hour the season lifts. And the drill does not stop while we wait, because the drill is the consensus, and unlike everything else on this cursed world, it is not subject to weather. It was, Cass understood with a cold clarity, the best offer actually available in the room. Verification bought at the price of revealing every gallery Morrow had cut. While the clock ran anyway, toward a breach the verification would confirm too late to prevent. She looked at Velcorin, and the old Kell looked back, and neither of their translators was needed for what passed between them. They had both done this arithmetic before the meeting began, and it came out the same on both ledgers, and it came out short. Morrow accepts the survey, she said, under truce, under seal, and I'll enter the rest in the assessment myself, Tessarch. When your own instruments tell you what ours did, you'll have 20 days of drilling left, and no way to ask your civilization's permission to stop. Somebody in your chain is going to face the same door your salvage engineer Thessaven faced, and the same door fifth of six here walked through to bring you this, and everything alive on this mountain, yours and ours, is going to depend on whether they open it. She gathered the charts. We'll expect the survey element in 3 days. We know the way out. Velcorin caught them at the personnel lock alone. No staff, no screen. One old Kell in a scratched frame in a corridor that trembled with his own drill. For a moment he simply looked at Vesso Loon, fifth of six, 41 years old, storm-taped joints and a human rope harness, still buckled over her frame. And something passed between them in the fast silent ripple of crest light that no translator carried. And whatever it was, it ended with the young soldier straightening in a way that looked, in any species, like being seen by a commander and not condemned. Then the amber eyes came to Cass. 313 years, he said. I have been the ascendancy's proof that patience wins wars. I took this command believing I would relocate a small brave population with a minimum of grief and be, on balance, the kindest thing that ever happened to them. Instead, I have buried 41 of my people in 900 years of my certainties, and tonight an enemy walked through my planet's worst weather to try to save my army from my own drill, and my reward for listening was to have my name logged by a Tessarch a third my age. The translator hesitated, then rendered the next sound as something it had never given him before. Dry, brief, almost a laugh. Your deacon would say there is a scripture for this. He'd misquote one. Yes, I have read the intercepts. The crest light dimmed, and the old voice came down to the register she remembered, from the pavilion, from the marker, from every moment the two of them had stood at the bottom of the war and read each other's books. You ask me to catch the anomaly, anchor keeper. Understand the mathematics of what you ask. Omreth watches me now, the consensus binds me now. If the hour comes when the only act left is the alone one, it cannot come from me twice. Once. One door opened once, at the exact right moment, and then whatever remains of Velcorin is spent. The amber eyes held her, unblinking, 4 vertical pupils in the lamplight of a corridor at the bottom of everything. So you will have to be certain when you knock again that it is the moment, because I can only answer the door once. The lock cycled. The season took them back, 11 hours home through the violet dark, and Cass walked it with the rope in her fist, and the arithmetic running the whole way, the new arithmetic, the last one. 26 days to the breach, 3 days to the survey, 20 days of drilling after the truth was confirmed and filed and helpless, and at the bottom of it all, one door, one knock, one ancient creature's single unspendable act of aloneness, and no way, none, to know the right moment until the moment was already spending itself. Behind them, under the fortress, under the flats, under everything, the animal drank its storm, and the drill sang on. Chapter 20, The Correct Move. The truce survey arrived on the season's 91st day, up through the vein country from the enemy's shaft, under seal, under escort, under a flag of static gray cloth that some Kell quartermaster had woven overnight, because no flag for this had ever existed. Parley, underground between species, in the dark beneath a storm, 6 Kell engineers unarmed, their frames stripped of lance mounts and loaded instead with instrumentation Cass had no names for. 4 human pioneers as guides, and at the head of the survey element, when the two parties met at the marked line where Morrow's galleries began, a palanquin that made Cass stop mid-stride, not scratched, pearl gray, seamless, immaculate, and familiar. She had stood in front of this exact frame on the flats a lifetime ago. 3 humans in patched storm gear crossing their own ground like trespassers, and it had asked her the question the whole war had grown out of. Anchor, keeper, the surveyor said, the same level voice, pleasant the way recorded warnings are pleasant. I confirm the seal of Strategos Velcorin. I am designated to verify or refute your data. A pause, the pause she remembered, the weighing pause. I asked to be designated. Then come and look, Cass said, and led the enemy down into the property. They worked for 6 days. Cass had expected coldness and got something stranger and harder to bear. Colleagues. The Kell engineers were superb. Of course they were superb. And the Vane country did to them exactly what it had done to every human who entered it. She watched 6 veterans of an Empire's engineering corps go quiet in the same way, gallery by gallery. Watched one of them stand for 11 minutes before a wall of grown crystal with all 4 amber eyes adjusted wide. Watched their instruments confirm, curve by curve, hour by hour, everything Thoma's geophones and Pell's equations had said. On the 3rd day, a deep scour wave rolled over, a kilometer up, and the vanes brightened and the hum swelled through every boot and frame in the gallery. And the lead surveyor stood in the rising light with its instruments singing, and did not move until the wave had passed entirely. On the 6th day, at the marked line, with the verification sealed and cased for transport, it stopped in front of Cass one last time. 206 days ago, I asked your settlement to explain the garden, it said. I recorded your answer as insufficient. The amber eyes adjusted, and behind the crest the blue shimmer ran fast, spilling down toward the shaft, toward the fortress, toward whatever a Kell had instead of a heart. I withdraw the finding. The answer was sufficient. The insufficiency was in the instrument. It turned to go, and paused, and delivered the rest without turning back, which Cass understood by now was how Kell handled the things that cost them. The data is true. I will file it as true. And I tell you what my filing cannot change, Anchor Keeper, because you walked 11 hours through the season to tell us what hours could not. The Tessarch does not need my finding to be false. He needs it to be irrelevant. Watch your doors. The warning was 4 days old when it came true. It came true the way everything in the war had come true. On instruments first, in Toma's neat hand, at the listening posts. The shaft's eternal note, the tick that had run under every day and every grief since the sealed bore, the sound of the enemy's one unstoppable argument, changed pitch on the 95th night of the season, stuttered and stopped. For 1 hour, the mountain held the silence like a breath. Then the geophones lit again, and what they carried was not cutting. It was footsteps, thousands of them, in rhythm, descending, the sound of an army entering a shaft that no longer needed to reach the lattice by drilling, because 6 days ago, under truce, under seal, with every legal nicety observed, its commander had learned the exact location, extent, and quality of the roads that already did. Movement in the shaft, descending, continuous. The watch tech read out, voice climbing. Second array reports contact at the throat's lower mouth, surface element, company strength, or better, moving up the canyon in column. They're in the slot, Major. The throat's walls cut the season's wind to nothing. They've found the one road on the surface of this world that the deep scour doesn't own. The operations bore went very quiet, and in the quiet Cass watched the whole shape of it assemble on the map table, the way she'd once watched a salvage yard assemble out of murk. 2 prongs. One army coming up their own tunnels from the west, through the Vane country, toward the galleries Morrow had shown them under a flag of truce. One army coming up the throat from the east, the canyon, the back door, the evacuation road, the last way out that had become, in the enemy's hands, the first way in. Between the 2 prongs, every refuge, every civilian, 40,000 people, and a garden in trays, and it was correct. That was the thing Cass made herself say, at the map table, out loud, because the room needed to fight the move and not the ghost. Amreth isn't gambling. Run his tree. If our data's a ruse, taking the galleries ends the war. Our whole underground goes. The refuges are opened. Done. If our data's true, taking the galleries is the only safe road to the route that exists. His own shaft is a bomb and ours isn't. Ruse or truth, every branch says the same thing. Seize the human tunnels. He doesn't have to know which war he's fighting. Both of them run through our door. She looked up. He's not mad, and he's not stupid. And he learned the one lesson we've been teaching this whole campaign better than anyone. The mountain is the prize. He's just wrong about one thing, because he's never lived here. Which thing? Sorrel said. He thinks a road belongs to whoever walks it. Sorrel stood over the map for a long moment. The 2 blue prongs crawling inward, the amber scatter of the refuges between them, the Vane country pulsing its slow seasonal light at the bottom of everything. And Cass watched the Major of Lantern, the last commander of a city that no longer existed, do the arithmetic that had been waiting for her since the day she inherited a war with 2,000 rifles. The vein galleries we conceal, she said. The pioneers cut them. The pioneers can drop them. Every meter we showed the survey, we can take back with charges, and their western prong can spend a week reopening it under our countermines. That prong is rock, and rock is ours. But the throat, her stylus touched the canyon, the slot, the 4 kilometers of switchback narrows between the enemy column and the refuge doors. The throat is a road, and a fight, and a clock. The refuges can't displace deeper in less than 3 days. Somebody has to stand in that canyon and sell the hours. The silence had a shape this time, and everyone in the bore knew whose it was. Brahm rose from his corner. He'd been carving through the whole briefing, not a token, a fob, a 4th fob, 2 rings out of 1 grain, and nobody had asked him who it was for, and he set it down on the map table now, unfinished, beside the canyon that bore the only name it had ever needed. 61 years, he said, conversationally, to the room, to the major, to the map. Born in year 2, in a hole my father cut. I've buried every first but 3, and I've carried more of this mountain's children to its walls than any man living. And I know that canyon better than the Kell know their own arithmetic. Every choke, every shelf, every stone that leans. You need 3 days bought in a slot 60 meters wide. He picked the unfinished fob back up, turned it once, and put it in the second pouch, and drew the string, and the sound of it closing was the loudest thing in the bore. I'm the oldest thing on this world that still shoots straight, children. Give me the storm school's best and the throat's own stones, and I'll sell that road at a price no actuary in this galaxy has ever seen quoted. Top, Cass started, and he looked at her, and she stopped because it was the look from the gear room, the look over the tee, one keeper of ledgers to another, and there was no arithmetic in it left to argue with, only the trade they were in. Sergeant Vaughn holds the vein galleries and the countermines, Sorrel said quietly, writing it, making it real, spending them all with her own steady hand because that was the weight of command, and she had never once handed it to anyone else. Lieutenant Pell holds the refuge doors, First Sergeant Brahm, and here even the letter-writing voice had to take one breath, takes the throat. Far below them, through the rock, through the boots of everyone standing at the table, the deep hum swelled and eased. Another wave, a kilometer up. The animal, drinking, and under it, faint and patient and no longer even pretending to be a drill. 10,000 footsteps climbed toward everything Morrow had left. Orders written, Sorrel said. Go and stand where your people can see you. It's going to be a long 3 days. Chapter 21, The Toll. The western door closed first, and it closed the way Morrow had always intended it to. All at once, on schedule, on the enemy's head, Cass fought that fight from the firing bench of the deepest countermine, and it lasted from first contact to silence, 14 minutes. The tide's western prong came up out of the shaft's junction galleries into the vein country in good order, choirs leapfrogging through the crystal-lit dark. Following the survey routes their own truce team had walked 6 days before, and the survey routes were exactly where the humans wanted them because Morrow had shown the enemy real galleries, true galleries, every meter honest, and had spent the 4 days since the drill stopped packing those meters with every charge the pioneers had left. Let the first company through the marked line, she said, watching the geophone traces crawl. Let them own it. Let them report it owned. Then she turned the key, and the mountain shrugged, and 800 meters of gallery ceased to be a route and became what it had always secretly been. Rock, on the ledger's side, no pursuit, no exploitation, no second battle. The survivors of the lead company were sealed on the far side of a collapse. It would take their engineers a week to reopen. A week under countermines already being cut, under listening posts that heard every step, in country where the humans could drop the roof again and again, with the patience of people who had been maintaining these stones since before the Tessarch was born. The western prong was not defeated. It was built. Standing charge, payable in time, and time was the only currency that mattered now, because the season had 44 days left to run and the refuges needed 3 of them. Cass sent the report up the line. Western door closed, holding minimal casualties, and then did the thing everyone in the bore was doing between tasks now, the thing nobody talked about. She looked east through a kilometer of rock she couldn't see through, toward the canyon where an old man was selling a road. The throat swallowed the tide's eastern prong on the morning of the 96th day, and for 2 days, in a slot 60 meters wide under a ribbon of screaming sky, First Sergeant Odo Brahm conducted the most expensive toll collection in the history of the galaxy. Cass saw it in rotations. Sorrel ran relief and resupply up the lower canyon every 8 hours, and second squad took its turns like everyone left standing, so she saw it the way you see a storm in lightning flashes. Not the whole, but stills burned in. The choirs compressed. That was the first still. In open country, the 5-frame knots flowed like water. In the throat, there was no room to flow. The slot took the enemy's whole doctrine of movement and folded it single file, and Brahm's 60 rifles, the Storm School's best, dug into shelves and slits his father's generation had cut for shelter drills, turned the canyon into a machine that processed armor at a fixed rate, meter by meter, choke by choke. He'd rigged nothing clever. That was the terrible elegance of it. Rockfall chokes blown in sequence, each one costing the engineers hours under fire to clear. Enfilade positions that traded and displaced along crawl cuts nobody could map from below. And the canyon's own weather, the deep scour's wind, cut to nothing on the floor, funneled shrieking across the upper narrows so that anything tall, anything with a mast, anything that raised itself above 4 meters, entered a country where the season still ruled. The Kell owned the canyon floor at a rate of 200 meters a day, paid in frames. The walls, the shelves, the wind, and the dark belonged to the family, the second still. Brahm at the forward aid shelf on her first rotation, directing 2 stretcher teams with one hand and drinking tea with the other, half a lung whistling audibly, and his whole manner that of a man supervising a difficult but routine retention. Sergeant Vaughn, you've brought my 4-1 charges and more of Cell's bandages, which makes you the second best thing I've seen today. A lance line cracked stone somewhere below, and the whole aid shelf flinched except him. First best was this morning. Their engineers cleared choke 2 under fire in 6 hours flat, beautiful work. Honestly, I'd have hired them. And when they were done, the leaning stone above it that my Da marked Do Not Trust in year 4 finally stopped trusting anybody. 14 frames. He sipped. The mountain's been waiting 60 years to make that donation, child. I just introduced the parties. She laughed. Everyone in earshot laughed. The wake law, the lantern laugh. And it wasn't until she was halfway back down the canyon with the wounded that she ran the other arithmetic, the one under the stories. 60 rifles on day 1, 51 on her first rotation, 44 on her second. The toll ran both directions, and Brahm never once said the second number out loud, and neither did anyone else, because the stand had already passed into the country where the only way through was forward, and everybody in the slot knew exactly what they were holding and exactly what it cost, and had stopped pricing it. They held the second day. They held it at choke 4 of 7, 1,100 meters up the slot, with the refuge convoys grinding down the Badland roads behind them hour after hour, the shelters displacing deeper into the mesa country, alcove by alcove, the Eason Gardens trays riding in a sealed crate on the third convoy, with Toma walking beside it. The whole civilization of Morrow doing the thing it had practiced for 63 years and never once needed until now, moving the family out of the weather of war. One more day. That was the arithmetic at dusk. On the second day, when Cass came up on her third rotation with the last of the reserve ammunition and found the stand a third lighter than it had started and holding a line that had no business holding. One more day, and the refuges would be beyond reach, and the toll road could close behind its keepers, and the stand could become a withdrawal, and the withdrawal could become the thing nobody said above a whisper. Brahm, alive, walking back down. The Kell took the arithmetic away that night. The geophones heard it first, the way they heard everything. Toma's array, relocated with the convoys, still listening through a mountain's worth of rock, and the reading came up the canyon by runner because the enemy had finally begun jamming the hard lines. A new signature, twinned, steady, boring through the throat's eastern wall 400 meters below choke 4, thermal borers. The Tide's engineers had stopped trying to clear Brahm's chokes and started going around them. 2 bypass tunnels. Cut through native rock at a rate the listening posts clocked, remeasured, and confirmed with a dread that needed no translation. Both bores would break out onto the canyon floor above choke 5 by mid-morning, above the chokes, behind the stand. Between 60 years of the first cut positions and the only road home, Cass was on the forward shelf when the runner's slate reached Brahm, and she watched the old man read it the way he read weather. One long look, no second one, and then look up the dark slot toward the narrows where his father's marks were, and then down it toward the refuge roads. And she watched 61 years of Morrow arithmetic run behind his eyes and come out, the way his arithmetic only ever came out, one direction. Well, Brahm said, mild as milk, to the shelf, to the stand, to the mountain. It was never going to be a withdrawal, children. I did the courtesy of not saying so. He set his tea down and reached into the second pouch and brought out the unfinished fourth fob, 2 rings, 1 grain, the carving perhaps 2 evenings from done, and put it in Cass's glove and closed her fingers over it with both gnarled hands. And his voice, when it came, was the gear room voice, the fire-keeping voice, the voice of the man who had stood near her worst thing for 13 years without once making her look at it. "Finish it for me if I run out of shift," he said. "The wood knows what it's for, so do you." And then, before she could speak, before the shelf could hear her voice break in front of 40 rifles that needed it whole, he was first sergeant again, gravel and iron, already turning to the runners. "Wake the demolition teams. Chokes 5, 6, and 7 go tonight, and then we're going to rearrange the furniture at the Narrows." Sergeant Vaughn, not looking back at her because he knew better, "Your rotation's over. Take the wounded down. Tell the major the toll holds through tomorrow's dusk, and tell her the price. And tell her Odo Brahms said it was fairly quoted." The canyon wind screamed across the Narrows overhead, and below it, small and steady in the dark, the 2 new signatures bored on toward morning. Chapter 22, fairly quoted. The borers broke out an hour after dawn on the 3rd day, and the last battle of the throat began the way Brahm had redrawn it in the night. Not as a defense, but as a funnel. Cass got it in pieces at the canyon's lower mouth, where Sorrel had planted her with the extraction element and an order flat enough to bend iron. "You bring out whoever walks, Sergeant, and you do not go past the 6th choke to collect anyone who doesn't." The hard lines were jammed to hash. Everything came down the slot by runner, 20 minutes stale, and so she stood in the roaring half-dark at the bottom of her world's oldest road and listened to the stand above her through the mountain itself. The double concussion of chokes 5 and 6 going in sequence right on the redrawn plan, the long grinding voice of rockfall, the small arms crackle, rising, compressing, climbing the canyon like weather. The plan in her pocket said what the sounds meant. The chokes were closed behind the stand now, all 7, closed against the enemy below and closed against relief from above, both, deliberately, because the borers had made the middle canyon indefensible, and Brahm had stopped defending it. Everything that remained of the throat's garrison, 31 rifles by the dawn count, was withdrawing upward, drawing both bypass columns and the surviving floor assault after them, up past his father's shelf marks, into the Narrows, where the road bent and the walls leaned into 60 meters, and 400 vertical meters of Year 4 survey rock stood over everything with "Do Not Trust" cut into its base in letters the length of a man's arm. The runner's slates told the rest in fragments Cass would spend the remainder of her life assembling, and never once managed to put down. How the stand made its withdrawal by fire teams, shelf to shelf, textbook, expensive, 4 names, then 6, while the choirs flooded the Narrows floor behind them in the compressed single file the slot demanded. How the last fire teams came through the upper squeeze at midday and found the relief party Brahm had demanded from nobody. 2 pioneer demolition men, volunteers, waiting at the hand fire station under the marked wall with the exposed charge leads in their fists because the jamming had eaten every remote circuit, and the only way left to fire the first wall was a human hand on a plunger inside the fall shadow. How Brahm looked at the 2 volunteers and then at the wall and then said it was on the last slate out, written down by a corporal with shaking hands because even in the Narrows at the end of the world, Morrow kept its records. "My Da cut these marks, family fires, family's charges, and the mathematics allows one." How he took the leads out of their hands, how he sent them up the squeeze with the last fire teams and stood the stand down, and ordered the throat of Morrow cleared of every living thing that was his to command, and how the last any of them saw of him was an old man in a patched coat at a plunger station under 400 meters of leaning stone, drinking the cold dregs of his tea, waiting with the patience of the only species in the galaxy that had ever outweighted this planet, for the enemy to finish crowding into the toll gate. The sound, when it came, was not loud at the canyon's lower mouth. That was the thing Cass kept afterward, the way she kept the tethers no weight, the way she kept tap-tap. The ending of the throat came to her as a change in the mountain's pitch, a shrug, enormous and unhurried, the same sound Anchor 9 had made on the night the war began. The sound of stone deciding, and then a long rolling exhalation of dust down the slot, and then nothing. No small arms, no borers, no wind, even for a moment, as if the canyon had closed its own mouth to hold the breath in. The geophones, Toma said later, read it as one event. The marked wall, the Narrows, the bypass mouths, and 600 meters of the eastern prong's fighting strength entered into the ledger together, in a single line, at a price no actuary in the galaxy had ever seen quoted. The throat of Mara was gone. Not blocked, gone, sealed for the season and years past it, the back door of the verse erased from the map of the war by the man who knew it best. With the enemy's whole eastern offensive inside it, they walked the survivors out at dusk. 22 of 60. Cass met them at the lower mouth and counted them through, each one out loud, because somebody had to, and the numbers were the only prayer she had ever owned. And the last man through the squeeze put a thing in her hands without a word, because it had been left at the forward aid shelf with her name cut into the tag, the second pouch, inside it, tokens. Every name the stand had cost, 38 of them, carved and finished, dated in Brahm's square old hand. He had kept the count each night by lamplight while the toll ran, so that no one would go to the wall unaccompanied, and on top of them all, wrapped separate in a scrap of the storm gray flag cloth, one more. Pylon wood. Straight grain, the Hallis grain, the Cato grain, finished, oiled, his own. He had carved it before the stand ever began. He had known the quote before he gave it, and had gone up his father's canyon anyway with the invoice already written. And the only word cut into the token besides his name was the one the whole planet would take for his epitaph, the word he'd sent down with her on the last rotation. Fearly, Cass stood at the foot of the rockfall in the settling dust with the pouch in both hands. No body to carry out, no grave to cut, because the grave was 400 meters tall and 60 wide, and it was the throat itself. The mountain had kept him, the way it kept the 900 in the cliff, the way it kept everything it was ever really given, and the extraction element and the survivors stood back and let her have the minute, fists to seals, and in that minute, alone at the stone with the last person who had ever known her worst thing, Cass Vaughn finally said it out loud. I chose. Her voice didn't break. It was too far past breaking. It had gone flat and clear, the register of the deepest bores, in 41, at the manifold. 2 valves and air enough for one, and I sent it to the nursery ring, and my mother was on the other line, and I knew top. I was 16, and I did the arithmetic, and I chose, and I never told her, and I never told anyone. And you knew anyway, and you stood next to it for 13 years so I wouldn't stand next to it alone. The dust sifted down the face of the fall, fine as ash, patient as everything. You want the truth of the whole war, it's this. They keep asking us how we live here. That's how. Somebody counts and somebody chooses and somebody stands next to you after, and nobody says paid until it's paid. She set her glove flat against the broken stone, the way you'd touch a crawler's flank or a coffin or a wall with family on the other side. It's paid, Top. Fairly. I'll finish the fob. She walked out of the canyon at the tail of her own column, last, where the line keeper walks. The refuges got the news the way Morrow got everything, at the ledger posts, read aloud. Sorrel's voice, steady until the final line, which she had to read twice because the first time it came out as a Gallery 6 woman's and not a commander's. The throat is closed, the Mesa country is secure behind it, the eastern offensive of the Ninth Tide has ceased to exist, and First Sergeant Odo Brahm, born year 2, has been carried out by his mountain, and that night, while the shelters grieved him the only way he'd have permitted, working, the trays green under the lamps, the wake stories running long. Toma came to the operations, bore its speed, with a slate in his hand and no clerk's calm left anywhere on his face, and laid the geophone trace on the table where everyone could see the thing that had returned, faint and steady and patient, under the mountain's western roots. Tick, 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 the drill had resumed. Amreth had lost an offensive and learned a truth, and the truth had not stopped him because it was never going to stop him. It had only closed every road but the last one. No more prongs, no more roads, no more law, no more parley, no more anything on either side except the one argument left in the war. A 9-meter rotary head, cutting toward the root of a live anchor at triple cruise with the safety margins waived, 31 days from the outer veins, and one door, one knock, one old Kell who could answer it exactly once. Get some sleep, Sorrel told the bore, in the voice of a woman who wasn't going to. Tomorrow we decide when to spend the strategos. Chapter 23. When to knock. The war was now a question of timing, and the question had no good answer, and operations spent 2 full days failing to find one anyway, because that was the job. Pell laid the problem out on the map table with the merciless clarity that had become his signature. The resigned accord lawyer with a Morrower's lungs coming in, standing over the charts like a man reading his own family's will. We have exactly one lever, and it can be pulled exactly once, and it cannot be pulled by us. So the entire war reduces to a single decision that isn't ours, the moment Velcorin acts. Pull it too early. He set a marker on the near end of the drill's projected line, and the act is wasted. He halts the shaft, Omreth invokes his remedies, the strategos is relieved inside a day, the tide restarts the drill under its own seal, and the one door in the ascendancy that would ever have opened for us closes forever, for nothing. Too early is worse than never. He moved the marker to the far end of the line, where the shaft's path entered the drawn boundary of the vein country. Pull it too late, and it's ash. So the window is here. The last span, days wide at most, close enough to the veins that his own instruments give him unambiguous rejection data, evidence strong enough that his lone act might actually hold when the season lifts and the ascendancy sits in judgment on it. He doesn't just need to stop the drill. He needs to stop it in a way his civilization can retroactively forgive, or the stop won't outlive him. Pell straightened. And that window, Major, sits directly on top of the threshold where the lattice stops tolerating the intrusion. We are betting everything on a margin nobody has ever measured, on a world where the margins were waived. Then give me the other options, Sorrel said. All of them, for the record. They spent a day proving there weren't any, and the proof deserved its day because 40,000 lives hung off the arithmetic. Military option. Strike the shaft from the vein country's western margin. Drop galleries onto its path, wreck the bore from the side. Dead on arrival. Every approach ran through or beside the veins themselves. And the demolition tolerances came back from Pell's coupling equations with the same verdict at every calculable point. Any charge large enough to stop a 9-meter bore was large enough to do to the lattice, locally, exactly what they were trying to prevent the drill from doing. You could not defend the animal by stabbing it somewhere gentler. Evacuation option. Move the refuges out of the discharge zone. Dead on arrival twice over. The discharge zone, at worst case, was the mountain, and the mesa country was the only habitable rock within 800 kilometers, and it was the middle of the deep scour. There was nowhere to go and no season to go therein. So we knock, Cass said into the silence, and we pray the oldest actuary in the galaxy picks the right moment to become his own anomaly. No, Sorrel said slowly, and something in her voice made the whole boar turn. We don't pray. We do what Morrow has always done with a margin nobody's ever measured. She looked up from the charts, and her eyes were terrible and calm. We put someone we trust on the other side of it, standing next to him, reading our instruments when the moment comes. He told you himself, Sergeant. He can only answer the door once. Then someone has to be there to make sure he answers it at the right second. Someone who can read Thoma's arrays in real time. Someone whose word he has never once caught in an error. Someone he has been reading for 200 days. The boar was absolutely still. He asked you to be certain, Cass. There's only one place in this war where certain lives, and it's not on our side of the rock. The plan assembled itself in the quiet that followed, with the inevitability of a cable-taking load. A human element at the shaft head for the endgame. Small, 3 or 4, with a hard line back to the listening arrays, standing beside the strategos in his own fortress as the drill closed on the threshold, so that when the lattice's rejection data crossed the line Pell's equations drew, the knock and the answer could happen in the same breath, with no runner, no jamming, no 20-minute stale slate between the reading and the act. Deacon volunteered before the sentence finished. Toma volunteered second, and when the boar turned to look at the widowed clerk, he said in his level manifest-table voice, "It's my array. Nobody else reads its moods, and my wife is in that mountain." And no one in the ledger's whole history had standing to argue with that. Vesaloon volunteered third, and hers took the longest to answer, because what she asked for was to go home. "Not as your messenger," she said, in the sideboard of Refuge 3, the 4 sleepers of her choir standing behind her in the lamplight, as his witness. When the strategos acts alone, every officer of the tide will call it enemy influence, an old commander bent by clever farmers. But I am Kell. I have stood in your caves, and I have walked your season on your rope, and I was written off by our models and returned alive by your storm rule, and when I stand beside him and say what I have seen, the consensus will one day have to weigh it, because I am not the enemy. I am the evidence. The amber eyes went from face to face. You taught me your word for this, linekeeper. The one who walks last, where the fall comes from. Teach me the rest of it. They fitted the party in 2 days, and on the last night before the walk, the refuges did the thing Cass had stopped being surprised by, the thing that was the whole answer to the question the galaxy kept asking. They threw a send-off. Not a feast, the ledger would tolerate no such nonsense at war rations, but the mess bore filled shift by shift and the wake stories ran, and Cell pressed a medical kit on Vesaloon with written instructions in 2 scripts, and Deacon read from the battered book, with the whole old bellowing liturgy voice restored. Blessed are the well-sealed, blessed are the tethered, blessed is the neighbor who walks home through the storm. And at the end of the evening, Toma came from the alcove garden carrying a sealed jar, dirt, and one blue flower, the first stubborn cut from the trays her instructions had planted, and put it into the young Kell's long, strange hands. For the shaft head, he said. It grows anywhere. That's the whole point of them. And then quietly, in the voice he used for closing accounts, she'd have wanted your people to have one before the end, whichever end it is. Vesaloon held the jar the way Mio Cade had held hers, a lifetime of days ago, on a cargo shelf in another world, like a bird's egg. Like evidence. The walk went out at dawn. Cass, Deacon, Toma, Vesaloon, and 2 pioneer deepwalkers. The party of the war's last errand, 11 hours through the violet roar to the enemy's door. And Sorrel saw them off at the lock with no speech at all, just the morrow salute, fist to seal, held while the whole assembled watch held it with her. The season took them. The refuges settled in behind them to wait with the patience of the kept, and a kilometer under everything, in the vein country, the animal stirred. Toma's relay tech saw it first, 6 hours into the walk, on the arrays the clerk had left in younger hands. The hum's great seasonal swell arriving off schedule, early, steep, and wrong. Rising against the storm log's curve instead of with it for the first time in 126 days of perfect correlation. Not the weather driving the lattice answering something else, something small and near and patient, cutting toward it at triple cruise. Now 11 days out, the margins nobody had ever measured had begun to measure themselves, and the number they were writing, spike by spike across every screen in the operations bore, was not 11, it was days, maybe hours, and the knock was still 5 hours from the door. Chapter 20 Four, Remedies. The last 5 hours of the walk were the longest of the war, because the hard line walked with them. Toma had rigged the party's relay to trail the buried line the whole route, and so the numbers came to them as they walked. The refuges reading the arrays aloud into the storm, hour by hour, and the storm carrying it to 6 roped figures leaning into the violet dark, the hum rising against the weather. Microshed events along the shaft's western face, 3, then 7, then the animal, no longer drinking, bracing. They were still 2 hours out when the line brought them the thing Pell's equations had a name for, and no one had wanted to hear it spoken. First casualty event at the drill face. A shed, small local, a static discharge through 40 meters of rock that should have been inert, had walked up the bore's cutting head and through the forward crew like a rumor of the future, and 4 Kell engineers were dead at the bottom of the deepest hole their species had ever cut, killed by the property they were acquiring. They'll stop now, one of the pioneers said. They have to. Their own dead. No, Vesaloon said. From the middle of the rope, and her translated voice carried the first thing Cass had ever heard in it that resembled despair. You still don't see the shape of it. Watch what the models do with the dead. I know what I would have said 5 months ago, before your caves. A wind wall hit them, the rope sang. The party leaned and held and walked on. 4 engineers die in a shaft the humans warned would kill them, days after the humans walked unseen to its door, weeks after the humans revealed they hold galleries adjacent to the bore. The data is either an impossible geological novelty, or the enemy has begun killing our crews with means we cannot detect, exactly as its warning foretold, to frighten us off the prize. The wind screamed. 90%, Sergeant. The truth arrived wearing exactly the mask his models expect a lie to wear. We are not walking toward the door. We are walking into the evidence locker. They knocked anyway. There was nothing else on the planet left to do. 3 long, 3 short. 3 long, the lock opened on lances this time. The plotting room had changed in 36 days. The graceful seasonal arcs on the displays had grown teeth, shed event markers strobing up and down the bore's profile like a fever chart, and the engineers who had watched them pass in the corridors before now stood at their stations with the particular stillness of people whose instruments had begun disagreeing with their orders. Velcorin stood at the center of it, scratched frame and silver crest, older Cass would have sworn, by years, and Omreth was on every screen in the room. Log the following, the Tessarch said, before the inner hatch had sealed behind them, before Cass had spoken one word, and his flat, fast voice had the sound of a thing long decided, arriving on schedule. At the hour of first casualties, the human commander of the campaign's every irregular action, the yard, the scene, the season walks, the throat, presented herself at the shaft head, unannounced, undetected, in violation of no protocol, because no protocol imagined her. The ninth tide does not believe in coincidence, because there is no such thing. There is only insufficient data, and the data is now sufficient. The war-gray crest inclined, almost courteous. Anchor keeper, you told us the mountain would begin killing our crews. Our crews are now dying. Either you are the finest natural philosopher this arm of the galaxy has produced, or you are doing the killing. My models have priced both branches. You will not be harmed. You will be held as material evidence until the season lifts and a compact tribunal can weigh you. Strategos, Tessarch. Velcorin's voice was very quiet. Your seals are suspended, pending review of command interference under enemy influence, effective on this log entry, by authority of the remedies you were shown in advance. The shaft passes to Tide Engineering Command. A pause, and the next words came out with the terrible gentleness of an actuary closing a beloved account. You let them into your instruments, old one. Twice, you let their arithmetic into your file. Whatever else is true on this cursed world, that part is proven, and I take no pleasure in it. Your 300 years deserved a cleaner ending than sentiment. And the drill? Velcorin asked, still quietly, and the whole room, Kel and Human both, heard what the question actually was. The drill, Amreth said, goes to emergency pace. Continuous cut, all crews, reinforced shielding at the face. If the mountain is killing us, we end this war before it improves. If the humans are killing us, we end it before they do. Every branch, Strategos, converges on faster. The route in 9 days. The screens began to dim, the Tessarch's attention already moving to the next of 100 stations. You taught me that method yourself, 80 years ago. When the branches converge, stop thinking and cut. It remains the only lesson of yours I never had to revise. The screens went dark, the lances closed in, courteous and absolute, and the war's last plan died in a plotting room a kilometer over the animal it had been made to save. The party disarmed and escorted to a sealed hold. The hard line to the refuges located inside the hour and cut, Toma's slate confiscated with a receipt, because even now, even here, they were Kel. And the last thing Cass saw before the hold's door sealed was Velcorin, standing motionless amid the fever chart displays while a Tide officer removed the command seals from his scratched frame one by one, with all the ceremony of a man being unmade politely, in accordance with procedure, 313 years from the sea he was named for. The eyes found hers across the room, amber, 4 vertical pupils, the oldest attention in the war. He said nothing. There was nothing left he was authorized to say. But one limb moved, small and deliberate at his side, in the shape she had taught Vesaloon on the rope, and Vesaloon had taught the sleepers of Refuge 3 through the observation glass. The shape that had crossed the war's whole no-man's land one gesture at a time, a fist, closed, brought slowly to the center of the chest. I seal my air for you. Then the door of the hold came down, and the drill went to emergency pace, and through a kilometer of rock and one thin wall, 6 prisoners and 40,000 sheltering souls and 10,000 frozen soldiers, and one very old anomaly listened together to the sound of the season's one unstoppable machine, cutting at full speed now. 9 days from the route, while beneath it, rising through the boot soles, patient no longer, the animal braced. Deacon broke the silence of the hold at last, in the dark, in the voice he saved for the things too true to say in any other one. Well, he said, blessed are the door knockers, for they have located the door. A breath. It's locked, kids. And the whole mountain's about to find out which side of it God lives on. Chapter 25, Lone Actors. They measured time in the hold by the drill. There was nothing else to measure it with. The Kel had taken slates, tools, the hard line, everything but their suits, and Toma's confiscation receipt, which Deacon had proposed framing. So they sat in the sealed dark of a storage bore repurposed as a cell, 6 prisoners of an empire's arithmetic, and counted the drill's note the way Cass had once counted air. Emergency pace, continuous cut, the pitch climbing very slightly every hour as the bore closed on the vein country, and underneath it, swelling and easing no longer, the hum. It did not ease anymore. That was the thing they all heard and nobody said. For 126 days, the animal had breathed with its weather. Now it held one long rising note, hour over hour, like a lung filling and not letting go. And Toma, who knew its moods better than any living being of either species, sat against the bore wall with his palm flat on the rock and his eyes closed and read it like a man taking a dying friend's pulse. 2 days, he said on the second evening. Maybe less. It's not waiting for the drill to arrive anymore. It's deciding when to answer it. The answer came at what the fortress logged as the 41st hour of their detention, And it did not wait for the drill to arrive either. The shed event that history would call the first rejection began as a sound none of them had ever heard the mountain make. Not the shrug of rockfall, not the hum, but a crack, single and planetary, a bone breaking in something the size of a continent, and then the whole fortress moved. Not shook, moved, displaced sideways like a crate kicked by a god, and the dark of the hold went white at the seams as every conduit in the structure above them lit with charge it was never rated to carry. And somewhere below, down the bore, through a kilometer of rock, came a long tearing roar of energy going where energy had not been invited, and the drill's eternal note, the tick that had run under 130 days of war and grief and weather, stuttered and died. Alarms in 2 languages. The hold's emergency lighting stuttering violet, and through the rock rising, the hum, no longer a note held but a note bared, and Cass was on her feet in the strobing dark with her whole engineer's soul doing the only arithmetic left on the planet. That was the animal clearing its throat. The next one goes through the mountain. The hold's door cycled. It should not have been able to. The power to its seals was down with everything else. The manual override was outside, and yet the door walked itself open on its emergency screws, turn by turn, hand-driven from the corridor, and in the frame, lit violet by the dying lights, stood a palanquin, pearl gray, seamless, immaculate, and familiar twice over. "Airkeeper," said the surveyor of Vessel 7 Adjudicate, the asker of the war's first question, the withdrawer of its own finding, its long limbs still braced against the override wheel. The face crews are dying. The Tessarch's officers are executing a doctrine that has no page for this, and I find the pause, the old weighing pause, but shorter now, as if the scales had finally learned their work, that I have already redesignated myself once, and it is apparently habit-forming. Come. The Strategos is asking for you, and he no longer has the authority to ask, which is why it matters. They came up into a fortress at war with physics, corridors crawled with hurt engineers and dead lighting. The great displays in the plotting room ran fever-white, every curve off its scale. And the reports assembling themselves out of the chaos told the shape of the first rejection in the only units that mattered. The discharge had traveled up the bore like a barrel finding its bullet. The lower third of the shaft was gone, slagged, collapsed, a 9-meter wound cauterized by the thing it had wounded. 11 more engineers were dead, and the surviving face crews were being hauled up in cages, running on emergency winches. And the drill, the one argument the season could not freeze, the consensus made of steel, would never cut another meter, and none of it mattered because of the other number on the boards. The rejection didn't discharge the buildup. Pell would have said, if Pell were here. It was Toma who said it instead. Standing at the fever-white displays with his hands moving across instruments whose glyphs he could not read and whose voice he knew anyway because it was his friend's voice, his grief's voice, the voice through the floor. It sampled it. Look, the swell didn't drop after the strike. It's still climbing. The drill stopped and it's still climbing because the wound is still there. A kilometer of open bore punched into its side with cables and casings and water in it. A conductor, a splinter. He turned, and his clerk's face had the manifest table calm on it, which was how everyone present knew was the end of the world. And the animal is still bracing against it. The bore is a lightning rod planted in the root, and the season is still feeding the charge. And when it lets go, not the throat clearing, the real one, it goes through the splinter, and the splinter goes through the mountain. Days, maybe hours. Stopping the drill stopped nothing. The wound has to be closed or redirected, said Velcorin. He stood in the plotting room's ruined doorway, scratched frame in the violet light, sealless, commandless, 313 years old. And behind him, steady at his shoulder, where a staff officer would stand if he still rated one, Vesaloon, 5th of 6, carrying a sealed jar with a blue flower in it because she had promised a widower she would put it where his wife's people could see it, and had decided, apparently, that where it could be seen was beside her. I have spent 2 days as the first unmade strategos in 900 years, the old Kell said, crossing to the boards, and the engineers in the room, Tide and Third Reach both, did the thing that decided the war. They moved aside to let him read. It is instructive. No seals, no consensus, no file. Nothing left but what I know. And here is what I know. Anchor keeper colleagues, child of the 6th screening. The bore cannot be closed. 1,100 meters of slag casing does not extract, not in days, not in the season. But your clerk is precisely correct, and precise correctness is the only god left in this room. The bore is a conductor. Very well. The amber eyes came up from the boards, and in them was the thing Cass had been trying to name since a pavilion on the flats a lifetime ago, and she finally had the word for it: relief. The relief of a creature done at last with weighing. A conductor conducts in both directions. We cannot stop the discharge, so we will finish the circuit and choose its path. Flood the bore with every superconductor line in this fortress, couple it to the vein at the bottom and the storm at the top, and give the animal what its whole anatomy is built for. And this wound has interrupted the sky. We will not fight the discharge. We will ground it. Through the splinter, up the barrel, out the top of this structure, into the season it came from. The mountain keeps its people. The root keeps its charge cycle. The ascendancy keeps 10,000 sleeping soldiers it does not deserve. And the storm. The crest inclined toward Cass, one engineer yielding a point of credit to another. The storm takes back its own. It was always the anchor's weather. Silence in the fever-lit room. Kell engineers looking at each other. At the boards, at the unmade officer, none of them were authorized to obey. The coupling at the vein end, said the surveyor at last slowly, reading the schematic assembling itself under Velkorin's limbs. The bottom of the bore. Someone makes that connection by hand. At the face, inside the strike path, while the charge builds. The models give the work 11 minutes and the environment. It stopped. The environment gives the worker none, Velkorin said. Yes, the mathematics allows one. Cass's whole body went still. He could not have known. It was not possible for him to have known. Brahms' last arithmetic had never been transmitted, never left the refuges, lived only in the mouths of 22 survivors in one report. And yet there it stood in the ruined plotting room, the sentence, the exact sentence, arrived at from the other side of the war by the other keeper of books, the way parallel lines arrive at the same horizon. The mathematics allows one Umreth's face bloomed onto the one working screen. Hardline from Halloway. War gray and fast and already forbidding it. And Velkorin, sealless, reached out with one deliberate limb and turned the screen off, alone, unauthorized, in front of 40 witnesses, and the translator rendered his next words with no pause at all, as though it had been waiting the whole war to say them. You asked when to knock, anchor keeper, he said. Now, it's now, get your people to work, the door's open. Below them all, through the boots, through the bones, through 1,100 meters of splinter and stone, the animal's one held note climbed toward the only midnight left on the calendar, and above them, patient, enormous, eternal. The season waited to receive whatever the mountain decided to say. They went to work. Chapter 26, Ashen of Tide. The work took 19 hours, and it was done by two species who had spent 200 days killing each other, threading one wire down one hole to save one mountain. And afterward, nobody on either side could ever quite explain why it had felt, in the doing, like the most natural thing the war had produced. The bore was a ruin. The first rejection had slagged its lower third, and the superconductor line, every meter of transmission spool the fortress owned, spliced by Kell engineers and human riggers working shoulder to frame in the emergency lighting, had to be walked down the wreck by winch cage, guided past collapse and melt glass, and the still cooling throats of the shed strikes, a kilometer of descent into rock that no longer pretended to be asleep. The hum filled everything down there. It came through the cage cables, through teeth, through the wire itself, one held rising note, and the humans who worked the deep sections came up pale and quiet and went back down anyway, because it was rigging. And rigging was the family trade. Cass ran the splice teams through the upper sections until her lungs made the decision Cell would have made for her, and then ran them from the staging gallery by voice. And it was there at hour 11 that the standoff arrived. Tide Security, the fortress's own detachment, 5 frames in matte war gray, lances at low ready. Executing the last order their absent Tessarch had managed to transmit before the hardline to Halloway had gone to Stormhash, detain the human element, restore lawful command. They came down the staging gallery in perfect knot formation, and the work stopped, and the whole crowded space of engineers and riggers and winch crews went silent around the oldest question of the war. Now standing in one room with weapons in it, it was Vesseloon who stepped into the space between. She did it without drama. A small gray figure with storm-taped joints and a sealed jar cradled in one limb, and she addressed the security choir in their own language, and what she said was translated later from the fortress logs and entered whole into both species' archives. 5th of 6, 6 screening, written off by the models and returned by the storm rule. You are 5. Your consensus is local. Nothing reaches you from outside this mountain tonight. No Tessarch, no ratification, no ascendancy. There is only what you can see, and I have stood where you are standing, and I know what the doctrine weighs in your ears. So look, that is the strategos of the third reach with his seals gone, working. Those are the humans who walked our dead home, working. That is the wire that decides whether 10,000 of ours wake in the spring going down the hole. Your choir must agree to stop it. 5 is enough to agree. The amber eyes went down the line of them, one by one, unblinking. 5 is also enough to agree not to. The security choir stood in the staging gallery for 2 full minutes, lances at low ready, the blue shimmer of their local consensus running fast and silent between 5 crests, the smallest parliament in the galaxy deliberating at the bottom of a storm, and then, together, in the smooth, unhurried way their whole species did everything worth doing, 5 lances went to stow, and 5 frames turned, and the knot of them walked to the winch cages and formed up beside the human riggers, and their leader said one word through its translator, and the word was, "Assign us." The anomaly, Cass thought, from a distance that had nothing to do with the room, watching the work resume around 5 war-gray frames hauling spool, spreading. Velcorin had written it in a file that answered to no one, and Thessaven had died of it, and a surveyor had made a habit of it. And now a whole choir had caught it in 1 2-minute sickening of doctrine, and there would be no stopping it now, ever, in either species. And somewhere under the grief and the fatigue and the climbing hum she understood that this, not the wire, was the thing the war had actually built. At hour 18, the line was coupled at the top into the fortress's mast array, the great grounded spine of the structure, and past it, by cable run in the screaming dark, to the season itself. And there was nothing left but the bottom, the vane end coupling. 11 minutes of handwork at the foot of the bore, in the strike path, while the animal's held note climbed the last of its scale. "I'll go," Cass said. She said it first because saying it first mattered, and she meant it entirely, and she laid out her ledger before anyone could argue. The coupling was rigging work. Rigging was hers. And of everyone in the staging gallery, she was the only one already paid for. Lung's 3 years spent into the war, the RAS becoming the thing the RAS became, a body the planet had been collecting on since birth. "You want the honest arithmetic," she said to the room, to the old Kell standing silent by the cage. "I'm the cheapest life in this gallery. That's not despair, it's bookkeeping. Send me—" "No," Velcorin said, "and I will show you why, Anchor Keeper, in your own currency." He came forward to the winch cage, scratched frame in the work lights, and began methodically to load the coupling kit into its cradle. And as he worked, he talked, in the low, unhurried voice that had opened the war in a pavilion, and was now everyone in the gallery understood, closing it. Item. The interface at the vane end is ascendancy engineering. It answers to a Kell limb and a Kell key, and cross-training you would cost 4 hours the mountain does not have. Item. The environment. Your suit is rated for weather. Mine is rated for the space between stars, and it will still fail down there. But 11 minutes after mine fails, yours would have failed already. Item. And here the old voice did the thing the translator had learned finally to carry and gentled, the witness problem. When the season lifts, the ascendancy will judge this night. If a human makes the coupling, Amreth's file writes itself. Enemy sabotage, disguised as rescue, and the war resumes in the spring with the truth buried under a tribunal. But if it is me, the oldest officer of the Third Reach, unmade for listening to farmers, dead by his own hands' work, saving both armies from his own consensus's drill, then the file cannot be written. My death is the one document the Tessarch cannot amend. I have spent 313 years learning what things cost, Anchor Keeper. Let me buy the only thing this whole campaign was ever worth. Silence in the staging gallery, under the hum. "Your ledger and ours don't balance," Cass said. "It came out rough." "I told you that at the river. You did. You were correct." The amber eyes found hers, 4 vertical pupils, the oldest attention in the war, and the translator carried the next words with no pause, as if it had rehearsed them. "So consider this the correction. You bleed for things so they can't be bought. We buy things so you won't have to bleed. Tonight at last, both systems agree on a price." He turned to the cage and stopped and looked back. "I have one request." The jar. Vesaloon brought it. Dirt and 1 blue flower sealed against the world, carried across a war on a promise to a widower, and Velcorin took it in 1 limb and studied it a moment, the way he had studied everything on this planet, as if it were the answer to a question he had crossed the galaxy to ask. "Explain the garden," he said softly. "To no one, to everyone, to his own file. 206 days, and every model I own has failed the question, and standing here I find I have it at last, and it required no mathematics at all. The garden is what you do when you have decided a place is worth dying in. It is the receipt." The jar went into the cradle beside the coupling kit with the care of a man loading ordnance. She will ride down with me. Some things should be present at the important negotiations. Deacon stepped up to the cage then, and the gallery braced, all of them, human and Kel, because they knew the voice he was about to use. The big one, the pulpit one, the one that had carried a wedding and 100 wakes. And Deacon looked at the oldest enemy the human species had ever made, standing in a winch cage with a flower and a wire, about to buy a mountain, and delivered, with enormous and perfect solemnity, the last blessing of the war. Hey, Strategos. A pause waited like a charge going in. When you get down there, tell the landlord we finally answered the doorbell, and the translator must have carried it right, all the way right. Idiom and blasphemy and love and all, because Velcorin called Ashen of Tide Strategos of the Third Reach, 313 years old, made a sound that no Kel instrument had ever recorded and no human had ever heard. A dry cascading rattle from somewhere behind the crest, rising unmistakable in any biology in the galaxy. He was still laughing when the cage went down. They followed him by voice. That was the mercy and the horror of it both. The coupling channel stayed clean the whole descent, the way the enemy's channels always had. And so the staging gallery and the plotting room and, by relay, the listening posts of the refuges heard the last 11 minutes of Velcorin's life as work. The cage grounding out at the foot of the bore, the kit deploying, the interface keys going in one by one, each confirmed in the flat professional voice of an engineer who had been a young officer when humanity was learning to smelt iron. The hum rising around his voice like a sea coming in, and between the keys, unhurried, he dictated to the file that answered to no one, aloud on an open channel, so that both species would keep it. Final entry. The models were correct about every number and wrong about every outcome, and I die knowing why, and it is not a defect. It is the finest thing I have learned in a long life, and I commend it to the consensus. Some values do not price. The garden, the walking, the storm rule, the mathematics that allows one. A key went home. The channel carried the deep click of it, and the hum climbed a tone. To the Tessarch, the campaign file is yours. Enter that I was unmade in accordance with procedure, and that procedure was, as always, correct, and that it does not matter, because the war was never in the file. To the Ascendancy, the death zones are inhabited. Recommend withdrawal, compensation, and study. In that order, and quickly, before what lives decides to study us. The last key, the interface, live. His voice absolutely steady, a man setting down a full cup without spilling to the anchor keeper. The door is answered. Mind the weather. The coupling closed. And the animal, offered at last the whole long throat of the bore and the open sky above it, took the invitation with both hands. The world went white. Chapter 27, Return the Call. The mountain answered the sky for 6 hours, and everyone on Morrow of both species, above ground and below it, stopped what they were doing and listened. In the fortress it was not light or sound so much as presence. The discharge climbing the bore in wave after wave, the superconductor lines singing at frequencies that made teeth ache and instruments weep static. The whole structure ringing like a struck tool as a continent's worth of stored charge walked up out of the root, through the splinter that had wounded it. Along the path an old creature had died to offer it, into the massed array and out into the deep scour, home, the animal's own weather receiving the animal's own blood, and the season above the flats lit from inside with every wave, violet to white to colors the human eye kept as afterimage and refused to name. The refuges saw it through the surface pickups, 80 kilometers away, through the heart of the worst weather in the galaxy. A column of light standing on the western flats, hours tall, steady, immense, pulsing with the slow rhythm every soul in the Mesa country had learned through the soles of their feet. The pickups recordings went to every alcove. Children were woken to watch, and the whole sheltered nation of Morrow, watching the mountain shout its light into the storm, heard the hum underneath it change, the one-held note of the last terrible days easing, wave by wave, back down into the old tide rhythm. The patient swell and release the first had slept against for 63 years. The animal drinking again. The wound become a throat. The doorbell answered. At the fortress, when the last wave spent itself and the mast array stood glowing faint amber in the roar, the joint crews came up off the deck plates where the safety protocols had put them and looked at each other, human riggers and Kel engineers, and one security choir with its lances stowed. And nobody cheered, because nobody on this planet cheered anymore. They had all grown too fluent in the price of things. What they did was the other thing, the lantern thing. Fists to seals, both species, 40 hands and limbs held in the ringing silence toward the bore. The survey went down 2 days later, when the readings allowed. The lower gallery was transformed. Slag and melt glass annealed into curtains. The vein face fused around the coupling in a seam already indistinguishable from the grown crystal, as though the lattice had accepted the wire the way rootstock accepts a graft. Of the winch cage they found the frame, slumped and mirror-smooth. Of the strategos, nothing, which every borrower on the survey had known before descending, because they had buried this way before. The mountain kept him, the way it kept everything it was ever really given. Of the jar there was also nothing, no glass, no dirt, no trace. And the riggers, being borrowers, took that for an answer rather than an absence. And the story was in every alcove within a week, and has never since been successfully removed from either species' accounts of the war, that the flower went where the charge went, that somewhere in the oldest working thing in the galaxy, at the bottom of its new grafted throat, there is one blue stubborn, planted by a dead diplomat, growing where nothing grows. It isn't true. It is entirely true. Both entries stand in the ledger, and the ledger does not care, because some accounts are kept in a different set of books. Cass missed all of it. Her lungs had held through the coupling, through the discharge, through the 6 hours of the world ending correctly for once. And then, in the after-quiet, in the staging gallery, with the work done and the war over, and nothing left to hold them up by force of requirement, they had stopped pretending. She went down between one breath and the next, and the last things she kept from the fortress were Deacon's voice going up an octave, and war-gray limbs and human hands arriving together, and the thought, distinct and almost amused, riding her down into the dark. Debit that. She woke 9 days later in the clinic bore of Refuge 2 to the sound of her own breathing being done partly by a machine. The rebreather sat against her chest like a small warm animal, and its tube ran to the mask at her jaw, and Cell was there? Of course Cell was there, reading the chart she had no doubt been reading for 9 days, with the boring professional face in place and her free hand gripping Cass's wrist hard enough to bruise, which was how you knew. Before you ask, Cell said, not looking up. The answer is, for the rest of your life. Part-time now, full-time in 10 years, and you will have the 10 years and 20 past them, because the war's over and I have nothing to do anymore but make your chart my hobby. She set the chart down. Her voice stayed level and her eyes didn't. You spent it exactly the way you told him you would. At the river, so did he. Between the two of you, I hope the books balance because the interest was extortionate. The mountain, Cass said. Her voice came out a stranger's, half machine. Standing, all of it. The refuges, the sleepers, the route, everything. The hum's back on its tides. Toma sleeps in the array room with a smile now, it's obscene. Cell's jaw worked once. You've been out 9 days, so you missed the other thing. You should hear it from me before you hear it in the corridors. Because the corridors have already made it a legend, and you'll want the facts. The Tessarch came. He had come in person, 11 days after the discharge. Amreth, wave feeds the shore, up from Halloway through the season's first thin spell in a command crawler. Into the fortress his own remedies had failed to keep, past the joint crews and the stood-down security choir, to the plotting room where the recordings waited. The coupling channel, the final entry, the whole 11 minutes, every word spoken aloud on an open line specifically so that it could not be filed quietly away. He had listened to all of it once alone. And then he had done the thing that made him in the end the exact creature he had always been, which was the only kind of creature the Ascendancy ever sent. He had rerun the models with the new data in front of his staff, on the record. An anchor that defended itself, voiding intact acquisition by any force the writ could lawfully deploy. A campaign file containing the voluntary death of the Third Reach's oldest officer, unamendable, already spreading through the ranks like weather. An enemy, the models still used the word, but the glyph annotations had begun quietly to vary. An enemy whose way of war had converted one salvage engineer, one surveyor, one screening soldier, one security choir, and one strategos, and whose way of peace had kept 10,000 helpless sleepers alive out of what their own doctrine could only file as an incomprehensible surplus of account. The branches converge, Amreth had said, flat and fast, to his staff, to the joint crews, to the recording he knew both species would keep on leave. The ninth tide will winter in place, wake its sleepers in the spring, and withdraw in good order at the season's end. The claim will be entered as unacquirable. The campaign will be entered as concluded. And the file. The first pause anyone had ever heard the Tessarch take, one beat, the length of a small parliament deliberating. The file will be entered under the name the Strategos submitted before his unmaking, which I find on review to be correct in every particular. He named it for the weather, the Scour campaign. Let the chancelleries choke on it. Then, and this was the part the corridors had made a legend, and the corridors, for once, had it exactly right. Tessark Omreth had walked out of the plotting room, down through the fortress, to the head of the bore where the mast array still glowed its faint amber, and had stood there, war-gray and motionless, lance stowed, lamp dimmed, for 1 full hour. The vigil rotation began the next night. A different frame of the ninth tide, every night, at the head of the bore, 1 hour. Nobody ordered it. Nobody on either side ever had to explain it again. Cass listened to all of it with the rebreather doing its slow, warm work against her sternum, and when Cell finished, the clinic bore was quiet except for the machines, and underneath everything, faint and eternal through the rock, the tide rhythm of the hum. And the two women sat in it a while, medic and sergeant, the last keepers of a very long shift. "So it's done," Cass said at last. "We're not worth it." "Congratulations," Cell said, dry as the flats. 64 years of collective effort. The galaxy's most expensive bad investment. Then the dryness cracked and what was underneath came through, tired and enormous. "It's done, Cass. The season lifts in 6 weeks. And when it does, there's a ceremony the council's already arguing about, and a wall with too many names on it. And one account everybody in the Mesa country is waiting for the strength to close." She stood and squeezed Cass's wrist once more and turned to go, and delivered the last line from the hatch the way Cell delivered everything that mattered, over her shoulder, on the way to other work. "Get strong. You've got a fob to finish. And Toma says, when you're ready, Sergeant, and not one shift before, the ledger's waiting." Cass lay in the lamplight with the machine breathing beside her heart, listening to her planet drink its storm in peace, and began, because she was what she was and always would be, to count the 6 weeks. There was going to be a homecoming. Chapter 28, Paid in Full. The season lifted on the 140th day, the way it had lifted every year for 10,000 years, and for the first time in the history of two civilizations, both of them stood in the brown morning light and watched it go. The deep scour died west to east across 3 days, the great inner waves spacing out, the charge bleeding off the flats, the permanent scream dropping octave by octave into the ordinary gale that Morrow called spring. And on the 3rd day there was a dawn with a horizon in it, and the surface pickups showed the flats swept clean and gleaming, scoured, renewed, the way the planet kept its country. The 9th tide woke its sleepers into that morning. The humans watched it from the mesa rims, at a distance kept out of courtesy rather than caution, because courtesies were the currency now. 10,000 frames coming up out of 5 months lockdown, spire by spire, choir by choir, the blue shimmer reknitting across the slopes of the verse like frost in reverse. An army waking exactly where it had frozen, mid-stride, mid-war, into a world where the war was over and the siege they had built around themselves was, as promised, simply gone. The roads unbuilt, the guns unmounted, the stores long since burned in refuge generators, keeping human children warm. They stood there naked, 10,000 veterans of the Lane War, in the wreckage of an argument the planet had finished without them. And then, on their Tessark's order, entered in both species' records. They formed up in good order and marched down their mountain to the sea of dust where their transports waited, and not one lance was raised the whole way down, and the only fire exchanged was light. At the head of the withdrawal, as the lead column passed below the ruined city, every gallery of lantern that still had glass caught the morning sun at once, amber and blinding, and the column, 10,000 strong, halted unordered for 11 seconds and looked up at the cliff that had beaten them. Then it went home. Vesaloon left with the last shuttle, because that had always been the shape of her sentence. The witness goes where the testimony is needed, and the testimony was needed 40 light years coreward, in chambers where an actuarial civilization was about to spend a generation arguing about one campaign, one file, one dead strategos, and one word, unacquirable, that had never before appeared in its records beside the word inhabited. The farewell was held at the fortress lock, and it was brief, because Morrow didn't waste syllables and the Kell didn't waste anything. Cell checked her frame seals one last time, tap, tap, out of pure tyranny of habit, and got, in return, the first embrace either species had attempted across the divide, an awkward, careful, many-jointed thing that made everyone present pretend to check their own instruments. Toma gave her the full copy of the array logs, the Hum's whole recorded biography, for the Chancellery's numbers travel better than testimony, and Deacon stepped up last and put into her long, strange hands the battered book. The actual book, the one that had ridden in his chest pouch through every wake and wedding and whiteout of the war, and held her amber gaze and said, gently, in the pulpit voice turned all the way down, "You know most of it by heart anyway, neighbor. Just remember the reading protocol. Misquote it. Every time. That's how you know it's yours." The other 4 of 6 screening went up on the same shuttle, guests of the storm rule to the last, and each of them, passing out of the lock, stopped and turned, and brought a fist slowly to the center of the chest, and the humans at the rail answered in kind, and nobody translated anything because nothing needed it. She was still holding it against her chest plate when the shuttle took her up through the clean spring sky, toward the fleet, toward the argument of her lifetime, and the humans watched the hull lights climb until they were one more star, and nobody said what everyone was thinking, which was that the war's best soldier had just deployed. The homecoming went up the mountain the following week, not by the throat. The throat was closed, would stay closed for years, a canyon-shaped grave with 38 names and its keeper inside it. The convoys went up the western switchbacks instead, up the enemy's own beautiful abandoned roads, which the ledger had formally entered as war reparations, infrastructure, one each, and which some clerk with Brahms' sense of humor had annotated, assessed value, fairly quoted. And first, before the garrison, before the furniture, before the first generator on its lowboy, per a promise entered into the record by a 19-year-old on a crawler's running board a war ago, went the garden. Toma rode beside the trays the whole way he had ridden beside the crates coming down, and Cass rode with him, rebreather warm against her sternum, because there had never been any question of who went up with the first convoy. They came out of the last switchback in the early light with the whole shattered amber shelf of lantern rising ahead, burned galleries, blown locks, the wreckage of the shell's last arguments, and above it all the cliff face itself, uncracked, eternal. Home and the convoy climbed through the ruins in silence, past the crypt galleries where 900 names had held the city alone for half a year, up to the high shelf of Gallery 9, the garden alcove had burned. The trellis cables hung slagged. The frames were scrap. 5 months of storm had scoured the very shape of the room, but the west frame's lower corner still held one pane. One, the original, the one that had survived 2 cracked neighbors and a wedding and a war. And the morning light came through it the way it had always come, amber and clean, and laid a bright quadrilateral on the scorched floor exactly where the tomato crates used to stand. Toma set the first tray of stubborns down in that light. Then he stood and took out the worn fob with its 2 rings and its 2 keys, his own and hers, carried against his chest since the manifest table, and the whole convoy gathered at the alcove's mouth, and Cass stood at his shoulder, and the widower of Pinar Eason opened the ledger for the last entry of the war. He read the account aloud, the whole of it, in his level clerk's voice, the drip-line diversion at 14 and the fine she'd paid in extra shifts, the garden's charter, the wedding, the 41 jars, the evacuation manifest certified handler, the 14 souls of crawler 18 delivered, the line she was keeping and that it held. Every debit, every credit. His voice steady until the last line, which he had to try twice, and the second time it came out whole, into the ruined alcove, through the one surviving pane, over the trays of blue flowers coming home. Account of Pinar Eason, linekeeper of Lantern, paid in full. And the convoy answered, 200 voices, fists to seals, the oldest liturgy on the planet, paid in full. And somewhere under Cass's ribs, a door that had stood open since a rockfall at a canyon mouth, finally gently swung to. The city came back to life around the garden, the way the refuges had come to life around the jars. Outward, alcove by alcove, gallery by gallery. The plant relit, the ledger posts re-headed with their carried brass, the names of the war's dead cut into the crypt wall below the 900, Bra-O, between his father and his soldiers, with one word beneath the dates, because Cass had commissioned the cut herself and the shop had not argued. And the council settled, at last, the oldest open item on the books, the bridge money, the enemy's treble assessment, sitting in quarantine since day 28 of a war now ended. The city voted to spend it, all of it, to the last credit, on Stormglass for Gallery 9, so that the enemy's own arithmetic would spend the next 60 years holding the roof over the garden it had once asked somebody to explain. The ledger entry, drafted by Toma and passed without amendment, read, Spieve, Ascendancy, applied glass, debit that. And on the first evening that Gallery 1's floods ran again, 2 small ceremonies closed the books. The first was a key. The shop cut it from the season's first brass, a household key, number entered in the ledger, for a resident of 63 years standing by every measure that had ever mattered. and Sorrel presented it at the mess board with full lack of ceremony, in front of everyone, to Lieutenant Dorian Pell, formerly of the Terran Accord, presently of nowhere and here. You waited, she said. Morrow pays its debts. The second was the fob. Cass had finished it through the last weeks of the season, in the gear room, with Brahm's own knife, her hands learning the grain the way his voice had taught everything else. The two rings coming out of the one wood, a person and a place, and she put it in Pell's palm with the key, and watched the man who had arrived on this world, breathing bottled air and quoting protocol annexes, hold the two of them together and entirely fail, for the first time in the war's whole record, to find any words at all. Top started it the night you held the city's last door, she said. He knew before you did. The wood knows what it's for. The couriers began flying in the second week, and the galaxy came back all at once, the way it always would now. From the resettlement worlds, the first personal traffic in half a year, and in the third batch, relayed and re-relayed. A flat image addressed to the Eastern Garden, Refuge 2, forwarding chased it up the mountain to Gallery 9. A girl, 8 years old now, standing in gentle world sunlight that would never once try to kill her, breathing easy, next to a garden bed. And in the bed, unmistakable, impossible, blue. A stubborn thriving, in dirt 40 light years from home. On the back in a child's careful print, transcribed by some patient adult, it grow. Masaz, that's the whole point of them. Mio, Toma pinned it to the garden's new frame, beside the one old pane, where people would see it when they came to sit, and people came to sit, and from the compact, in the same courier batch, came the other letter. Pell brought it to the command bore himself, because it had arrived under Chancellery seal, and he was the only one left who could read the dialect. He stood at the old map table. Sorrel, Cass, Okonjo up from the coast, Cell in the doorway, and translated it aloud, and his voice as he did it moved slowly from lawyer's caution through disbelief into something that had a very old and very cold anger folded inside it. The Compact Joint Commission on the Morrow incident, having reviewed the campaign file, thanked all parties for their cooperation. The Ascendancy's withdrawal was noted with approval. The Anchor's unprecedented status was referred to committee, and Humanity, in recognition of demonstrated capabilities inconsistent with its current registration, said capabilities including but not limited to sustained operations in Class 12 conditions, storm season mobility, and the documented conversion of Ascendancy personnel. Humanity was hereby removed from the Registry of Managed Populations and entered on the Registry of Hazards pending classification. Survey to follow. The command bore was quiet. Outside down the gallery, the evening shift was singing something at the water point badly. The wind ran its eternal freight over the storm glass, and under everything, faint and patient and back on its tides, the animal drank. Hazard, Sorrel said at last, tasting it, and then she did something Cass had seen exactly twice in 200 Days of War. She laughed, short, dry, the laugh of a Gallery 6 woman who had buried a city and gotten it back. 64 years. They gave us the worst rock they had and told us it was extinction, and we sent them back a receipt. Now they've finally read our file, and the best word their whole civilization can find for what grew here is hazard. She looked around the table, at the last officers of the Scour campaign, at the map of one small, terrible, beloved world. Survey to follow. Let them come. Sergeant, your professional assessment for the record, since you've been the one they keep asking to explain us. Cass stood at the window of the command bore, the rebreather doing its slow, warm work, her mother's key and her own on the cord at her neck, and looked out through storm glass at her city. Scarred, lit, loud, rebuilding, the garden's amber square glowing on Gallery 9 like a struck match that had decided to stay struck. On a world the whole galaxy had catalogued, correctly as a death zone, in the one corner of it where everything the dying had paid for was blooming anyway. Enter it in the assessment, she said. They marked this world a death zone in every catalog in the galaxy. So we lit it. She watched the evening deepen and the galleries answer it, window by window, the way they had for 64 years and would for 600 more, whatever came up the lanes to look. So the humans lit it again. The end of Book 1.